not much is known about the man behind the mask.
How do I turn the camera on?
I am but a mirror whose only purpose is to show you what your own eyes cannot yet see.
Is this guy? How did the most optimistic, hopeful character in the galaxy turn into this hermit who says it's time for the Jedi to end? I read that and I said, what? I mean, that's not what a Jedi does. I mean, a Jedi is optimistic. A Jedi has tenacity. He never gives up. He doesn't secrete himself on an island. But you'll.
I think that the thing that George never did was maintain the status quo. And I think that that's really important because...
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you!
Everybody should remember that the camera adds 300 pounds.
Oh, the Sons of Cecil are my favorite.
Dude, Cecil is the best. I can't wait to hang out with Cecil again.
I'm so jealous I got to hang out with him in person, but I mean, I see him every Thursday night.
You're going to come out to Vegas, right? Provided that it happens and all that.
I think so. Speaking of that,
oh, you have to. It's my 30th birthday. If it does happen, it's my 30th. If you come for no other reason, you're coming for that reason. So,
oh, 100%. I don't usually get cabin fever, but the fact that because I'm like, I'll stay inside for a year. It's not going to bother me aside from like getting groceries and stuff. But the fact that I'm not allowed to is what bothers me. I'm like
now that I can't, I want to go everywhere.
Well, the thing is, every time I've gone to Vegas, it's like the first time I went was for like a Star Trek convention with my best friend from high school who didn't know anything about Star Trek. And so it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I actually had more fun that time than the next time that I went. And then the next time it was like with a bunch of people, and it was like me and my two friends. And it just wasn't the same. It wasn't fun. We didn't go to a Star Trek convention or anything. So I'm like, all of us nerds my people at a Star Trek convention, and then your birthday on top of it, that's going to be the best thing ever. And so if it gets canceled, like I wasn't even really looking forward to Star Wars convention. I was Star Wars Celebration. I was looking forward to meeting everyone.
Right, exactly. I was looking forward to meeting Jeff.
Well, yeah, not that Star Wars Celebration. This
this upcoming one. Oh, you're like,
you and Jeff already know each other being together.
I didn't even have tickets. I didn't even know if I was going to get tickets at all. My intention was just to hang out with people. I was excited for that. I was going to definitely try to make sure we bullied Ethan into coming out again because we had a blast last time. Looking forward to people like Drunk coming out, getting to meet him.
I know. I promised Drunk for his birthday I was going to wear the Slave Leia costume to Disney or Star Wars Celebration that day, so poor Drunk doesn't get his birthday. But hey, Drunk, about Carol Baskin, I could come out and I could write that off. I could come see Carol Baskin.
I'm going with you. You're not allowed. If you go, I'm coming.
Okay, let's go see Carol Baskin. Once it opens, Drunk will get us in.
Yes, you better.
And then we can all go, and I can go try to kidnap the baby. Well, I wouldn't kidnap. I'd be rescuing them from the psycho Carol Baskin. I go rescue baby tigers. You be the bodyguard. Drunk will have her swooning over him. I get the baby tigers, and I find where the body was.
There you go. I'll sit there. I'll just sit there bullying her. I'll just ask her the hard questions and be like, "Hey,
you'll get us kicked out. You'll get us."
I won't. I'll do it in a nice way. Because the thing is, tigers are my favorite animal, so I know a lot of shit about them. So I'm gonna ask her tiger questions and be like, "Oh, well, how do you deal with this? And what about that? And this is interesting." Ooh.
Let me read this real fast. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. What do you think about the Shadow of the Empire series? I think it'd be nice if they brought it back. Oh, hey, Jess. I shouldn't say all
Bobby
of it.
James. He was all over our stream last night. So, hello.
I enjoy it. I'm one of those people that when you talk about Star Wars series, I love the Hand of Thrawn duology, so that's the one that I would go to, especially since Luke is a bit older in those ones, which I don't think people really grasp. And then that deals with the whole situation with Luke. So Timothy Zahn wrote the Thrawn, and then he wrote The Hand of Thrawn, which takes place a decade after the Thrawn stuff happens. And so in between that time, another author wrote it and had Luke dabble in the dark side. But what Luke did was he had a student that felt the presence of the dark side, that fell to the dark side. So Luke went to the dark side to relate to him so he could bring him back. And it pissed a lot of people off, fucked up everything. And so Timothy Zahn came back and he's like, let me fix this shit. And he fixed it. And so when people were like, well, Luke went dark side in the books, I'm like, read the Hand of Thrawn duology. But I think that they would have a really, if they did it, high production value like Game of Thrones. If they did KOTOR 1 and 2, and then later brought in Bane and had Henry Cavill play Bane because he's tall. Henry Cavill just have to shave his head, but he's so beautiful, he'd be fine. Big build like Henry Cavill, that's what Bane, and then have that. Great ideas, right? But they're not going to do it, even though they spent $4 billion on the damn IP. Anyways, how was your week? What have you been up to?
My week has been good. Sorry, I was just I was just hearing back from that one of our friends, listeners, and mods. So it's good to make sure we have a mod or two hanging out in the chat. But I think we do, so that's always good. But my week has been good. So wait, hold on. Was the Shadows of the Empire the one in between those two that ruined everything, or no? Because because that person asked about Shadows of the Empire, and I was wondering if that was anywhere in that timeline. Because you went off of the Thrawn duology, and having not, because I don't know, all this. I know for Thrawn trilogy, Lord of the Soul, I know Shadows of the Empire happens somewhere in there.
No, so let me get the action figure for it.
Because Shadows of the Empire is post. All I know about Shadows of the Empire is the game. I know the game from the N64.
No,
I know
I never know how to pronounce his name, but like Prince.
Rendar. What? The character?
No, not Rendar. Prince. He's the green alien dude with the ponytail. I have an action figure of Leia from it. So Leia, for those of you that don't know, Leia has another fucking slave costume. I actually really like this one. It's like a purple or a periwinkle bodysuit with this flowy thing.
That is cute, actually. I kind of like that.
I have the comic.
So yeah, I know that there was Prince Zizor, someone said.
Yeah, him.
Okay, so yeah, so I know that Dash Rendar has like a love interest in all this stuff in the books and this and that and the other. I just always know him from the video game. And
nice. It's got I like how I get my knowledge from like action figures and stuff.
Hey, look, I'm working on an N64 game, so you know more than I do from your action figures.
So like these are the characters. So yeah, Dash Rendar is in it, but then because I didn't read the book yet, or I have it, I just haven't read it. So I got the comic book 2-packs when I was a kid, so I have the very much abridged version, and then these ones were sent to me and actually in the box because I was a little heathen and I opened up everything. So I have the very abridged version of what happens.
I just remember we had a really cool Outrider toy. That's his Dash Rendar's ship. We had a really cool Outrider toy growing up where it's a similar style freighter, small freighter, the Millennium Falcon. I think it's a Corellian ship too, but instead of having the cockpit come out like it is yonder, it just sits straight on the side and the whole piece pops out. That's its like attack mode. Is it turns yonder, so the cockpit sits on top. There's a gun turret at the bottom, and the main dish is in the middle. That's his ship, the Outrider. It's probably my second favorite Star Wars ship, actually.
Okay, so I feel like all of the sudden people are asking about Dash Rendar, and I'm like, I didn't know a lot of people knew who that was, and so I'm like, are they coming out with like a video game with him or something? Because now it's one of those things that nobody knew who certain characters were, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna do this, so everyone just goes and Wikipedia's a character.
Right. So somebody, because the thing is, again, I don't know what happened in the books. The game actually ended with sort of a cliffhanger ending where supposedly he dies, but it's maybe he doesn't. So people are talking about it. People have been saying, whatchamacallit, a companion book to Solo references Dash Rendar apparently in 2018. So Dash Rendar is officially canon. And then Timothy, people, I guess back then when this happened, when this book came out, some people were talking about, should Timothy Oliphant play Dash Rendar, in something? And I think he was announced as he's going to be in The Mandalorian season 2. So
of course he is. Everyone, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car, you get a cameo, you get a cameo.
So I don't know if he's confirmed or rumored, but I think either way. Let me see, Timothy Oliphant, Mandalorian. So he has been cast in a top secret role. So because a couple years ago, people were all saying, wouldn't it be great if Timothy Oliphant played Dash Rendar if they ever brought him back into any of the, live action stuff. And now he is going to be in the live action stuff. So people are saying, is he going to be Dash Rendar? Is he going to be Dash Rendar? Which once again, it's like, how many actor cameos are fine. Actor cameos work in a TV show like The Mandalorian. I had no issues with Bill Burr popping in to the last season and stuff like that. Actor cameos work for a TV show where they can come in, immerse themselves into a character, play a guest starring role for one episode and go, where you don't have to constantly divorce yourself from the reality that, this actor is this person, etc. So that works. I'm fine with, if everyone and their mom suddenly wants to get in on The Mandalorian because it's the only decent Star Wars property to come out of Disney. That's fine. But that doesn't not work. Someone says Timothy Oliphant's going to play a bounty hunter. Dash Rendar is kind of a mercenary. He was sort of a gun for hire that got, swept up in the rebellion and whatnot. So it works still to think that, he went back to be a bounty hunter after I think he was probably a bounty hunter or whatever that, when it became a bounty hunter after the story. So it does technically fly, even if that's the rumor that he's going to play a bounty hunter, etc. But again, like I said, packing the actor cameos in is fine. Packing the character cameos in is disastrous. How many Clone War characters, EU characters, Rebel characters, additional characters from the rest of the universe can you fit into one show and have it still be about The Mandalorian? That's my concern.
Wicked Steel, no, I did not. Did you see the Jedi Academy playthrough I shared? Thank you for the super chat, but no, I have not. I don't know where you shared it, but I have not. And also, if it's spoilers, please do not send them. Somebody tried sending me all of these spoilers for KOTOR 2. They're like, Anna, you like KOTOR 2? Here's all these things that usually people don't catch on. And I started reading it thinking it's like, it's gameplay tips. And I was like, holy fuck, that's a huge fucking spoiler. What the hell?
Yeah, it turns out it's not fun to get things spoiled for us, Anna.
It was like, what, they were telling me, because I didn't know the plot twist in the first game, and so I was in complete shock. And everyone, like, how did nobody spoil this for you? And people were like, well, there were some people trying to, but it was when I had, like, my phone pointed at my TV and I'm playing it. And so whatever they were saying, I didn't pick up on that was a spoiler because it was about Revan. And I was like, I'm like, when the fuck am I going to finally meet Revan? This whole game, everyone's been telling me, and Revan's fucking dead. This is bullshit. Spoiler, plot twist, all this shit.
I don't know the plot twist, though I have heard it is an excellent one.
It had me flying. I was like, what the fuck?
One of these days I'm going to play it. So if I can
speaking of Mandalorian, this is a perfect lead-in to our first topic today. So guys, we're going to be talking about Star Wars.
Oh my god, we're going to talk about Star Wars. Whoa.
I know. We are going to be talking about Star Wars on the Star Wars Girl channel, even though my channel hates it when I talk about Star Wars, which I think is the weirdest thing. I'm like, it's that Star Wars girl, but they're like, you talked about Star Wars? Dead. Algorithm dead. You're fucked.
It's weird. That's happened to me too. I like Star Wars is not a hot topic for me anymore, which is funny because it's like I still have people who are like, I remember when all you used to do was talk about Star Wars. That was so great. We love it when you talk about Star Wars. But it's but then yeah, drop a Star Wars video. No one gives a shit. No one.
Well, see, I'm gonna wait because I have my Qui-Gon painting video, and I was gonna post it like.
Well, ages ago, and then you died. I'm glad you're alive again, though. So,
thank you. Yeah, my cold is gone.
Yeah,
my strep is gone. But I think because I'm really close to 150,000.
Oh, nice.
Like I'm less than 200 away.
That's fantastic. Let's freaking get you there.
I'm so excited. So I think that's going to be my little mini celebration. And like, thanks to everyone is I'll post that video once I break 150. I'm just kind of sad because those ones are like my favorite ones to do and to make. And the algorithm hates it. So I was even contemplating creating like a separate art channel. But then I posted, I was like, hey, what do you guys think? Should I just leave it here or should I put it somewhere else? And it was more on the, like, I think 10% were like, make a new art channel. And then everyone else was like, no, leave it here. It's too many different places. And I'm like, okay.
We're already following 50 different YouTubers. We can't follow you in 3 different places.
Oh, but yeah, I agree. People are sick of all the Star Wars, Disney, burn them, I guess. Yeah. And I mean, I don't want to talk about the new Star Wars because I'll talk about stuff that happens, which is actually what we're going to talk about. But I don't know if you know, I did like a 10 fucking hour live stream the other day talking about the prequels and Attack of the Clones.
That's insane.
It was fun.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. It's insane. You ever want to do a 10-hour live stream about nothing but Star Wars? Raging Rhino is your guy, by the way.
What was that?
He has. So if you ever want to do 10 straight hours talking about Star Wars, Raging Rhino is your guy.
Oh, no
He's
doubt.
Got, like, word vomit of the Star. It's amazing. It's comedy at that point because we got into a whole bunch of different topics, and every time he was like, "Yeah, it's just like Star Wars." No matter what it was, it was like, "Yeah, just like when in Star Wars." It was incredible. It was so perfect though, because I mean, it's a panel of entirely people who follow along exactly. We're like, "Yeah, exactly like Star Wars."
I know. That's why I don't know if you probably are not awake during this time, but I've gone on the full Aussie a couple of times, and it's so much fun.
Australian everything is fun. I love all the Aussie channels that I've hooked up with. I love all the Aussie people. Got a lot of, and even way back when, I always had a lot of Aussie listeners because the original, back in the day, before a lot of this like Fandom and stuff even came together, I had this idea that one day there'll be a Jessi Fest, and it was decided that Jessi Fest #1 is going to be in Australia. So
I'm going because I want to hug a koala.
It's going to be great. We'll have a koala petting stand somewhere, for Anna specifically. And then one of the main events is going to be the SmackDown fight between me and Lethal Lightning. So place your bets.
And I just dropped the link to the 10-hour live stream if anyone wanted to watch it. It's on Anomaly Inc.'s channel. So he and I actually officially met on EFAP, where it was a prequels are the prequels well written debate. And I was over here trying to paint, and I was banging my head against the table because it was like a 2-hour debate about the droids in the beginning scene with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan in the Phantom Menace. And we need to know all of these aspects of the droids. And I'm like, nobody fucking cares. Oh my God. I'm like, move on. This is nothing to do with the plot.
Amazing. You know what you need to do? You need to get onto one of Andy Signore's Nerd Wars one of these days, because you would be excellent at that. It's the movie fights that he brought back and rebranded. And so basically it's just basic movie arguments. Is this one better than that one? Didn't his
channel get deleted though?
Popcorn Planet, his new one?
Oh, like I saw some drama of that on Twitter. I didn't follow it though.
Yeah, I feel like Andy's always got drama around him. He can't help it. Let me see. I didn't hear about that.
I just saw some stuff on Twitter, but
the channel's still there. I'll check the Twitter.
No, I do not like debating too much, especially on. It's one thing to like have it in person and it's like you can see the other person and you can kind of get the vibe on it. Because sometimes online, especially when people just use avatars, I'm like, I don't know if I'm pissing this person off. Like we're talking about Star Wars and things are getting heated. So I'm like, please know that I'm not trying to make you mad, person. We're just talking about Star Wars.
That's why I think you'll like Andy's though, because he does a really good job. He moderates, first of all. He moderates everything. Every person has a backup too. So he has 2 guys on there. And they're each your backup. So if you're struggling for points or whatever, they jump in and help you out, create their own arguments, build up whatever you said and stuff like that. And then everyone's usually on camera too, so it's a little easier to see. I had a blast. The first time I was on there, it was a Star Wars one, and it was about whatchamacallit? It was, did Rey ruin Disney Star Wars? Was the fundamental conceit. Did Rey ruin the whole thing?
Oh, did you hear Rey is fluent in Ewok?
I heard this sound more evidence that she in fact did ruin Star Wars. And the person I was fighting with, remember when the what was it? Was the Rise of Skywalker trailer, and there was that guy that everyone thought was retarded because he fucking cried and freaked out, and then people
yeah.
I was arguing with that guy over Disney Star Wars. He was super nice too. He was super, super nice. But yeah, Andy got him on. We had a debate about Disney Star Wars. He's not retarded at all. He's actually really fun. He's really nice. He was a very good sport. I kicked his ass. I ran him into the ground, but he was an excellent sport about it. And then the next time I came on, I actually lost the fight. But the person I was arguing against, because it was really fun. The person I was arguing with, what's his name? He's his whole thing is he's this big, like, toxic masculinity kind of guy. What the fuck is his name? Dick. It's something with Dick in it, I'm pretty sure. And Dick Masterson, I think is his name, whatever it is. And his whole, he went, like, really leaned into the, like, hard hitting, like, comedic almost with his points, even though he was arguing against me because he actually believed in what I was saying. So he just kind of took the nth degree fight. But yeah, so you'd actually enjoy that environment, I think, if you ever wanted to give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, I did see Rey speaks Ewokese in spite of never having encountered an Ewok before that we know of.
Yeah, okay, so let me pull this up. So I was actually going to talk about something else, but we can talk about that one first.
Oh, we can go in whatever order you want. All right.
Well, here we can talk about the Ewok because that one's going to be a short one. That's what she said. Let me just get all
of your plans with my rants.
Okay, so let's talk about Rey, and then we can talk about the other thing. Okay, so Ruin Johnson is a great account to follow on Twitter. It's a Brian Johnson parody account, and it posts all of these fun things. So here is the tweet. It shows, I believe this is Wikipedia, and it says Ewokese was a lively language spoken by the furry, diminutive Ewoks who lived on the forest moon of Endor. It was mutually intelligible until the language of the Yuzum and contained more than 36 words for confiners.
Conifers. For trees.
Okay. Sorry. My dyslexia is not a friend when I read. These refer to principally as the life trees. Okay, and so C-3PO even said, they're speaking a very primitive dialect. So even C-3PO
had trouble.
Millions of languages he can speak and translate. Had trouble with it. Speakers of Ewokese are Ewoks and Rey. Rey has never been to fucking Endor.
What the actual fuck? It doesn't make what? This makes so little sense. And like the Endor moon she goes on doesn't even have Ewoks on it. There were no Ewoks in Rise of Skywalker unless I just have a giant blank spot in my memory where Ewoks would have been. First of all, also C-3PO speaks Ewokese because we have watched him do it.
No, okay, Maddie makes a great point. Rey probably understood the Forbidden Sith language all along. At this point, if she can fucking speak Ewokese, fucking let her have it at this point.
How the fuck does she know the Ewok language?
Oh yeah, by the way, I totally forgot to say my intro. Hey everyone, it's Anna, that's Star Wars, or hi all my Ewoks, Tribbles, Droids, it's Anna, that's Star Wars Girl. Episode 15 of the Matriarchy, and my lovely co-host, Jessi Milestone.
Me, I'm here.
And what the fuck? What the fuck is this shit?
What the fuck? It's just the level of absurdity. Like, is that really how this character exists in everyone's mind? That she's so fucking OP that she just speaks how do people look at this character and go, oh yeah, she's not overpowered at all. She's not a Mary Sue. How the fuck did she learn Ewokese?
Well, I bet you people are going to be like, well, Han Solo could speak Wookiee.
Yeah, because his best fucking friend's a Wookiee, and he spends every fucking minute of every fucking day with a Wookiee. You're gonna pick some things up here and there. Also, the thing is, we see Han understand Wookiee. We never see him speak Wookiee. Because that's something totally different, by the way, being able to understand the language and being able to speak it. Rey is listening to
because
speaker.
Obviously Chewbacca understands English, and he can talk, or whenever, Princess Leia, Han Solo, anyone else that they come in contact with, he speaks Wookiee back to them because the vocal cords aren't the same, which they touch on in the Thrawn trilogy, on how there's one Wookiee that can speak, basic, because that's the language that they speak in Star Wars is called basic. Like English is called basic. So that's the basic language that everyone freaking speaks, and everyone has all these other ones, but
as Tolkien would call it, the common tongue.
Yeah. Basic is what people speak. And so Leia has to go hide because these assassins want her baby. She's got to go hide on Kashyyyk with Chewbacca. And she meets a Wookiee there that can speak basic. And he says it's because he has a speech impediment. And so, because at first she's like, at first she's thinking, Chewie has a speech impediment. And he's like, no, I can speak basic because I have a speech impediment. And so it's not normal for Wookiees to be able to speak basic, but they can understand basic. And it's like I think when I was watching your review of Solo, when you're like, when Han starts growling at Chewie and that's what makes him stop, and it's like, obviously Chewie can understand fucking English, so him growling at him doesn't make sense in the first place.
Yeah, it's not necessarily him speaking Wookiee, it's him being like, what the fuck is this crazy person doing? Also, nothing that happened in Solo matters. It's not real.
Yeah.
I like when Al feed. First of all, Al feed on a tree frog is already a great name. It says Rey can fart in Esperanto. That wouldn't surprise me. That she can fart in any language as well.
Let me read the super chat, and then I want to address another thing in the chat. The Ewoks are protesting now. Ewoks Lives Matter. Now they're writing after this fake news about that Mary Sue. Fuck the Mary Sue news. Also, let me address this. Star Wars Explained said George Lucas might be coming back. I did a video all about how it doesn't make any sense for George Lucas to come back. Also, I want to tell you something about Star Wars Explained. I watched him, a full-grown man, and his wife full sprint away from Jeremy from Geeks and Geeks Star Wars Celebration. So I already didn't have very much respect for them to begin with. I'm like, okay, I understand people built their own platform and, they worked hard, they did that. But after you've been mass chain blocked by these people for no reason, after never interacting with them at all, and then watching a full-grown man run away from Jeremy who just wanted to talk to them, it was fucking hilarious. But I don't take anything that guy says to heart.
Thing is, Jeremy's not an imposing figure.
He's tall, but
he only looks tall to Anna. He looks regular size to the rest of us. He's got these awkward long monkey arms. He's got his little head and his little hat and his little, chihuahua face ready to bark up at you at a moment's notice. Jeremy, love him to death. Not an imposing figure. You don't see Jeremy coming. He looks like an every dude, He looks like your average, everyday working man. If Jeff comes walking towards you, I can understand running the fuck away, right? Jeremy is just the dude. There's nothing scary about that. If you run from Jeremy, you are a bigger bitch than Jeremy can sometimes be.
And I think it doesn't show, but Jeremy is very thin. On camera, it doesn't show as very well. But I'm I'm small, but I'm thick, and I feel like I could push Jeremy over. And for these, aside from the fact that he's a full-grown man and he's tall, but if I had the right angle and he wasn't suspecting it, but for these two people the wife, I'm blanking on her name, she was just death glaring the whole time, and then watching them sprint, fucking full on sprint away from Jeremy was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Terrified. I'm it's just Jeremy. He's not scary.
He's not at all. He's not even at all. You did have a couple super chats that came in earlier than that other fiver, by the way. Yeah, there were two up there. One from Bobby James and another one from somebody.
They didn't show up on here. Let me pull it up on YouTube. That's frustrating. Sometimes that happens if they're super stickers. I don't know why.
These are regular fiver ones. They just floated in earlier when we were still talking about the Mandalorian, I think, because one of them was about that. It was actually Bobby, I think it was Bobby James said pretty much right before I said the same thing about them ruining the new ones, filling it full of peoples. But yeah, I think there were 2 fivers further back there.
Okay, let me see.
They were right before the last one you just read.
Okay, Wicked Steel, thank you for the super chat. I shared it on Twitter from another YouTube, but it wasn't any spoilers. Okay, I did not.
Academy playthrough one that he was talking about earlier.
Yeah, okay, I did not get that. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. Do you think they'll oversaturate The Mandalorian with old characters? Also, just read S. Soat again. Add so much more that the game left out. I don't know what that abbreviation is for, but thank you.
But yes, I do. Bobby Jones is exactly what I think. I think they're going to ruin season 2 by packing it full of characters that just distract you.
Yes, and we're gonna talk about that after this, after the Ewok discussion.
Plenty more Mandalorian talk for you.
And let me read these other 2 that popped up as we were discussing the finding of the other ones. Reality check number.
Sorry, I fucked you up now. You didn't read that tenor yet. The tenor you just had highlighted, you hadn't read it yet. My bad. I've ruined it.
Thank you for the super chat, Bobby James. Sorry to switch star chat, but what's your thoughts about the 3 to 4 different Star Trek film scripts? And do you think any of them will be made? P.S. How do I get a cool shirt like yours, Jessi? I believe it's on Jessi's Teespring.
It is on my Teespring. Now, I will say you can also get the Jessi Shot First shirt on here, which might still be a little cooler because Anna made it and it says Jessi Shot First on it and it's awesome. But this one is cool. It's made by a fan and it has the 4 kitties on the bottom too. So this is Jessi Solo and the cats, and you actually can get this on Teespring. I will drop this link. The main link has, I think, a long sleeve shirt on it, but it's available. You'll see when you click on it. There's long sleeve, short sleeve, premium hoodies, a phone case, a mug. You can even get it on leggings, although it looks ridiculous. I only included it because it looks ridiculous. So actually here, I'm going to have to, since I can't add the chat in here, I'll send it to you in the private. And if you want to, Jessi Solo and the Kittos is what the shirt's called.
I will post
it's
it
available
here in the chat.
In a variety of versions. And while you're on the Mindless Entertainment storefront, make sure you check out the Jessi Shot First shirt if you like me as Han Solo. It was designed by Anna, and this is Jessi Shot First, which is awesome. And it's my favorite shirt of all time. So, like not even of like my shirts and it's just my actual favorite shirt of all time. So, it's true.
It was fun to make. It was very fun to make.
I'm glad I had it. It's in the wash, otherwise I'd probably be wearing that one.
And then the other stuff about Star Trek and the Star Trek films. Right, as of right now, Star Trek is bleeding money, so I do not think that they're going to get made anytime soon. I did a video on how there was like a leak on 4chan, which I usually don't trust 4chan, but the way that it presented its evidence, I'm like, this actually seems like it has some merit to it. And the way that Star Trek Beyond did not, I didn't like it. I know a lot of people are like, that was the best one of the JJ ones. And I'm like, it's still, I didn't like it at all. I thought it was very predictable the entire way through.
For me, they go 1, 3, 2. I agree. It's not the abomination that Into Darkness was. I agree that it's predictable. I did like the sabotage callback. Jeff hates that. I love the sabotage callback. I love little things like that, you know. I think that the things they did well were I love that they delved into the Bones and Spock relationship more. That was a lot of fun, and I thought that's something I think that the Abrams Star Treks actually did do well. Because I thought they cast pretty good, and I thought they got the Bones Spock Kirk relationship down pretty well. And that's my favorite part about the original series. So I was happy to see that. And so I thought that getting to explore Bones and Spock a little more in the third one was fun. I thought the visual and the spectacle was pretty solid, but I agree it was very predictable. For me, it delivered on the enjoyment that I felt through the first one. It wasn't as interesting as the first one. I thought the first one actually didn't do a terrible job of riding the line between making something new and paying homage to Star Trek. I thought the fan service, and for what you can say about the movie, let's compare the fan service into the lens flare. if you compare the fan service in Abrams' first Star Trek to the fan service in Disney Star Wars, there's no contest. Little things like just killing a red shirt first, going off and killing a red shirt first thing in an action scenario. Great, solid, subtle callback to the original material. Having Sulu still be a fencer. Shouldn't have changed it to a katana from a fencing sword, but kept the, something true to the character. Things like that, where I'm like, okay, this tracks. These things follow, like the little callbacks, not making every fucking line be a member berry. So I enjoyed that. And I think that 3 was just a less good version of 1. It followed the same formula that 1 did, that made 1 successful and was entertaining to watch, that I think it just had lost all its goodwill with Into Darkness. So as for these 3 or 4 different Star Trek film scripts, I know Quentin Tarantino was working on one for a long time, and it was just unclear.
Yeah, but have you heard the audio where he's just like, yeah, fuck all the stuff like that JJ did. I would undo all of that. He's like, that's dumb. Don't, not doing that. And I'm like, yes!
His would be like totally separate universe. His was going to be, I'd be really interested because I think
I would love it. It would be so fucking good. And you know me, I'm a huge Tarantino fan.
I can go either way on Tarantino. I have very polarizing opinions about various, depending on which part of his work, which of his works I'm looking at. But I do think he works the best when he's working off of source material, off of like something else that helps ground him. Like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, working with the, in the historical confines of the original, of actual history, I think served him really, really well in that film. So yes, I really would love to see what he did with the Star Trek film. I just think
if
really
only what happened in his film happened in real life.
I know. Oh, what a beautiful fairy tale.
Yep. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I don't think that they're gonna get made, but I would be so fucking down for a Tarantino Star Trek. That would be just, my dreams would be coming true at that point. Reality check numero uno. Thank you for the super chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are both of you for DC fandom this weekend? Hashtag hail the matriarchy. Hashtag support the fandomists. I am like, my uterus is fucking ready. I know that they're gonna announce something with Henry Cavill. They're gonna fucking do it. I'm so ready. I don't care. I don't care if he's just gonna make a cameo in a film. All the ones that are like movies coming out, I'm going to be glued to my fucking computer screen. I'm like, when is he coming in? When is he? And if they don't, I'm going to be so disappointed. It's going to be the biggest like blue ball thing ever. But I just want to see his beautiful face because, as you guys know, I am not a fan of this version of the DC. And I'm more of a fan of DC than I am of Marvel. Batman is my favorite superhero. Superman's very close second. I hate the Snyderverse. I fucking hate it. I love Henry Cavill and I want to lick his face. But Man of Steel was not a good Superman movie. And Justice League was a catastrophe. Aside from Wonder Woman, I haven't seen this DC Universe version of a movie that I've liked. What about you?
Well, I'm curious to see what news comes out. I'm not going to be following that closely. The most exciting superhero news I've heard is that Jensen Ackles is going to be in The Boys season 3. Now that he's going to be free of his supernatural commitments, he's going to be in The Boys season 3. That's what I am fucking putting my pants over right now.
Have they said what character he's going to be?
Yeah, he's going to be the first. What's his face? He's going to play. Let's see. Amazon Prime Video is joining the cast.
Oh, it might be a spoiler.
He's going to be Soldier Boy. That's just, it's Eric Kripke does that makes sense that he's ended up over on this show because it's Eric Kripke as well. So filming has resumed on Supernatural. They're just finishing up basically the second half of the very last season, and then on to the next project, which is going to be The Boys, and I'm so freaking excited.
That's exciting.
You want to see me get? That's going to be my fangirl shit. I'm going to freaking, you want to watch my uterus explode. That's going to be Jensen Ackles. So
I fucking loved The Boys season 1. So I've been reading the graphic novel. There is so much more sex in it than there was in the show. And I'm like, they toned it down. And I'm like, Oh my god!
I've heard this is the tame version that we're getting. We're actually rewatching. We're doing like an episode a day. We're rewatching season 1 in preparation for season 2, which drops in like another, a week and a half or something.
Yeah, I think I might binge it. And I can't remember. Are they going to do weekly, like one episode a week, or are they just going to drop the whole thing?
I think I heard release.
As much as I hate waiting, I think it's so much smarter for companies to drop them weekly, because then it gets people talking about it for a long time.
It keeps it fresh.
Whereas everyone just binge watches it in like a few days, and then it's buzz for like a week, and then it's done.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I think for this, it just says it drops on September 4th. It does not say anything about episodic releases. The boys are back in town.
Maybe someone in the chat knows, but I'm so excited for it.
Yes, I have watched the trailers.
I really like Homelander. Like I really like shows that have good villains, and I think he is just a great villain.
He is a phenomenal villain. He's just like,
and the actor is so fucking good.
Simon Pegg is not coming back apparently.
I don't think he's gonna be that. Like the dad character is gonna be in it too much. So.
No, I mean, he's not. Apparently, Simon Pegg is not gonna be in episode 2 at all. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's like we kind of watched
season 2.
Or season 2, yeah, season 2 at all. We kind of watched Huey outgrow the need for a father. That's a big part of season 1 was him outgrowing that. So there really isn't a need for him to be around anymore.
Well, you know why they had him in there, right?
Because the original Huey was based on him in the original comics, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were probably the one that told me that originally. Actually,
I think so.
I'm sure you were.
I wasn't sure if I was or not. I'm like, did I tell her?
I know it wasn't Jeff because I was the one who told Jeff. So I was like, it must be you. But yeah, it looks like it'll all be dropping at once, which makes me happy because, hooray!
Yay!
I like how we still have the Ewokies thing up here.
Okay. Let's see. Angel. So I actually met Angel the other day on that 10-hour live stream. It was a lot of fun. She knows a shit ton about Star Wars. I'm like, hey, cool. Because at first she was just in the chat, and then she popped on, and a guest had to tap out, and so she tapped in. And so I think we streamed with her for at least 3 hours, but it was a long ass live stream. But hello, beautiful ladies, have a super chat. Well, thank you and welcome, Angel. I need to make Angel a mod.
It's the Angel's just further proof that bitches love Star Wars.
Yep.
So bitches.
Try scrolling back and see.
Love.
Angel, if you're still here, comment in the chat and I'll make you a mod. Let's see. Okay, I was able to find her. There we go.
The struggle is real.
I know the struggle is real. It's like the chat just jumps on me every like 10 and there we go. Yeah. All right, I had a few more super chats come in, so let me try. Let's see if I can find them on here and I can pull them up and read them.
I believe in you.
Well, I don't believe in StreamYards.
StreamYards has been shitting the bed lately.
Helva excuse me, XH834. Thank you for the super chat. I still haven't seen In Darkness. Don't fucking do it. If you love Star Trek, it ruins it.
Just imagine taking the Wrath of Khan, bending it over a table, and fucking it in the ass with a spiky dildo. And then you'll know what Into Darkness is.
That's sandpapery, like spiky and sandpapery.
The spikes themselves are actually just made out of sandpaper, so they stab you and chafe at the same time. It's brutal.
Yep. Ginkgo Yoki, thank you for the super chat. Star Trek continues. Yeah, should be canon. Any Star Trek movie after 2009 pass. Any Disney Star Wars same. I agree. Have you watched Star Trek Continues? That's the one with Vic Mignogna.
I have not watched that.
It is so good.
Nice.
I was kind of skeptical. Mecca actually it was the first time me, you, and her streamed together, and then we talked off air, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you should go watch it," and I did, and it was really good.
Nice.
And when let me grab it. I actually met Vic because I went to one of his fan meetups.
I remember you did, yeah.
And so he did like because he plays Captain Kirk, and he signed it for me.
That's awesome.
of like him as Captain Kirk, and I usually have it in the background, but because it's like a photo and it's reflective, it doesn't show up very well.
If I wanted to be a jerk, I'd just hop up and grab my picture like right up directly above me right now, where I have William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy's signatures on my picture of Captain Kirk. I didn't actually meet them now. I did not.
William Shatner has been fucking killing it on Twitter, obliterating people. It's the most hilarious thing to watch.
I really do hope that Celebration happens and that he's there, or that a Star Trek convention happens and that he's there, because I would love to meet him. So that would be tight. That would be super, super tight. Ooh, interesting.
What's your thought? Or Borgporg, thank you for the super chat. And I actually met Borgporg at LA Comic-Con. He was cool. He hung out with me for a bit. What's your thoughts on Netflix show with Henry Cavill as Sherlock Holmes and Millie Bobby Brown as his niece? I don't think he's Sherlock Holmes, is he? I didn't look at the I saw his face and I'm like,
yeah, he's Holmes. Of course, in this picture.
I'm probably gonna. Oh, he's Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god, my uterus
in a jacket. You're not gonna be able to deal with this. Henry Cavill's curls are the real star in first footage for Netflix's Enola Holmes. Okay, so Enola Holmes.
Oh my god. Oh, he's my favorite now. Like my favorite Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god, my uterus is so fucking ready for this show.
Helena Bonham Carter, Sam.
I'm going to be reviewing it, and it's probably just going to be me going, "Hey, Cavill, Somebody got mad, and they're like, "Anna, I've been following you since you had like less than 2,000 subscribers, and you're doing the same thing that Twitch thoughts do." And I'm like, "I've had a really bad year. I'm allowed to do a video." And I even said in the beginning, I'm like, "If this isn't for you, that's fucking fine." I'm just kind of react to this.
People need to get over themselves. It's like, do it make you happy, you know?
I want to drool over Henry Cavill for like 5 minutes. Can I have that? Can I please have that?
Look, people don't realize we're just trying to diversify our audience. I don't know about yours. Mine's like 95% dudes. So I got to ogle over men to give the women something to come for, you know? It's marketing. Got to diversify your brand.
I want to do something that makes me happy. And I thought it was a fun video, and I did 2 of them, but I enjoyed making them.
Clearly your audience net enjoyed them as well. You know, the views don't lie. So
yeah,
your audience clearly.
Everyone that's like, Anna, you need to stop being so negative. Blah blah. I'm like, I'm not. I was very happy in those 2 videos and all of my art videos and a few other videos. I'm going to be reviewing this show. I thought that the Enola chick was very obnoxious, but that might be the thing of the show. But I'm going to tell you right now, Henry Cavill has a way with making me overlook very big flaws in movies or TV shows, and I can just stare at that beautiful man all day because I want to lick his face. But I'm going to be watching that show, and I'll review every single episode.
So it's based on a book series by Nancy Springer that follows his teenage sister, apparently, or her teenage niece, teenage sister. I'm confused. Something said niece, something said sister. Yeah, okay, sure. But it's centered around his teenage sister Enola, played by the Stranger Things star. Weird age difference. First of all. Second of all, it'll be interesting to see if 11 can do more than just look vaguely traumatized all the time. And
that's 11?
Yeah.
She does not look anything like herself.
Look, here, let me
in that commercial, she doesn't look anything like her.
Let me share my screen real quick. There's
the power of hair.
There's a screenshot in this article right here that looks just that you can see it. Say.
Okay, yeah. Then when she was moving, it looked very different. But
earlier on, like this picture up top here, I don't think she looks like. I mean, from the side, from the profile, you can't tell.
Yeah.
But when you look right there, I'm like, oh, okay. Especially if you're like, okay, no hair. You know, if you just mentally wash out this part, you're like, that's 11. Yeah.
Okay, well, she's a good actress. I really like her. I didn't like Stranger Things very much, but especially.
I haven't
seen
things
that I liked about it, but overall, I wouldn't rewatch it.
I haven't seen season 3 yet. I still want to watch it. I assume 11 probably has the most to do in that one, since she's like barely verbose. Like she barely is, speaks at all in the first one. And the second one, it kind of takes her some time to more,
I've seen parts of season 3, like spoiler parts, but I mean, I think that she's a good actress from what I've seen. I don't like the show overall, but there were some good aspects of it that I liked, because me and Peaches, we binge watched the first season, and then we started binging the second season, and then we stopped because we kind of got drained. But she did a good job for a character that didn't speak a majority of the time. She did very good physical acting. She
was very compelling.
And it wasn't awkward when she showed emotion. Whereas, like, when Rey's over here, like, it's like, oh, stop.
Shut your stupid mouth. You're just making noise, lady. So this is interesting. If you saw the synopsis right, here's official synopsis. England, 1884, a world on the brink of change. On the morning of her 16th birthday, Enola Holmes wakes to find that her mother has disappeared, leaving behind an odd assortment of gifts, but no apparent clue to where she's gone or why. After a free-spirited childhood, Enola suddenly finds herself under the care of her brothers, Sherlock and Mycroft, both set on sending her away to finishing school for proper young ladies. Refusing to follow their wishes, Enola escapes, searching for her mother in London. But when her journey finds her entangled in a mystery surrounding a young runaway lord, Enola becomes a super sleuth in her own right, outwitting her famous brother as she unravels a conspiracy that threatens to set back the course of history. So,
wham and outsmart man.
Becky says, great Mary Sue Holmes. So this is the kind of thing that, like, honestly, I don't know when these books were written, but 10 years ago, this wouldn't even register to us as wokeness in the same way, because this is pretty consistent with what there was, like a big phase for a while. I think the success of Wicked kind of started that. It was a big thing for a while. The book, the novel.
Oh, with Elphaba.
Exactly. I think and I think the success of that book kind of started this whole genre of, like.
Well, people were telling me this is like Nancy Drew, and I'm like, okay, I can see.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I was never really a fan of Nancy Drew.
I always liked the Hardy Boys better, even then. But it just seems to me it's always this, like, let's rewrite the ending. Let's write it from a new perspective. Let's write in new characters. What if we took Sherlock Holmes and made it for teenage girls? Because this sounds like the premise. Take out Mycroft, Sherlock, whatever. This sounds like the generic plot of any of any young adult novel, any Victorian young adult novel. It's very, very
mystery and solving a murder.
Exactly.
I would just like to say I liked Sherlock Holmes when I was a young teenage girl. I liked him as a kid because I got introduced to the character when I watched The Great Fucking Mouse Detective.
It's a great freaking movie.
Which, did you know, Vincent Price only agreed to do that movie because he wanted something his grandkids could watch, because the grandkids couldn't watch any of his movies. So he did the voice of Ratigan, so that, Ratigan.
Ratigan was the bad guy. Yep.
Yeah. So that way his grandkids could watch one of his movies.
That's so sweet.
I know.
Grandpa, the evil bad rat. How bad?
Still the villain, and I think that's why he also agreed to do Edward Scissorhands.
Nice. That makes tons of sense. But Great Mouse Detective was such an awesome one, because it was like it was one of the first times I remember watching an animated movie that felt like more adult in a way. That didn't feel like adults were making this thing for kids. It felt like it was
like an actual story and shit happening.
It didn't feel like I was being talked down to or presented something for my, cute little enjoyment. It felt like I was actually getting a serious movie. It felt very serious and very, like, the stakes felt real, Yeah. I always remember that.
I love the beginning because it's kind of scary. And I like the fact that they're like, they don't show stuff, which makes it even scarier because it's in your mind.
Yes.
And so, like, when the dad gets taken in the beginning of the movie, I always loved how it's like the flower and then it unfolds and it's the ballerina dancing. I was like, I want that fucking toy. How did a mouse make that fucking toy? That's awesome. And then the bad thing happens with the bat. And it's such a good movie. But there you go. And there's a little girl along with Sherlock Holmes. and helping to solve a mystery. I'm completely fine with that whole concept. I've seen it done well in The Great Mouse Detective. My body is fucking ready to see Henry Cavill. I hope that they make like Barbie dolls so I can have a Barbie of Henry Cavill in my background.
Now you can totally tell this story without going full wokeness too. Just because she outsmarts her older brother doesn't mean she's got to show him up, you know?
Yeah.
If you tell the story the way that these kinds of stories are supposed to go, where it's like, oh, she's got a lot to learn about the world, but it turns out her big brothers still can learn something from her, you know? If they go that route, you know, you take a Legally Blonde approach. Oh, she solves the case because it's a question about a perm that only she would know because her life experiences, even if they're not the same and not as valued as all the other lawyers, are still valuable. You know, if you go that kind of route, yes, the challenge here, of course, is are they just going to go for something where it's like, oh, girl power, she's just better than the boys, and because she's a girl, she can solve everything that they can't. Then fuck it, I don't want it. But otherwise, you know, I could get down for this. It's not.
And then Helva, thank you for the super chat. Drooling over Henry Cavill is understandable. Exactly. I'm gonna watch this show. I'm ready for it. I'm so ready. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. Do you not like the Calvin movies or just need different stories? Okay, so JJ fucked it up royally. The fact that the Romulans go through a freaking wormhole in time, just wait in the same fucking spot for 25 years planning their revenge on Spock. It's like, okay, if you really loved your wife and your planet, go fucking to Romulus. Be like, yo, fuckers, or yo, bitches, our star's about to go supernova. We all need to get the fuck out. We're all like Romulans in the future. Also, we have all of this knowledge of Starfleet and everything that's happened in the past. Let's not only get like, hey, guess what? There's already this empire or, you know, federation that's already set up there. Let's go take that shit over because our solar system and our empire is about to fall. Because that's what a Romulan would do.
Exactly.
Because he'll sit there for 25 years and he just, okay, so then your wife is going to die anyway. You know?
Because that's one of the things. That's one of the issues too, is like, they make him out like he's this rogue Romulan just operating on his own, being that Romulans are warlike. That's what they are. They are, and that's one thing I didn't like. They just ignore that so completely. The Romulans are fascinating because they are just the antithesis of the Vulcans, where the Vulcans are pure logic, the Romulans are pure emotion. You know, and so like they're what? Yeah,
passion.
They're
xenophobic. They're passionate, and it's like they don't care who they stab in the back. They do everything for themselves. They're out. Nobody else counts except for the Romulans. And they don't care what rules they break. They're shady as fuck.
Exactly. Until the Borg were introduced in Next Generation, the Romulan warbird was the most feared, thing you could encounter flying around in space.
The fact that the Klingons were more reasonable than Romulans.
Right. The Romulan, exactly. And so, yeah, you just kind of lost...
and the Romulans don't care who they pissed off. They're like, fuck you, Vulcan. They're like, fuck you, Federation. Also, fuck you, Klingons.
Exactly. Fuck everyone. We'll fight all of you. That's the whole thing. It's just you lost all of the Romulan culture in that movie, which is like
you lost all of their intelligence too.
Exactly.
You're telling me that you have a ship full of all these dumbass Romulans that don't think, oh, hey, we're 25 years in the past, or excuse me,
let's just fucking sit around for 25 years instead of doing something.
Letting everyone know when we can all take over the fucking galaxy because we have all of these years and years of knowledge on everyone.
Exactly. And there's nothing stopping you from coming right back to that spot.
All this advanced technology on this fucking ship.
On the ship. 25 years worth of technology future technology.
It's more than 25 years. It's like, at least I'm blanking on my timeline for JJ Trek because I try to blur it out. It's like at least 100 years, right? I look at it.
Goes into the future, then comes back and waits. I have to go back and watch it again.
Yeah, because they're from so Spock is already like 100 and something at this point, and so they go back and they sit there for 25 years. So they have plenty of time to give all of the Romulan, go to the Romulan Empire, say, yo, hey, obviously they're like, okay, we're Romulans too. They can prove that. And they say, we're Romulans from the future with all of this intel and knowledge and, data files on our fucking ship of everything that has happened in the past 100 and something years. Also, our star is going to go supernova. Here's all the stats on it. And let's go to the fucking Federation, the Klingon Empire. Let's go take over Vulcan. Let's go. And also, hey, we also have this drill that can kind of drill into the middle of planets. They don't have the Spock stuff yet, but
conveniently on our ship.
Fucking quadrant.
Exactly. You don't need the magic Spock juice to fucking figure out how to fuck around with a planet by drilling into its core and dumping some nasty shit down there. It's like, exactly. And that's one of the things, I think that's J.J. Abrams' biggest flaw as a filmmaker that comes back into the mystery box. And he's very narrow. And this is why I think he has the best intentions when that's one of the things is like, I think he has the best intentions adapting Star Trek, adapting Star Wars. I really do.
Your eyes.
What?
I couldn't even see your eyes there for a minute.
My foof is getting a little long. I really do think he has the best intention. I don't think he's like Ryan Johnson, where he's like, let me go fuck shit up because it's funny. I think he really comes in going, how do I respect this material?
He's just in his mind. What was this? He's kind of like one of those ditzy kind of girls that looks beautiful and is very good at presenting something, but there's no substance to that beauty. Exactly. That's J.J. Abrams to a fucking T. He can make things look beautiful and cool, but underneath it all, after you get past like the basic introductions, there's absolutely no substance. And I actually think the best part of the J.J. movies was the casting. The casting was great. They did a great job. It's not their fault that they had to work with that,
I mean, that was for me. That was the role that was like, because I knew Carl Urban from Lord of the Rings at that point.
I knew him from Lord of the Rings and then Riddick.
And Riddick, right? And then when he pops up as Bones, I'm like, all right, you can do anything, and I love you. Be in everything forever. And now he's in The Boys, and it's great, and it's amazing. I freaking love Carl Urban. But yeah. We did X, Y, Z, and that's all that is. Like you said, it's the pretty girl putting on her makeup and doing up her hair. Wouldn't this look fantastic? Wouldn't this look great? And there's literally nothing behind it, because then he ignores, well, what does this have to do with the canon that you're working with? Doesn't this not make any sense logically? Doesn't matter because he's all on his. Wouldn't it be great if we had Romulans, traveling through time to attack Spock and Kirk and all these people? Hooray!
How much more sinister it would have been if they did go and let the Romulans know, and then it was the entire Romulan fucking empire trying to destroy all of these planets.
Exactly. And now now you live in this shitty slave world future where you're these, where there is no Starfleet and whatnot, and then you find out what happens. You have to go back, and the entire movie, instead of centering around how Kirk became the captain of the Enterprise, the whole story is about Kirk saving the future so that now you can have your reset timeline and do whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and I mean, could you imagine if the Romulan? Because a lot of the things in the Next Generation were like, the Romulans are coming across the neutral zone. The Romulans are fucking with things, and it's always that kind of stalemate. Because they're both, it's kind of like the Cold War. It's like they're both too afraid. Like we have the same amount of firepower. It's gonna fuck up the galaxy, and it's like they both. You got.
We don't want to start firing missiles.
Who's gonna fire first?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if the Romulans, the entire Romulan Empire, started invading or trying to destroy planets system by system and trying to take over, and so Kirk has to go up against the entire Romulan Empire, and that could be an ongoing thing throughout all of the movies, is that the Romulans are trying to take over, and Kirk, not only that, but they have technology from the fucking future and intel from the future, so they already know Starfleet's entire capabilities. So and Kirk has to outsmart knowledge from the future without having the knowledge from the future.
Which then you justify, because I understand this, this wanting to use time travel to reset the timeline, because you want to be able to start with your young Chris Pine and travel, have these younger actors that you can justify, them starting out at Starfleet and being able to make infinite movies with these same characters. I get that desire, but you can have everything, just like you said. You can still have your time travel, resetting the base timeline, and then you get both things, because then you get one, something we've never seen before, the Romulans going fuck it, full scale invasion, but two, something that's completely consistent with the Star Trek universe we already have, something we could totally see. Oh, this Romulan got caught in a time loop and it got sent back in time from the future. Now with this extra kick of technology, now they're finally bold enough to cross the neutral zone and start attacking Starfleet. Okay, on board, 100%.
And then they could have had a great monologue or an intense scene with old Spock, and how it goes against everything that he was trained for, that you cannot fuck with the past because it's fucking with the future. But because the Romulans are already doing it, it has that mental and moral dilemma with old Spock, and then maybe something with new Kirk, because I think they had very great chemistry together. Him saying we need this, we need you, we need this information. That's the only way to save Starfleet. And then old Spock's I want to help you, but I can't. And it's the whole dilemma there. And then, maybe he does it. And then so Kirk goes and figures it out on his own. And then Spock is still facing that. That would have been great. Fucking great. But no, it's JJ. It's JJ. He's no, fuck that. And then Angel, yes. I have seen Star Trek Into News. Thank you for the super chat. Have you guys seen Star Trek Into News? Yes. I loved it. And I'm doing the watch through of the original series with Drunk 3PO. Actually, later tonight we do 2 episodes every week, and after that I'm going to make him watch Star Trek Continues. So I think he's going to like it. And Jessi still needs to watch it. I think you will like it.
I do. Maybe I'll jump in with you guys when you get to there. Let me know when you get to there. Maybe I'll just jump in with you guys.
Okay. Oh, that sounds good. All three of us. Zaid Comics, thank you for the super chat. Yo, hope you're doing well, Anna and Jessi. If anyone in the chat is looking for some bomb comics to read, then check out the Lost pages on IGG. Yes, and I believe Indiegogo, sorry. My mind. When I read, I'm like...
I do that too. I'm like, I usually get halfway through an acronym before I realize what it's supposed to be. I'm like, oh, that thing. Good to know. The Lost Page is another comic getting run out there. Also, if you are looking for something to read, just keep your eye. We usually have one right here. I say keep your eye on your mailbox, because Stealing Solo, the new ones are going out. So
yeah,
the new ones are going out. Anna's got her copy.
I think it's in my room because I was reading it.
But we've got, they're in these super nice mailers. I won't show you the other side because it's already got a shipping label. I don't want to dox anybody, but got shipping labels. They're just getting their Do Not Bend stickers and hitting the post office. So they're going out in waves because we got to, bring them places. We can't fit 1,000 boxes in my car at once. And then once the basic books are done going out, Jeff's getting together all the bigger boxes of people who got shirts and stuff like that too. So we're slowly getting rid of Box Mountain in here. It's exciting.
I know it was mountains and mountains when I was over last time, but
next time you come here will be left.
I was actually going to say I'm almost finished painting my living room and our kitchen. Peaches put up the backsplash and everything, so we just need to get a light to go over the island, and it's going to be done. Ooh. So once we're done, love to have you and Jeff over.
Definitely,
and see the house. You have not been here yet.
I have not. No, I'm really excited to see it.
It'll have to be a weekend that we don't have the munchkins, so that way you guys can crash in the spare bedroom.
Oh, sounds good. Make it a proper party.
Heck yeah. So that way we can drink and stuff, and we don't have to worry about you guys driving home. Let's see. John Casa Massa, thank you for the super chat. I know. Would love to see Henry Cavill as McCree in Overwatch show. I have not played Overwatch. I cannot do first-person shooters. Jessi, have you played Overwatch?
I've not played Overwatch, but I do like first-person shooters, so and always down to give it a shot. Jeff and I are getting ready to kick off our Twitch channel, so if you have any suggestions, shoot them my way or Jeff's way. We'll take the world down a goat simulator rabbit hole with us at some point. Have you heard of this game, Anna? Probably not. It's called Goat Simulator. You're a goat, and you break things and light things on fire, and you can unlock mutations and be an angel goat or a devil goat. You can summon dead goats from the sky or whales. You can be a dolphin that rides around in a wheelchair. It's as let me think how to describe it. I had the best way to sum up this game. It's as ridiculous as it sounds, but more so, and also super glitchy. So
okay. So this next super chat has to do with Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Let me see. I had a picture that I saved on my phone the other week, and I was going to post it on Z Twitters.
Chippendale Rescue Rangers.
So it's based off of Indiana Jones and Magnum PI.
I think I knew that it had Indiana Jones influence. I'm pretty sure that Chippendale's TV show was out before Mouse Actor came out, though. I'm
blanking on my years of things. Is it not on my phone? Did I just post it on Facebook? I don't know. I saw it somewhere and I thought it was cool and I was going to share it on Z Twitters. But Black Phoenix, thank you for Super Chat. I wonder if Chippendale Rescue Rangers is based off the Great Mouse Detective movie. Anyway, I hope you're both having a great day. I think it was more so, it was supposed to be fun, and it was based off of, or the characters, even their outfits, are based off of Indiana Jones and Magnum PI, and it's supposed to be, the fun going on adventures and, solving.
Well, it's an interesting point. Great Mouse Detective was 3 years prior. It was 86, and Chippendales was 89. So it's possible that if I don't know how successful Great Mouse Detective was when it came out. Obviously, people liked it. I still watched as a kid and stuff like that. 38.7 million box office, which I don't know how much it cost to make, but it's an animated movie. That sounds pretty good for an animated movie of 1986. So it sounds like it probably did pretty well. But I wonder if seeing that, okay, this successful animated film that was influenced by Sherlock Holmes kind of gave rise to that. Oh, okay, well, what if we made a TV show that was kind of based off of Magnum PI and Indiana Jones? I mean, Great Mouse Detective worked as Sherlock Holmes. What if we make two cute little rodents out of these other characters?
Well, Chippendale were already a thing.
They
just decided to get. I think that would be more based off of the success of something like DuckTales.
Well, I don't know.
That was back when Disney Channel actually did shows with their IP characters instead of buying all these other IPs. So there was I remember all of the Mickey Mouse short, because that's what Walt Disney started off. It was Mickey Mouse shorts, the little mini animations, and so they did Mickey. They had Goofy ones. They had DuckTales with Scrooge and, Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And then I think that was just another one is let's do Chip and Dale.
Yeah.
And so people were and then they're let's base it off of these because these things are popular.
Yeah.
Because even The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, and Hercules had TV shows.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly was definitely a thing of the time, to make the cute animals represent these other characters. I think that was a great way to get kids involved. I mean, you don't want to look at how to make something for kids. We're looking at Star Trek Lower Decks as this fucking joke. All these attempts to make, I don't even know what they're trying to make. Star Wars, they're just trying to tell us it's for kids. They're not even trying to make anything for kids and whatnot. But when we were kids, you had all that. You had your favorite cute little animated characters that were, Sherlock Holmes, that were these, adventurers and stuff clearly to me, Rescuers Down Under had a very Indiana Jones character in it too. The kangaroo mouse with his little, Down Under hat. I think he had a whip too. He was very, Indiana Jones inspired. So to have your cute little animated characters that are clearly drawing inspiration, and you saw that all the time. Scooby-Doo would always reference, popular culture, popular media, stuff like that. You had all these references, whether it was the character or a cameo or just a line that brought pop culture in it for either the adults watching with their kids or for the kids to get slowly inundated with these things. If I went back, there's probably a zillion times where a famous line from a movie, a famous scene, a famous moment I first saw in a kid's cartoon, in a Looney Tunes, in a, whatever, whether it's Chippendales or whatever it is. How many different things you and I got exposed to in pop culture that was referenced in our childhood cartoons.
And let me just take a minute. Hey guys, please stop fighting in my chat.
Are people bitching at each other? Guys.
Yeah. Mods, please stop fighting with one another. I don't know what it's going on, but I just saw some people screaming. Please knock it off.
No fighting. Chats are for friendship and fun. And if you disagree, you disagree, but keep it respectful.
Let me read this one. Star Wars Out of Rim Empire. Thank you for the super chat. My favorite channel and love the support you give me on Instagram. I don't know what you're talking about with Instagram, but thank you. It makes me happy.
Hooray. Good to be a favorite.
Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. What's your favorite Trek film? Mine is The First Contact, or the Voyage Home. You mean episode 4, movie 4 of The Voyage Home with the Whales. I love the whale one. I love that one. I mean, the Wrath of Khan is like a go-to. I love the whale one too. As far as like rewatchable, I would say the whale one.
Mine's got to be
most impactful to me though is Wrath of Khan.
Wrath of Khan, I think, was the first one I saw. It's the one I saw the most. It's the one I really enjoyed it because I was also a huge Animorphs fan then, and so the way Khan has his, the creature that goes in your ear and whatnot, I was like, oh, it's like the Yeerks from Animorphs. So I got really excited about that too when I was a kid. So it's Khan or it's First Contact for me. I actually really enjoyed First Contact. We watched it. We must have had a substitute or something, or our teacher just didn't give a shit because we watched it like in school once upon a time. And it's it's First Contact's a really solid one. It's just a really excellent.
I think out of the Next Gen movies, it's the best one.
Yes, definitely Next Gen movies. But I think Khan's got to be my number one overall.
Yeah, I actually just rewatched First Contact recently because Peaches was like gonna put something on, and I had been playing The Next Generation. He's like, "Oh, what's this?" I'm like, "Well, there's gonna be kind of spoilers for what happens on the show," but I was like, "Just watch it. That's the best Next Gen movie. Just watch that one."
What was I gonna say? So the whole theory that like only the even numbers are good for the movies, and it computes. So if you follow though, even though it's number one because it's the reboots and whatnot, Abram, that his first one was an even number release. The last one that had been made of the was an odd number, I believe, and then so his was an even release. So first movie he makes, critical success, box office success. Into Darkness, critical garbage. Third one, critical success again. So kind of funny how that one worked out.
And then, Coleman, thank you for the super chat. Hey Anna, had fun streaming with you on Nam's stream. Also, I found Nero to be the weakest part of Star Trek 9. He was a dull antagonist. He was dull and fucking stupid. And yes, it was very nice meeting you. I hope we got into a little bit of a spat or a debate, and this is why I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I just met these people, and I'm debating about freaking Avatar, and I'm like, I hope it's all good.
The first time Mahler was ever on my channel, I just told him he was wrong the entire time. We were talking about Infinity War and stuff. And he
with Thanos and stuff. But yes, it was very nice meeting you, and I had a great time over on Nom's channel. That was the 10-hour live stream. He was the one that tapped out, and then Angel tapped in.
Nice. That sounds like a hell of a time. It's been a long time since I've streamed for that long, and that's a lot. It's a lot of streaming. I don't know how you managed.
It was fun. It goes by so fast. I didn't even realize it had been 10 hours until like close to the end. I'm like, wow, it's been.
Are you gonna?
Poor girl is roboting bad. Are we roboting or am I roboting?
I don't know. I was lagging a little bit earlier, but I don't see that anymore. So, what was I say? Are you? I think it's this weekend that EFAP's doing like 24-hour.
Oh shit! Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Jeff's gonna pop on there for a little bit.
So am I, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
Nice. Yeah, I think Jeff's just planning on jumping on for a little bit. I'll probably lend my voice in briefly while I'm there. So,
EFAP 50, I had been up already for 24 hours, and then I came on, and it was like 45 minutes of this gay unicorn sex story, and I was like, fucking shoot me now. But then I fell asleep for a few hours, which was very uncomfortable because I was like laying across a stool, and I'm like, because I'd been up already and I had been to Disneyland, and I came on, and then, it was that end stretch. And I'm like, just read the super chats. Just read them.
That's one of those things with EFAP, the way they can go for hours and hours and hours, and they get into these long stories and these long debates and these long that. It's one of those things of like, do you think they're just like that in real life? Like if they all hang out in real life, that's just what they do forever and ever and ever. Because those would be the kind of friends, like if we, lived anywhere where they lived physically, we all physically lived in the same place. Those would be the kind of friends where it was like, if I want a lively spirited day of like nonstop whatever, I'm gonna go hang with the EFAP guys, and the rest of the time be like, yeah, I'm busy. I need to recover from last time. I need to work my.
I feel like that's what we do already. They were just the first one to like capitalize on it and make a show like that.
That's fair, because that's how I feel like our show is too. I mean, I feel you and I could easily go for probably 8 hours of your. It just feels like you and I hanging out. So
yeah, exactly.
And we have gone in our, hangouts for hours and hours and hours.
Well, that's what we did like the whole time in like Chicago.
It's true. That is true.
Yeah, guys, me and Jessi, we roomed together. We were bunk mates for our entire stay in Chicago. And I'm like worried because I'm like, fuck, we're going to hate each other at the end of this because that always happens. And we didn't have a single issue.
No, we did not. We did not at all. And we weren't even saying that because we disliked each other or anything like that. But I think are both the same, where it's like, I like my space, and there's only a very select number of people I can tolerate for an extended period of time. Turns out Anna's one of them. Who would have thunk it? So I have a very short list, probably like one man.
And it was always fun. So Jessi has her little rabbit that she travels with, and every time we would leave the room and come back and the maids had done the bed, the rabbit was like in a different pose.
Pose with the ears going up or like a headstand one day.
It was so cute.
That's one of my favorite things about the travel bunny is just seeing what people do with him when I'm not there. But I did want to say, someone in the chat was like, EVS seems like the kind of guy you meet at a bar and would talk you off to last call. The one amendment I'd make is he would ask you a lot of questions about yourself too. Because Ethan actually, that was one thing, like we were all super drunk after the meetup. And then, we were, why can't I words? And then we went to this pizza place and everyone was just hanging out and I was sitting down with Ethan and we just chatted, just like not, we wasn't like bragging about anything. He wasn't like putting on any pretense. We just talked like people. He's just a really, really cool, genuine dude in that context. So.
Yeah, he's really nice. And he knows when, like, cause he was walking around filming stuff. He knows like the right thing to say at the right time. And he knows like when this is a good like shot to film things. He's just,
he's got such a knack for it. It's fun. It's funny to watch too.
I think it's because he's been at so many conventions that he's so used to it. Fat Steven Seagal beat up Ryan Johnson. Thank you for the super chat. My waistline is definitely under siege. Oh no.
You and me both. Though I'm slowly winning the war here, so it can be done. I'm fighting the good fight. It's taking a very long time, but slowly but surely winning the war.
I'm not a gym person, but I do like to swim, and I'm just like waiting for a 24-hour fitness to open so I can swim again. It's driving me fucking crazy. I just need a pool. Give me pool access.
Fortunately, can get out to ours an hour. We have to sign up for time, but we have only one in our courtyard and can at least get out for an hour a day. So that's been nice.
That's good. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. Will you both be on the High Council later? The High Council was yesterday.
You should know. Weren't you on the High Council yesterday? Like in the chat there yesterday?
I know.
I mean, I'm usually on every High Council for at least a little bit because I live here, and the High Council is streamed from exactly where I'm sitting right now, except for the nights where I'd have to do something else out here, in which case the High Council is streamed from the toilet. So, yeah, and you've been on you were on a couple weeks in a row, right? You're in 2 weeks in a row. Not yesterday, but the two previous.
Was I?
Or one, and I've heard you on twice recently, because I know you popped in later on one of them for a longer period.
Yeah, one was like the Wonder Woman, and the another one was something else.
Actually, you've been on a bunch recently. Well, past couple months too, because weren't you were on the week that we were gone, the week that we were in Ohio.
Oh yeah.
Tom that week, and then I know you've been on at least once with Jeff since he's been back for twice.
Jeff,
yeah. So there you go. So Anna gets on there, and Anna's always obviously welcome, especially now the High Council is always hosted by World Class Bullshitters, and all three of us are good friends. So we're everywhere, always, forever. At the end, you can even catch me occasionally making interjections on the World Class Bullshitters podcast. Now I am the official fifth bullshitter, and that was something I was voted on before Jeff and I were even a thing. So,
oh come on, you guys were a thing. You guys just didn't want to admit it yet. I knew. I saw.
You're
like, I'm a bullshitter. Let me talk to Jeff. Let me sit right next to Jeff. And I'm like, Jessi. Sure. Platonic my ass. Andrew Matthews, it's not a super chat, but thank you for the little message. Anna, have you seen EFAP 100 meme yet? Yes, I love it. It was so good.
I have not seen it.
I enjoyed it more than the fucking movie. So they did the in game. The in battle, it was EFAP, and it was like all the people that have been on EFAP plus the EFAP villains. And so I was on the episode where we cover Movie Bob, and here's one of the things that I don't think people really think about when Mahler asks you to be on EFAP. It's like, okay, Mahler, you want me to come on so you can torture me for 8 hours? Thanks. Like, let's watch a video where my mind melts. Yes, I really want to do that today. But it was... so it's the Avengers, right? And they're gonna fight Thanos, or Movie Bob is Thanos. And so they have me on Scarlet Witch's body. And so you know how Scarlet Witch has the thing with Thanos, but it's like, instead of me talking, it's Siri talking. I'm like, they could have messaged me and I would have done the voice for it. But it's so funny because I was on the episode with Movie Bob and then later on, Movie Bob said something where like the McDonald's challenge, and me and the Jack Show did it, where it's like, yeah, that's an average amount of food that's a small amount of food for an average person. And it's like 4 McDoubles or quarter pounders, 2 20 chicken nuggets pack, 4 large sodas, and like 4 large fries. And it's like, that's a small sized meal for a normal. And they're like, that's why you're the size you are, Movie Bob. And so I had done it, so I thought that was funny. And also like the other things, like with the Dawn being Captain Marvel instead of Captain Marvel, I fucking loved it. I got more enjoyment out of that than watching the actual movie.
Nice.
It was so good. Nice. But yeah, and so I think with that we are caught up on Super Chats. But let's move on to what we were supposed to be talking about. So this sources say sources. We don't know if this is true or not, but live action Ezra Thrawn Disney Plus series will premiere after Ahsoka Tano series. So this is, you guys know, watching the Matriarchy a while ago, and we were talking about the possible Ahsoka spin-off show, and I was kind of explaining to Jessi a little bit about Ahsoka and Sabine and Rebels, since Jessi has not seen Rebels, and that leads me into my tweet. If this is true, then Jessi Milestone's theory of how Leslie Headland's female-led series is Ahsoka and Sabine looking for Ezra and Thrawn, which would be introduced with their cameo in Mando, is spot on. So yeah, if Ahsoka and Sabine searching... Oh, Echo, let me turn down my volume. If Ahsoka and Sabine are searching for Ezra and Thrawn, because at the end of Rebels, they get swallowed by the space whales and teleported to the other side of the galaxy. So it would make sense for Ahsoka and Sabine to potentially like be in the background of like a bar or like searching and run into Mando. And then it's like that's the intro for them to have their own series and looking for Ezra and Thrawn. And then they could even do another. I think it would make sense, and it would be very smart on their part to have then show Thrawn and Ezra on the other side of the galaxy and having to survive enemies, having to survive with one another, kind of like, you know, All Is Quiet on the Western Front, but maybe not stabbing each other in a hole. But yeah, Jessi, you had like an excellent prediction.
Thank you. I clearly am prescient when it comes to the Mandalorian, because this really all of the new evidence that we've heard, you know, seems to be gearing more and more towards this. And this was just something that just hearing these little bits, and we were also hearing right now, Division and Lucasfilm. And so my thought, you know, further on that was like, okay, so Leslie Headland's coming in. What if, there's a rift between Favreau and Filoni and then Kathleen Kennedy and that stuff, and what, like, well, that would make total sense if Kathleen Kennedy came in and was like, all right, Leslie Headland, she's going to write for Ahsoka Tano series. There you go. Which, you know, that would make sense why it would, obviously, you know, Filoni's very precious about Ahsoka. So if Kathleen Kennedy's trying to bring some woman writer in here to further her woman agenda and rip one of his favorite characters away from Filoni, could easily see how this is sowing some of that, you know, unrest that people keep talking about. So
Do you want to read this article for us, Jessi, so I don't have to terribly read it?
You got it. Earlier this summer, reports started hitting the internet of a live-action Ezra Bridger / Thrawn series being considered by Lucasfilm for release via the Disney Plus streaming platform. We also saw rumors pertaining to a new series centered around Ahsoka Tano that continues the search for Ezra after the events of the final season of Star Wars Rebels. Sources have recently told LRM Online that this Ezra Thrawn series is still on the table, but fans should not expect to see the series debut on Disney Plus until sometime after the reported Ahsoka series.
Which would make that would make a lot of sense. Introduce Ahsoka and Sabine in Mando. Maybe have them cross paths because Baby Yoda is a Force user, so is Ahsoka, and then have like a little conversation between. And we already know Ahsoka's going to be in it, so have Ahsoka talk to him, and then her say, I'm looking for Ezra, who is also a Jedi, and we're trying to go find Thrawn. And of course, people would know Thrawn in this universe.
Yeah. So logic. And then, of course, in order to then have Ezra and Thrawn, you would want to introduce their scene. Even if you were going to, dial back and you were going to have Ezra and Thrawn, what's going on with them while Ahsoka and Sabine are searching. You still are going to want, it's like when they did the Arrowverse, you want at least a season of Ahsoka and Sabine to set up what's going on before we now jump into, okay, what are Ezra and Thrawn up to? Exactly.
And I love John Hamm, and I think he would be perfect for Thrawn. Absolutely perfect. And we already know he's willing to do television, because there are some actors that are so fucking good, but they're like, I'm too good for television. And, he did Mad Men. Obviously that's where at least I discovered him from Mad Men. But oh my God, he would be perfect for Thrawn. Absolutely perfect. There's been a couple people that say, oh, this person will work. And I'm like, yeah, but John Hamm is my first pick for Thrawn.
That'd be so interesting. It's funny that you bring up Mad Men, though. It's sure I've never watched. Otherwise, a lot of what I've seen John Hamm in, he's very comedic a lot of the time. So it'd be really interesting to see him just be this big bad. I know he's not always. I know I've seen him do more than that, but I feel like some of the places I've noticed him the most, I really enjoy him. He pops out and does comedies and is freaking great. So it'd be really interesting to see him as just like the big baddie.
Well, it's kind of like, because do you know what Mad Men is about?
Yeah, I do a little bit.
So it's like, he's like the advertising genius. And so it's like, they'll be in a business meeting. They're trying to pitch oh, well, all of these different companies have these cigarettes, and then he's just like a genius, a marketing genius, and he's just very casually, this is what you do, and it's like, and, he's such a fucking good actor, and he would be awesome. He was very Negan, but I love Denny. I love the actor that played Negan, so I'm like, but if they get John Hamm to be Thrawn, you are a phenomenal fucking actor. He's the right age to play him as well. And then you would have to get a good younger actor, but somebody that's not as fucking annoying as the kid as Ezra. You got to make him grow up a little bit, because Edward was a little frustrating.
I would think you'd have to, if you're telling a story from his perspective, where he's dealing with Thrawn and they're in some ass other side of the galaxy, where they're your only recognizable characters holding up the show. I would think you'd have to mature him a little bit and make him be able to carry that weight. Do you want me to read more of the article?
Yeah, finish reading it.
Finish it up. Take all this with as much salt as needed, given that neither the Ahsoka series nor Ezra.
I don't think you read this one.
Oh, I did not. Yes. Sources are just recent MLM, the blah. It's still on the table. Fans should not expect to see it. We took this opportunity to check in with one of our sources, and according to them, the live-action Ezra Thrawn series is still in play at Lucasfilm. However, it probably wouldn't premiere until well after the Ahsoka Tano show. In other words, there's a bit of time that needs to pass before we get any more information on that.
Which makes sense.
It does. Take all this with as much salt needed, given that neither Ahsoka series nor the Ezra Thrawn series have been officially announced by Lucasfilm to date. We know actress Rosario Dawson will be playing the live-action version of Ahsoka in Season 2 of The Mandalorian series, which, by the way, talk about another prescient thing, too. That was the number one name people put out there way back when Brie Larson was all like, I want to play. People were like, oh, Brie Larson should play Ahsoka. And we were like, if you told Ahsoka, no. Why not use an opportunity? This would be your perfect opportunity to have an actress of color. Let's pick somebody. My number one person that I floated out, I was like, my friend Lindsay, because she is an actress and she's phenomenally talented. But the number one pick, I think, from the audience was Rosario Dawson. Everyone was like, we would love to see.
She looks like her. That's why.
She does. She really fits it so well. And I think everyone, we just agreed at the time, because everyone kind of thought, oh, if you did an Ahsoka show, she'd be younger. Rosario Dawson would be too old. But now, if it's concurrent with the Mandalorian timeline, she's
the exact age Ahsoka would be, so it's perfect.
It's perfect. So it really is. I just think it's mind blowing that we were the ones all like, Rosario Dawson would be a great Ahsoka Tano. Bam, it's happening.
Yeah, fuck you, Brie Larson. No, and I saw Lost Jedi saying like, no, none of this during Disney. You know, if the right people were involved, I will do it for free. Putting that out there. I will do it for free, Disney.
Absolutely.
I've never directed. Well, I have directed something in college, but don't have any experience working in the movie or television industry as directing a TV show. But guess what? None of the other people do either. So exactly. I'm perfect.
You're a woman. That's all the qualification. That is all the qualification you need. You are a woman. The end.
There we go. I'm a woman and I'm willing to do it for free.
Bam.
And I actually might have too much experience for what they usually hire.
Seriously.
Come on.
Overqualified. First of all, you actually know what the fuck Star Wars is. So
yeah. Well, that would be my dream. Like direct, not exactly. Okay. Being able to work with John Hamm and directing him as Thrawn and having where you have like a villain and a hero type S character having to survive with one another in like the netherworld of space and time in the unknown regions of the galaxy and having to deal with all this. I'd do it. I'd fucking do it. Sign me up. But if you get the right people to work on the show, fuck Kathleen Kennedy. Because I mean, look, she already got outshined by Jon Favreau with Baby Yoda. She's fucking bitter as hell.
Yeah, she's
even though the show is, in my opinion, The Mandalorian is not a good show. It's very terribly written. Dave Filoni is to blame for that. Because I watched the Clone Wars, which Dave Filoni, Clone Wars. The best that came out of that was everything that Katie Lucas did. So I would have Katie Lucas in as my writer, also the dude that wrote KOTOR 2. Have them. There's my dream team. If I could, I'd get a hold of Quentin and ask him for, creative advice. But there you go. It could be done. Fuck Kathleen Kennedy. And if she says anything, I mean, obviously, hypothetically, if I was in charge of this project, if she says anything to me, I'm like, you're attacking women.
You're attacking women. You don't support other strong women. You just tear us down. So here, okay, you ready for theory? my latest Lucasfilm theory, which y'all should pay attention to because I'm always right, as it turns out.
She is. Jessi is always right about these theories.
It's weird. The first one I knew I was right because it wasn't last year when I said this was going to be about The Mandalorian before the show was announced. That was just legitimate insider information. Happened to meet someone at a bar, had an inside scoop, the value of living in LA. It's great. You get shit like that all the time. We can keep meeting new people too. So fun thing, right? Jeff and I live in LA. We keep running into new people and making new connections with insider sources. If we ever say something like that sounds like we're referencing a source, but we're being dodgy about it because we don't want to dox anybody, listen to what we're saying because we're probably not just pulling it out of our ass. I'll tell you when I'm pulling something out of my ass, like right now. But if we are ever saying something, we're like, I think this is the case, maybe listen because maybe we know something you don't. Whatchamacallit, in this particular case, okay, so none of this stuff is going to get greenlit. We've now heard rumors. It's interesting. We hear all these rumors and we have all these movie release dates, but no blanks have been filled in as to what those movies are going to be. None of these rumored shows, Ezra and Thrawn, Ahsoka, we've got Lando out there, we are actually going to get greenlit or move into production until after Kathleen Kennedy goes. So I think, the first time we're like, yeah, she's going to get gone. Her contract's not going to get extended. We were just optimistic. Now it's up next year. Odds are much greater. I think more people are on board with realizing it's probably the end of her tenure. You let her see through, and it makes sense to keep her on board. Let her see through the whole, Skywalker saga. You had your shot. There it goes. We brought in this new blood with Favreau, and demonstrated that she probably had this all clamped down. She probably had everyone, convinced. I know Star Wars. Only I know how this ship sails. You got to leave me at the helm, blah, blah, blah. Favreau is evidence that no, we can have successful Star Wars without you on board. She's just not useful anymore. In fact, he came in, told a better Star Wars story, a more Star Wars feeling story than anything she'd done in all of her years.
He destroyed her entire Disney trilogy with one scene in the first episode of Mandalorian with the introduction of the baby.
Exactly.
That one fucking scene was better than the entire Disney trilogy. Think about that.
It really
billions of dollars went into making those damn movies. Or yeah, what would it be, billions at this point?
Billions, yeah, it would
billions
be.
of dollars, when including Solo and Rogue One. Billions of dollars going into making those movies. Guess what? Baby Yoda, which Jon Favreau did, outshined all of them in one scene.
One scene that costs a fraction.
That broke the internet.
Exactly, it cost a fraction of the money to make it.
Let me highlight this comment real fast before you continue. That Star Wars girl, nope, you are wrong about Filoni. He's a decent writer. Okay, here, let me get this thing. That's an opinion, so that's subjective. That you know, you can say my opinion on it is wrong, but that's your own taste. If you watch it and if you look at the dialogue and what he did based on other people's source material as compared to somebody like Katie Lucas, they don't even come close. Also, Space Wolves, really? Jedi Space Wolves that have a Jedi Space Wolves temple that can connect to a portal that does time travel shit. And then trying to take credit for EU stuff and having Katie Lucas call him out on it. Really? He needs help. He needs people to hold his hand and walk him through things, like somebody like George Lucas. And working with George Lucas, yes, he did give good things, but you also have to remember, as far as the caliber of other writers, I would give him a 3 out of 10 compared to other people that are fantastic writers. And also look at The Mandalorian. Plot hole after plot hole after plot hole. There is no reason why The Mandalorian should even be alive right now.
Fun fact, too, if you go back and look, I think the tightest episodes and the best told ones with the best writing are 1, 2, and 3. Those were the 3 that Favreau already had written and done before he took it to the studio or brought it to anybody else or brought Filoni on board or any of these things. And that to me, it was that they were the tightest, they were the most interesting. They pushed the story along. Once we got out of that, episode 4 was the weakest of them, which I don't know if Filoni wrote that one or not. But episode 4 is by far the weakest. And then agreed, from that point on, the story, the plot does get very thin. And based on everything I've heard of Filoni, I'm reserving my general judgment because I haven't watched Clone Wars or Rebels yet. But my overall impression from hearing
the Clone Wars is really, like, I love the Clone Wars, but then I actually went in to go see who wrote, because the episodes that I love, I fucking love them. And those were all the episodes that are my favorite that stick out in my mind. They were all written by Katie Lucas. And I'm like, so in my mind at first, I was like, yeah, Dave Filoni's fucking great. Because in my head, he was the one that made those episodes. But then I went back and I looked, I'm like, no, all of the things that I love that, in my opinion, make the Clone Wars great, that resonated with me, wasn't done by Dave Filoni, it was done by Katie Lucas.
Someone's saying he wrote episode 1. I'm pretty sure he did not.
Well, and that I didn't like The Mandalorian from episode 1. I thought it was not good. I thought the beginnings. Okay, you're in a bar in the middle of nowhere on some kind of ice water planet. Why did you have to park so? If you're the badass Mandalorian that's coming in to do business, why would you park so far away? Why don't you have shields on your fucking ship? Like, are you that fucking stupid? Are you that stupid, Mando? Okay, why is this random bar in the middle of outer space?
That's where parking went.
Why is it so clean? How do the fobs work? Doesn't make any sense how any of that works. The only thing I liked the sinisterness, but when the blue alien dude is on the ship, and me and actually Anomaly were talking about this. It didn't feel like that was an alien in Star Wars. It felt like that was a kid at a Star Wars convention dressed up like an alien, just randomly babbling.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, it's kind of like a horror movie feel. And I like that we were actually going to get a sinister anti-hero type thing. So I was like, okay, so he kills people for no reason at this bar. Like the one dude that was just trying to run away, that didn't have anything to do with anything. He just kills him. Takes this dude to his ship. The dude's babbling on and on. He's silent. And then he goes down to use the restroom. And then he sees everyone in carbonite. And then all of a sudden it's like that sinister, the music. And then Mando's behind him and he freezes him. And it's like, yes, villain. We're gonna get to see a show from the point of view of a villain or an anti-hero. Yes, and then he's just stupid, and he should have died.
They softened him.
Also, you need to ride these beasts across here. That's the only way to get there. Why doesn't he just park? Because obviously he didn't have to just ride those beasts to get there. He fucking walks back. Are you kidding me? Also, This is the way, Jessi. Did you know that was ripped off?
I did not know that.
Everyone started saying, "This is the way." That's from John Carter of Mars. That's what the Martians say. That's what Tars Tarkin says.
Side note, okay, Filoni did write 1 through 3. The only one, Favreau wrote 1 through 4, actually. The only one Filoni wrote was 5. He directed episode 1. So actually some of those complaints that you have about the way things are set up could go into the directing. But he wrote episode 5, which, by the way, that was the one time where I thought they went too heavy-handed on the member berries. Because they go back. I was fine with them going back to Tatooine. I was fine seeing the cantina, but to have this young upstart, essentially just Han Solo clone character,
and that guy was terrible. That was
awful.
Terrible.
That was Filoni's contribution to Mandalorian season 1 in terms of characters. That's what he contributed, was that character, and then teased presumably Boba Fett at the end of that one. But yeah, he, which I'm sure needed approval and bouncing off of Favreau and stuff like that for, to tease something that bit major. So yeah, that was Filoni's contribution. To me, basically, from what I've seen, in his influence on Star Wars, from what I've digested, is way too many member berries, just way too much fan service, and too much.
Here's the thing. It's not even fan service for other people, and I really think
it's for him.
It's for him. He's doing it for him because he wants it. That's why Ahsoka has survived for so fucking long. That's why he went back and he created the whole Space Wolves and the whole World Between Worlds, the fucking time travel shit to save Ahsoka, even though Ahsoka should have died.
And the thing is, because it doesn't. The thing is just, if there's a Jedi, tootling around somewhere on the ass end of the galaxy that somehow escapes Order 66, fine. But for someone like Ahsoka, so important, so powerful, so, intrinsic to this plot, to just still be alive and kicking around, it just feels like it diminishes the gravitas of Order 66, of the eradication of the Jedis, of the Jedi and all that stuff. It feels like that's the full stop. Order 66 happens. Whatever story you're writing, wrap it up with a neat little bow. The Jedi are getting axed. If you want, they can go off somewhere into fucking hiding. Cool, that's fine. But they are toast. They are going bye-bye. Time to finish your story now. And he could not let that go. Which is like, it just cheapens the greater universe to have all these really important characters just kicking around in, out in the universe. It just doesn't.
Well, it's going to be smart I think it's very smart business wise of, having these characters that were introduced in Clone Wars and Rebels, bringing them to the big screen. So that way they have, I guess, more merit and more ground to stand on. Cause there's a lot of people that are like, oh, they weren't in the movie, so I don't care cause it's a cartoon. And so showing them in a live action thing, it gives it more relevance to, fans that don't want to watch the cartoons, which is fine. I get it. It's like hard convincing my parents to, or like, my siblings to watch a cartoon as compared to like a live action show. So I think it's smart. Yeah. If it's done right, introduce Ahsoka and Sabine, tie it in with Rebels, and then introduce Ezra and Thrawn. If it's done right, it could be done so good. Right. Of course, it's Disney. It's not going to be done right.
So that's that theory that I keep saying. I have my new crazy theory, not saying everything's on hold. I think all of these ideas, I think the only things that, are greenlit moving forwards is, looks like we're going forwards with this Obi-Wan miniseries. Looks like we're going forward.
Yeah. I saw. Did you see I posted it? And it's going to start filming in September.
Supposedly, this is what we hear. And I think that and then Cassian Andor is kind of, on lock. I think
nobody wants to watch that shit.
I want more K2SO. That's it. I think beyond that, all of these things are going to stay in pre-production, are going to stay on the table until Kathleen Kennedy goes. They get new leadership in. They figure out what's the direction going to be. They take a look at these prospective release dates and sit down with whoever their new captain is and say, what are these movies going to be? Are we going with Rian Johnson's trilogy? Absolutely fucking not. Are we going to bring in a new writer? Are we going with a new trilogy? Are we going with new one-off stories? That then they're going to lock down what are those we have these release dates. Are we going to be able to stick to them? And what are we filling these empty release dates with? Great. And when you know now this is the direction we're taking our Star Wars in, now you can populate the rest of the world with your live action TV shows. If we're going to stick post-trilogy, if we're going to stay in that universe, if Mandalorian Season 2 keeps people on board the way Season 1 did, which I don't think it's going to, then we'll have the Ahsoka show, then we'll have that Ezra and Thrawn show, we'll have the Lando show, all this stuff that's sort of consistent with the universe we've already seen. We'll get all these announced products that are being teased. And if that's not the case, of like, no, fuck this didn't work, let's scrap it all, go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else in the galaxy. Let's go back. Let's go prequel era, etc. Then you're going to get live action shows that better reflect the direction that they're trying to take Star Wars in. Star Wars is in limbo right now. They're just throwing shit at the wall because it sounds good and it makes sense with the projects they have going. But realistically, the only solid, firm project they have is Mando. We've got supposedly going into production for Obi-Wan, and supposedly, theoretically, because it was announced with a previous release date and whatnot, they've done some serious pre-production work on the Cassian Andor series. And beyond that, nothing is going to get greenlit. Nothing is going to move forwards until
and they're going to blame it on the plague.
They will. They'll blame coronavirus. They'll say, "Oh, this is what's up." And you'll see when Kathleen Kennedy steps down, they'll make it sound like it was her idea. They'll make it sound like she wants to retire after this very tumultuous year, after spearheading this incredible project. Oh, the amazing success of these movies, $3 billion movies. So successful. Kathleen Kennedy, that's her magnum opus, and now she's going to happily go into retirement or her next project. They'll make it sound all nice like that. The reality is they're fucking done with her. They're going to move on to somebody else, and whatever direction they decide to take the new Star Wars in, again, the live action shows will reflect that. So all of this is completely worthless unless whoever steps in says, yeah, I want an Ahsoka show. That sounds good. I think we'll get people on board. So.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I think.
Those are my thoughts. That's my
opinion. I just want to touch on something else because I saw somebody mention it in the chat about how there's going to be like the deep fake with Luke Skywalker. Okay, I remember when those pictures came out back in like November, and Star Wars Theory did like a video talking, and I think we all were just kind of memeing on it on Twitter of the really shitty looking Luke Skywalker from Empire Strikes Back. Do you remember that picture where he looks like absolute shit? And so for whatever reason, now that story it's probably one of those what IGN or whatever those articles are that do like they're grasping at needles basically for these. But I saw something about that, and I'm just like, yeah, we heard about that back in like November, this is with that shitty picture when all of the costumes got leaked. Because I remember Star Wars Theory doing a video where he was talking about the costumes and breaking it down, and that was when the really shitty picture of Luke Skywalker came out, and that was back in November. An article must have come out or something, but I saw that kind of circling again on Twitter, and like, why is everyone surprised? We all talked about this back in November.
We did. Something about that just happened recently too, where like someone was making a big deal about something and was like, this has already been done. We've already seen this. Been there, done that, old news. We already saw these pictures. Yeah.
Did you so yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because I saw somebody talk about it in the chat, and that's why I'm like, I don't know why this is coming up again. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. Have you seen Jeremy over at Geeks and Gamers channel story about Tom Hanks? Little harsh, but makes valid points. I have not, because I don't get notifications for anything. Have you seen it, Jessi?
I don't want Jeremy to ruin Tom Hanks for me.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say stuff about Tom Hanks with all these conspiracy theories, and yeah,
Jeremy peddling conspiracy theories. Finally, it was about freaking time. I love Jeremy. So Jeremy, for those who don't know, Jeremy is a friend. We chat like on the phone and stuff all the time. Tom Hanks hiding in Greece. Hollywood is breaking down. All right, I that's one of the things with Jeremy, though. We'll never really agree on a lot of the Hollywood stuff because, Jeremy definitely has a very outsider look at it of like Holly weird and fuck this and whatever. I have a very different perspective from, someone who came out here to act and is somewhat attached. First of all, lives around it and then is somewhat attached to this world and knows a little more about the ins and outs of how it works. I find that a lot of people, even in our sphere, who just don't have that, I hear a lot of people talk on streams. I bite my tongue sometimes. I don't want to be that person that like goes and corrects everyone. But I've heard like Jeremy, I've even heard Tom, who's someone who's very knowledgeable about movies. Even Jeff, I heard say things about Hollywood and the way Hollywood works and this and that and the other, where I've been like, it's not really how it works. But like that's not really consistent with what actually happens and whatnot. But I don't say too much. So I don't.
I've seen people, because Tom Hanks posts pictures of like when he finds children's shoes and socks, and like, that's in LA, and like because I lived in San Francisco and then I lived in I don't live in LA. I live in Orange County, but like. And when you live in big cities, you find that shit all the time and doesn't make sense. Like, doesn't this person like not miss their shoes? Right. To me, it's not weird, but then people like, oh, he's like a pedo or something, and I'm like, or a Satanist and like some kind of Satanist. And I'm like, I send my best friend everywhere she go. It's like an ongoing joke that wherever she goes, there's a dead bird. Because anytime we go out, there's always it's a joke that whenever I go out and I see a dead bird, I take a picture and I send it to her. That doesn't mean she's a Satanist. That doesn't. It's not. I don't think it's weird. I thought it was something that was funny, but people get into all of these conspiracy theories, and I don't care enough about Tom Hanks and his personal life. I'm just like, is the dude happy? He's not breaking any laws? Okay, cool. I don't need to know. It's none of my business.
This sounds like it goes back into that whole QAnon thing that I don't have the time of day for. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense. It's completely absurd. And I just don't have the time of day to treat that. It's like when, the flat earther, like I don't have the time of day to act like this crazy conspiracy theory has any merit to it. That this whole like everyone in Hollywood is like eating children. No, I'm sorry. I don't have time. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for this. People act like Hollywood is some weird little bubble on an island in the sky that no one can see or touch. They're fucking human beings. They walk down the street out here. They're people. They're not having satanic rituals in the basement and sacrificing babies. It's just fucking not happening. It's a regular city full of regular people, many of whom are actors, and they walk down the street, they shop at your supermarket, you say hi to them, they say hi to you. They're not like, they don't have blood dripping down their jaws.
Here's another thing I will just say, like, to be devil's advocate based on what I had just said. You have to be a special type of person to be an actor or an actress, which is why I was surprised that Jessi was so down to earth and normal, because all of the other actors and actresses I've met, I'm like, keep me the hell away from him. That's why when people are like, oh, Anna, doesn't your boyfriend get mad when you drill over Henry Cavill? I'm like, you do realize that that's like, I'm lusting over the beauty of a person. If you've ever tried, because my boyfriend in college, one of my boyfriends in college, was an actor. I don't wish that on anyone. I'm like, if you stay the fuck away from them, because actors and actresses are fucking weird. I love you, Jessi. I love you so much.
I tell everyone not to date actors because actors suck. But no, I mean, a lot of my friends, though, the thing is, a lot of my friends are, and they're, some are just as normal as everyone else. That's the thing. The thing is, there's theater kids, though. There's theater kids and there's actors. And actually, film actors are a lot more normal than theater kids. So a lot of people, when you think of like an actor, it's like acting, in high school, in college, etc. They're theater kids. Theater kids are fucking weird. Those actors are fucking weird. I don't even like those people. People who are like, I want to act in film, for whatever reason, I think it's a more, even as an actor, it's a more technical skill. It's not just about like exploring my inner weird. It's about like.
Well, see, I actually prefer the theater people as compared to the on-screen people. Maybe that's just because like when I was in college, because I did theater and drama when I was in high school because I found it fun, but I found the directing and like the stage direction side more fun than the acting because I don't like it. But yeah, I'm just like, it was fun because it's like you're all working together and you have to make this thing work. And so that's like the only aspect of like I love that. And the artistic side of like the theater and how like there's theater snobs. I actually like that because I get it, but when it comes to being in front of camera, I'm like, just go over there and stay the fuck away from me.
I've
spent so many time with them.
Sometime when I'm on a film shoot, you're gonna be on it too. for doing whatever. I'm sure I've already told you. I think you'd be a great assistant director on set because all you get to do is yell at people and keep them on task.
That's what I did. I had so much fun.
You'd be great. You'd be great. I would absolutely take you on as an assistant director if I was doing some kind of project like that. Because I think on the right film shoot, you'd really enjoy that element of it too. Because it's the same thing. It's everyone busting their ass to try to make something happen. But one of the coolest parts is everyone does their part. And you don't get to see the big picture. No one gets to see the big picture.
Jessi, I did for my first semester of college. I had to write and direct and shoot a short movie, which I have. I had to change it because my and I just fucking realized I thought this was a $10 super chat. Holy fucking shit, Matt G, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt G.
I didn't realize that was $120 until just now. So thank you. Holy fuck. But I had to change it because my ending was too dark, and so my ending is not what I wanted, but it was what my teacher said. He's like, just do this because this is what I thought you were going with, but I was going somewhere completely. I'll send you my original short story that had to be edited for this because it was too dark and intense. Yeah, I'll have to send it to you and I'll get your perspective on it.
Have I ever shown you my student project?
Mm-mm.
It's a 25-minute horror film, a 20-ish minute horror film. It's on my old YouTube channel. So for those of you who have found my old
I would love to show everyone this, but it's the two actors in it are two people that have screwed me over so much in life. So I don't want to give them any kind of clout whatsoever.
I should go through and actually re-upload this to my regular channel. But it's cool. I have my I don't know, I'm just sitting there with my middle finger like fuck everybody. I wrote, directed, DP'd, so director of photography, edited everything for this freaking project. And I was like, that was fun. I never want to have this many roles on a production ever again. It's way too fucking much.
See, mine was two people. It was a brother and a sister talking at a park bench. That was it. 'Cause I love things that are contained like that, like 12 Angry Men. Dude, love that movie. And I love things that are based on dialogue that have like this intensity, or like it's subtle, and then all of a sudden the intensity, intensifies. I never in my entire life thought I would have a problem with telling someone how to sit on a park bench. And I'm like, why are you so awkward? And I'm like, you want to be an actor and you can't sit at a fucking park bench? And I got to the point where I was so pissed, and I called him a human prop, and he got, because I wanted him to get mad. And I'm like, I'm not the nicest person when it comes to somebody not doing the work to my standards. And I'm very harsh, and I wanted to I'm like, you're an actor? You're supposed to be a good actor? Give me fucking emotion. And so I'm like, all right, you're not giving me the emotion naturally. I'm going to piss you fucking off.
You would either be the best director or the worst one. And I can't decide.
I think working. So the girl, I basically told her, here's the script. This is what you're feeling. Okay, stand, maybe move a little bit. Like, I didn't have to give her any direction. She was so easy to work with. Exactly what I wanted, exactly what I asked for. Him, on the other hand, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why do I need to explain to you how to sit on a park bench?
That sucks.
I'll send it to you. But also, so one of my criteria was I had to write it, I had to direct it, and I had to film it all myself. So it was me, my friend, and then my two actors. And it had to be all these different shots. So what I should have done is just shot it all once. And then, but what I made the mistake of having to constantly stop and switch my camera angles, which I shouldn't have done. It is what it is, but that's why you learn. That's why you go to college, to learn these things. I'll find it and I'm going to send it to you, and I want to get your reaction to it. But I know that was a very long tangent.
That's all good. That's all, dude. I think what I want to do one day now, just as a fun experiment, I really want to just like write a short script, set it up, get all the people in place, and be like, all right, here's your shot list. You're the director. Go. And just see what happens.
See, that was my favorite thing about it. I loved making shot lists. I loved it because it's like a storyboard, but you just write it down. I had so much fun, and I was like, if I could just be the person that reads a script and then makes and visualize it in my head and makes a shot list, I will do that. It is so much fun.
That is the job. That is.
I found it. I'm gonna share it with you and Jeff in the group chat on Twitter. It's like a Facebook link. So I did it in black and white on purpose because the time of day changed. And so, because I spent like at least 3 hours yelling at this dude to sit on the fucking park bench correctly.
Dude, we used to, we shot overnight 2 different nights. One, we shot like straight till 6 in the morning. The other one, I think we wrapped around 3 a.m. But we started both in the evening. It had to be after classes. And then we did a Friday night or something. So it'd be after classes. But we needed enough daylight. We needed just a few things shot in daylight, but we needed everything else shot in the dark. So we had to plan it out. So we were shooting at the right time of day, but we only had so many hours to get all our daylight shots before the sun went down, and had to go back in and, I was like, all right, well, it's dark now. I guess we're shooting this scene at night now. And that was what was up. But then, we shot all night long, which was intentional to get, this is a horror movie. So as the night wore on, people got more tired. We shot more of the contained stuff where everyone was sort of getting on each other's nerves as people were tired and actually getting on each other's nerves. So it was fun. It was interesting. I actually want to go revisit this and turn it into a feature film one day. Yeah.
I think you showed me like some shots of it one time. Like
I might have.
Because you were using an example of like you can film a movie, it doesn't matter what camera it's on, and you showed me like shots of it.
Yeah, that might have been something different though, actually, because that one was shot on actually a decent camera because we had access to all this great film equipment at college. So
my bladder's about to explode. Can you talk about something for like 5 minutes? Or I shouldn't even, for a minute while I go run and go pee.
You got it. I got Lando here. Lando just came to say hello. He is Kitten, one of my 4 tuxedos. So say hi, Lando. But yeah, that's a fun thing. If you guys can ever find my old channel, it's fun. It's got a bunch of my student projects on it. It's got my high school project, my very first film project, my high school projects, and they're fucking hysterical. It's got my first music video on it as well. It's the most viewed video on there where I'm on a horse, etc. So people get excited because they're like, people get excited when they find the thing I'm like hiding. I'm not hiding it. I just think it's fun to make you guys go find it. So yes, Jack Reacher, that is Lando Catrissian. Lando, come say hello. Your fans want to see you more. He's like, no, thank you. It's enough. Johnny the Whiz Kid says, hey, Jessi, it's been a while. Random thought, ever played very complicated board games that require instructions to learn all the rules, like Key to the Kingdom? Maybe check out Board Games on YouTube. Board James on YouTube. That sounds cool. I have actually. I had some friends that were really into that stuff. Yes, Lukov, he is a chonker. This is his nickname right now is Chubbs because he's a little bit chunky, even though he's pretty much constantly on a diet. He eats less food than is normally suggested for a kitty of his weight, but that's because he has too much weight. Currently 2 out of 3 cats are a little on the chonky side. Oh, you're just gonna lie here, cutie pie. But yeah, I definitely play a lot of I used to play a lot of games like that because I had some friends that were really into those. There's like a Firefly turn-based board game that's really it's just like a strategic one that's really exciting. There was my friend just got Betrayal on the House at the Hill, which is supposed to be super fun. There was Arkham Horror, which is kind of similar to that one. I had a friend who used to play that one. So yeah, actually, I've gotten into a lot of these kinds of games back in the day when I had more friends who were playing with them. Lukov, I agree. Chubbs is cute as a chunky kitty, but yes,
I'm back.
We were talking about chunky cats and board games.
No, let me read the super chat. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I thought all of my super chat. Okay. And I know I missed a bunch of super chats because they're popping up on my other thing and not on my screen. Yeah. But thank you. My dyslexia. I thought that was like only $10. And so when I read it again, I'm like, oh my God, it's $120. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate it. That's very, very kind and generous of you, especially like right now. And to everyone that sends super chats, thank you so much, especially like during a pandemic. And I know not everyone can, potentially be working right now. I do really appreciate it, and it means a lot. Matt G, thank you for the super chat. If the multiverse rumor was true, would it be better that the Mandalorian wouldn't have to build towards Force Awakens? Also, Anna, what was your original pre-Fandom Menace reaction to Force Awakens? We all know what your Last Jedi one was. Sorry, I somehow missed it. That's fine. I did make a video because I didn't have a YouTube. Well, I technically. Somebody was like, oh, Anna's had a channel for 7 years. I'm like, no, I had a Google account, and then I had to upload something for my class, that's why on my very first video on my channel, it's a turnaround of a maquette, because we all had to upload a turnaround of our maquettes, and so that way the teacher could pull it up in class. So my thing with The Force Awakens was I had all of the same concerns that Jessi and Jeff had and other people that were critical of The Force Awakens. I was like, why the fuck would the Millennium Falcon be there? How the fuck does this girl know how to fly the Millennium Falcon? Why did Luke abandon everyone? Why are Han and Leia split up? And so in my head, I'm like, this is all set up. There's a reason why Rey, is the human in this. There's a reason why she can use a lightsaber without any training. There's a reason why it was just left there. And I'm like, it's going to be explained. There's a reason why Han and Leia aren't together. And it's a very fucking good reason, because if there wasn't a good reason, it wouldn't happen. And I'm just like, okay, so Kylo Ren fell. He knows who Rey is because he says, oh yeah, that girl. She already knows how to do these things, like the Jedi mind trick. Nobody talked about the Jedi mind trick. There's a reason why instead of saying, yes, Han Solo, the war hero and the general, she goes to the smuggler. She's hiding something. Everyone here, there's a mystery and everyone knows it, but to us, the audience, it's got to be the thing that sells you to keep you coming back. Who is Rey? Who are her parents? And I'm like, everyone knows it. Han knows it. Leia knows it. Luke knows it. There's a reason why Luke had to go, because if he was there, it's going to fuck things up. Kind of like there's a reason why Obi-Wan hid and Obi-Wan didn't tell anyone that he was Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's a reason why Yoda was on Dagobah. And actually, in George Lucas's Star Wars, the only Star Wars that matters, there was a fucking good reason. With this, in my mind, knowing everything that I know about Star Wars, I'm like, there's a reason why. And so I was like, I have these really big issues. And so I watched the movie over and over again because I kept looking for more clues. And I'm like, there's a reason why Han Solo, with me, I'm like, Han Solo and Princess Leia had to break up. And what I was thinking, I'm like, Rey is either their kid or Luke's kid, or a strong Force user. If they're going to go with anything. And I was like, maybe Rey was the one that was on the Jedi temple that Luke was training, that Kylo Ren did. Now, I was more so, Rey's probably the younger sister. And so when Kylo Ren hit the fan, lost his shit, I was like, okay, so I thought Han Solo and Princess Leia were like, okay, we have to make this look real. So maybe, she died. Kylo killed her. Like, they didn't find her body, and so we have to have her go into hiding because she's a child. So she's on Jakku hiding, and that's why it was obvious. She had her own little, there's a reason why, to be crude, there's a reason why she wasn't, raped and used as a sex slave. There's a reason why she's in an X-Wing counting the days, waiting there instead of. She obviously is resourceful. She knows how to maneuver the inside of a fallen Star Destroyer. Mm-hmm. Somebody that was a child that didn't get raised by anyone wouldn't know those things. She knows how to survive. So there's a reason why somebody that's obviously intelligent enough to survive to not become a sex slave on a planet like this, there's a reason. So in my head, I'm like, okay, she survived. They faked her death so Kylo and the bad guys wouldn't find her. They leave her on this planet because they have to. The reason why she knows how to fight with the lightsaber, the reason why she knows how to use Force abilities that nobody had told her, was because Luke was training her from a distance or using holocrons. And so Luke had to go to the other side of the galaxy to spread out, the sense in the Force. That's why Yoda went and hid. That's why Obi-Wan went and hid. And this is me making connections in my head because I know shit about Star Wars. And so I'm like, Han and Leia had to make it look real that she died. So that's why they weren't together. And also leaving the Millennium Falcon on the planet where she is and making it look like Han and Leia split up because they couldn't come to terms with the fact that their son went to the dark side and either their potential daughter or niece passed away and all this shit hit the fan. So they couldn't You know, sometimes when, you know, people lose a child, that does end marriages. So that would be something that I think would be at least reasonable to end Han and Leia's marriage, is that grief and having to deal with, and how you deal with grief, it does bring out another side of you that people, you know, you wouldn't think to see. And I saw that, you know, in my own life with my mother. And so, but, you know, making it look real, they split up even though they're still technically together. It just has to be all secret, super secret, hidden. And Han Solo loses the Millennium Falcon. Yeah, right. Like Han Solo is going to lose the Millennium Falcon. So, but that would be his way of having a resource for his daughter, or his daughter's way that Han Solo would lose the Millennium Falcon or separate from the Millennium Falcon, is if he left it there purposely, tactfully got it taken from him, and it tactically just happened to be on this planet with Rey. You know? And then so in the original art book of The Force Awakens, Rey is younger, and also Finn is not black. Poe is black, and Poe is, you know, he looks kind of like Donnie Glover. And so Finn is supposed to be younger, and it's supposed to be on like a Waterworld type planet, and Rey swims kind of like, Kevin Costner in Waterworld, swims down to scavenge, and so everyone is scavengers living on. That would have been fucking cool to see, but yes, it would have been kind of a ripoff of Waterworld, but there is land, but they're going down because that's where the ships were. Which is why I kind of think they tried to tie that in The Rise of Skywalker. So I had all of these. This is why I was making excuses for it. Because I'm like, they're going to explain that. They're going to explain that because the next one's going to be like The Empire Strikes Back, when you find the big plot twist. And then that's when Rey finally comes face to face with the bad guy. And it's like, and maybe Kylo Ren reveals it. Or somebody reveals it to where, or she even reveals it. She's the one that's like, oh no, I'm your sister. And Mom and Dad hid me because you went to the dark side, so they didn't want that to happen to me, so they hid me. Luke's been training me from a distance, and so that moment when you see at the end of the Force Awakens, when it looked like they knew each other already, like the way that Luke was looking at her and the way she was looking at him, like that hurt. And it's like, what if the last time that they saw each other was the night that Kylo killed everyone? And that's when everyone had to make that decision fast. You know, it was all decided upon fast. You know, Han and Leia having to fake their marriage ending, her having to fake her death, not being able to, you know, talk and, you know, reconcile with Luke about the fact that they watched everyone die and there was this massacre and that Kylo. And so, because there was so much emotion in that last scene, and that in my head, I'm like, there's got to be something. And then they fucked it up. They're like, no, fuck that. And that's why I was so fucking livid. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? No!
That's so funny.
No!
You put a lot more thought, and you gave it a lot more leeway. I've seen The Force Awakens once and change. I say and change. I had a friend who did a re-edit. He put Dark Side of the Moon, the whatchamacallit, the Pink Floyd album, paired it with the film, right? Like cycled it through 3 times, and then did narration, because he was talking about, you know, people did that with The Wizard of Oz is the big one, and apparently that one like oddly syncs up more specifically too. But I guess the flow of Dark Side of the Moon, if you cycle it through 3 times, works with your basic kind of 3-act structure for a film. And so he talks about the ebbs and flows of the sound and pairs it mostly with the journey of the film, whatever. It was the way more thinking and work I was ever going to do with that movie. But anyway, showed it at his birthday one year, and I tolerated as much as I could and left right before they killed Han. I was like, I'm leaving. So with the audio either down very low or off because of the audio he had added in, that was when I first noticed. I was like, oh shit, John Boyega is acting circles around Daisy Ridley, and realized that John Boyega actually might not be a terrible actor and was just not given anything to do in this film. And this is when I discovered, you know,
he should have been. I thought he was going to be, you know, because she's like Luke Skywalker type, the new Luke Skywalker. I honestly thought he was going to be the one, because when he holds lightsaber at the end, and I'm just like, he's going to be the Jedi that nobody, like the one that did come from nothing, that he doesn't know what his background is because he was taken as a child, made a slave and brainwashed, and then he's force sensitive too. And I would have loved it Because the first thing that he says, kind of like Anakin, the first time he sees Padme, "Are you an angel?" What does he say to her? He tries to protect her, and then he's like, "You got a boyfriend? Like, you got a boyfriend? What's going on here?" Like, hey. And I was like, I would have not minded the romance between them. That would have made fucking sense.
It would have made sense. And you could have an interesting dichotomy then with a Rey who maybe was, had these certain, like, special abilities and whatnot because she's this Skywalker and she comes from this heritage and all that stuff, paired with a John Boyega character who maybe doesn't know exactly what's going on, but works really hard and wants it really well. Maybe you have a dichotomy there where Rey kind of takes it for granted. So maybe even though Finn came from the bad guys, he's the less corruptible one because he's chosen good. Whereas Rey actually has to battle with it between, the light side that she was brought up with and Finn who's chosen this good and that love, and then her evil brother who
anger
the dark
of having
side.
watching, if like potentially my theory was right, having to watch everyone around you die, and then having to go live in seclusion, you can build up so much resentment and hate.
And then and then if you have the kind of thing where Leia and Leia starts making it like fussing over Finn or Luke and wanting to train him and whatnot, that she has this jealousy that comes in about like, why does everyone care about Finn now? It's so important.
Even if Luke died, and then having if it was just Rey and Finn working together on these missions, and she has the knowledge of the Force and he doesn't, but she's like, giving into her anger at sometimes, and he's having to be the one that dials her back, even though he's not the stronger in the Force. He's her center, where he's like, no, I know. He's like, I know firsthand what evil does. I've seen it. I had to do it. And
exactly,
that would have been so fucking good.
Compelling. Yeah, it would have been a lot more compelling with them balancing out and things like, her trying to teach him what she knows about the Force, but not really having a complete education herself. And the two of them trying to muddle through this. I think it would be so much. I think it would have been so they were like edging at this idea with Kylo Ren where he's, he never finished his Force training. So he has this like weird fuzzy lightsaber and whatnot. I'm like, why not lean into that idea more than, well, he never finished his Force training. So he's just this angsty dude. It's like so pedestrian. He's just this angsty boy with problems with his dad. Like, this is fucking Star Wars. You could center your plot around so many different, more interesting, premises that still tap into these universal themes that we all have. What if his incomplete mastery of the Force is where his feelings of inadequacy come from? His feeling that he's super powerful and he can do these big blasts and these big grand gestures, but doesn't have this fine control over it. That's more interesting than I'm just super fucking powerful. Same thing with Rey. Maybe she is the same thing, like you said, with the anger, these outbursts, this strength, but she doesn't know how to control it. And watching them muddle through that rather than just randomly having harnessed the greatest, most mysterious power in the entire galaxy out of fucking nowhere.
Well, I mean, what if also, okay, so if they would have let Leia die instead of having her become Mary Poppins, okay, so Han Solo, let's say he had to die because he had to push Rey, and he says, let's just say she's the daughter, not the niece. And so when Han Solo dies and he goes out there, he knows what he's doing because he was there and he remembers watching what happened to Luke with Obi-Wan. And so he remembers, oh yeah, I remember Luke changed when he saw Obi-Wan die. So that's why it had to that would have made sense why it was viewing it as compared to fan service. Well, like, I need to push my daughter because she's not there yet and she needs that push. And this is the only thing I can do in the moment for both my children.
And then, the thing too, because like she has these, abandonment issues and all that, and she's not sure she wants to continue her training.
And that would have made it so much better, the whole like that's her father and they both know it, but they're not allowed to act on it.
Yeah, and that would have
made those scenes so much, like when he like looks at her and he's just like, Rey, and like when he gives her the gun, like it would have made that feel like, and that's why I made so many excuses for it, and that's why I watched this movie over and over again, because I kept looking and I was looking because I'm one of those people that I like to figure out the ending of a movie before it ends. And so I'm like, this is what it is. And I had in my mind, I'm like, yes, I'm one of those people. I had my theories. I was open for them to be changed a bit and to not be spot on, but I was expecting what I kind of explained to happen.
The whole thing is people act like, oh, Rian Johnson is really so clever because he subverted everyone's expectations. The expectations that had been set up for the audience by J.J. Abrams, and it's bad on him for not actually delivering, for just lining up mystery box for mystery box and never opening them or actually delivering. He set himself up for that, for someone to come in there and do that by not actually following through on any of these things. But the whole thing is Rian Johnson coming under, not understanding somebody else set up these things. The audience is waiting for the payoff. It doesn't make you clever to shit all over these theories, because it's not like the audience just sat around for 2 years in a vacuum, twiddling their thumbs, going, I wonder what the next Star Wars movie will hold based on nothing. You had an entire fucking movie of precedence now that to steer you in these directions. That's the whole thing. It's one thing if you are the architect of the whole thing and you're purposefully misleading your audience so that you can, pull the rug out under them later and have a gotcha moment and, a nice big twist that no one saw coming. That's fine. But the whole thing is Rian Johnson was not the architect of this. People wanted to know. People still, after he pulled his little subversive maneuvers, still wanted to know. But wait, what was J.J. Abrams' original idea? Because nobody in their right mind would set up that many things and then just tear them all down as quickly as possible and then try to set up and line up all new things. That's the whole thing. Rian Johnson didn't actually give us anything new.
That would have made us care. If my theory was right, that would have when they died, because I'm fine, as much as this pained me to say, I would have been fine with Luke dying if it had to do with, and that would have made us care about Rey. Sure. That would have made us care about Kylo, because if Rey, in The Last Jedi, when she goes up and she's going to face Kylo and Snoke, if she would have pulled like the bait and switch and actually said no, and she would have said no, I'm whatever her actual real name is, and those are our parents, and they did this. They had me on there. Luke's been training me, so you guys think I'm just some nobody. I'm actually not. And then tells Kylo, yeah, guess what? You fucked everything up. This is what our parents had to do to protect me from your crazy. And it could have either been like a heat of the moment, like that's what she had to say to push him, because if he's older, he's had more training, especially lightsaber training, and he could be more technically skilled than she is with fighting. So the only way she knew how to beat him was kind of like the whole thing with Jon Snow and Ramsay in Game of Thrones, was the only way Ramsay could have the upper hand was if he broke Jon Snow. So she's like, I have to break you. So she tells him basically, look at what our parents did for me because you fucked everything up. So that would make him feel like he was less loved, make him break, make him lose his shit, go all fucking crazy. She beats him in the fight because she's more level-headed and he's going crazy. Yeah, fine. Kill Snoke, because there you go. Subverting the expectations. Killing Snoke, you don't get to know Snoke was just a bad guy, kind of like Darth Maul. Yeah. And then the next movie is about who's going to actually be the bad guy. Is it because now Kylo has a whole different perspective on everything that's happened, because he's been hating his parents, he's been hating Luke, but then he sees everything that they did for his sister. And so it's Kylo, he's on the dark side, but he's flirting with the light side. And then Rey is on the light side, but she has all this resentment, and because of that passion of the moment, maybe she got some kind of sick joy from tormenting Kylo.
Well, honestly, I would take that scene even.
Jessi, could you have imagined if that was what the movie was about?
I would take that scene, turn on its head even more as a, like a reversal, and done like she tells him at the start of the scene that she's his sister, and thinking that she's going to join him, thinking that she's on board for joining him, and then he turns on Snoke, and maybe it's like the way she sees him ravage the guards so brutally, she realizes that's not what I want to do, and then twist the needle with, this is what our parents had to do. They went through hell, blah, to get him, to get away from him, to like drop all the extra knowledge on him to get away from him. And that's like, bigger plot. He's the one that getting the parentage revealed to him and whatnot. She was going to join the dark side, decides not to, becomes the whole thing, and then begs the question, which way is he gonna choose? And then pop back, and then not be sure maybe through the rest of the Last Jedi, and then pop into the Rise of Skywalker. Nope, I'm the fucking evil guy.
Could you imagine how much better that would have been?
The thing that it always pisses me off so much getting to go through and do this with people. I've done this with so many different people now, is because in a 15-minute brainstorming session, everyone I've talked to has been able to come up with so much richer, better, more compelling versions. And again, even using the characters we were given, even using the premise that we were given, even using straight from The Force Awakens, we were all able to craft so much more interesting, richer, more meaningful stories out of this. It's like, how are we fucking able to do that when the people getting paid all the money couldn't, in the world, couldn't come up with any of this shit? I've heard probably 10 different retellings of this is how I would have done the sequels that are, all of them are better. But to the original Super Chat, if you do want to know my thoughts, I'll make this very, very easy for you. Pre-Last Jedi coming out, pre-Phantom Menace, pre-all that, I did make a Meant to Offend video of why The Force Awakens is worse than the prequels. 9.5 minutes of your free time whenever you want to use it. Just drop it in the chat there. So you're welcome to, if you want the answer to that, Matt G, or anyone else who's curious. That's exactly what, I mean, I think the title sums it up pretty well. But if you want to know my deep, my thoughts expounded, I was unimpressed from the get-go with The Force Awakens, and there is the proof. If you want further evidence, I'll just call up my friend who had to endure the entire car ride home, in which I screamed and yelled about how terrible and dog shit it was, how it added nothing new, how these characters suck, and I rejected it.
Well, yeah, so if it would have been... And that's my thing. It's like whenever I see problems, especially when it's like, if it was just its own, like this is a standalone movie, I would have been the same boat as Jessi. But because I knew that there was going to be 2 other movies, I'm like, every single problem that I have, it's going to get answered. And so I was getting excited of thinking of in my head what's going to happen. And so all of those things that were issues that kind of broke the universe, broke the characters, I'm like, it's going to get explained. And the explanation, it's got to be fucking awesome. Yeah. It's got to be. For Han Solo and Princess Leia to not work out, for Luke Skywalker to be on an island, some shit must have gone fucking down, man. And no.
I think I was just so unimpressed with the lack of originality that I wasn't.
Well, I was expecting that because it was JJ. I'm like, that shit, it's JJ. JJ doesn't know how have a fucking original thought in his body.
Sure, but not even the lack of originality, the just so faithful retelling of the first movie. I think I was just so disappointed because to me it was like the bar was the prequels, and all you had to do, you could have done anything. To me, it was like you had such an open opportunity. There was so much goodwill behind this movie, so much excitement for it, so much interest in it that you could have made anything. You could have done anything. And so to take this easy way out to me was so uninspired and just demonstrated, to me, it just showed right off the bat, like, all you guys are going to do is play it safe. That's all you guys are going to do is just play it safe. And I don't have time for this. I don't have the patience or energy to try to follow this along. Because I was like, right from there, yeah, I could have done what you did, which, I love the way your mind works with all that stuff going down those rabbit holes. But I think I had so little faith that they were actually going to follow those leads. I'm like, all of that would take imagination, would take creativity, etc. None of which you saw in this film. And this is going to be the biggest deal too, because it's not just JJ coming in. This has to be greenlit by all of Lucasfilm, by Disney. This has to get looked at by a lot of people and have them say, yes, this is exactly how we want to reintroduce Star Wars to the world. And if the planning meeting, from the top levels all the way down through the writers, etc., all said pretty much, this is how we want it, all agreed, yes, this is the way we want to reintroduce Star Wars to the world, then what you've agreed upon is, yes, we want to be safe. We want to go the comfortable route. We want to go the callbacks route, the member berries route. We don't want to tell a new story. We don't want to add anything new aside from our diversity that's so hip and cool these days. So right then and there, I'm like, this is the direction they want to take this franchise. I am off of this boat. I was so out of the Star Wars loop because I was so pissed off by The Force Awakens. I didn't even realize that, I didn't read anything about Rogue One. I didn't know it was the prequel, like a prequel. I thought it was just the next movie. I didn't even realize it was the fucking prequel until my friend told me months before it came out. And I was like, that makes sense. I guess I'll go see this now. That's the only reason I even saw Rogue One.
I went opening night and I'm just like, this is boring. The only reason that made any money was because of the Darth Vader. The 7 minutes Darth Vader is in it. Because the rest of it it's shit. I hated it.
I enjoyed it, actually. To me, it also fixed a lot of problems that The Force Awakens had. It's not the world's greatest film at all. It is very predictable. But I liked the characters. I liked the story. I thought it tied in well. It didn't do anything offensive. At that point, it was kind of like, it didn't do anything offensive. So I'm already much more on board. But it did fix a lot of the complaints I had about The Force Awakens. And it fixed them all very quickly, too. Watching your lead character, okay, another cute female brunette, but she gets her shit pushed in right away. And I'm like, all right, not another Mary Sue. So that's good. Well, they were using the term yet, but I already hated that about Rey, that she was this perfect, delicate little flower who could do all this shit for no reason. So they gave us new worlds. They gave us something, a new piece of the Force that was actually interesting to see explored. You know, Force sensitive. What about these Force sensitive people that don't have Jedi training because there's a vacuum of Jedi in the world right now? Okay, that I could get on board with. So some of those things, I liked the way they used. I mean, I thought the last battle looked fantastic, especially using a lot of the footage from the original trilogy. Things like that really got me on board. So, you know, watching those, I'm like, okay, this is fine. Stuff is great. That works for me.
I think Rogue One, it should have started when she was already an adult. They didn't need to show the beginning. It could have just been, and I know I say this, but people are like, and it's not a real Star Wars movie, it's a Star Wars story. I'm like, I don't fucking care. It was the first one. They could have done an opening crawl. Jyn Erso is this dude, whatever her dad's name, is an excellent engineer and builder, and so the Empire came and took him from his daughter Jyn Erso when she was a small child, and she's been raised by this dude who is this person, and this is what he does, and it's dangerous. And she's been raised her whole life by this dude because her father and her mother was killed, her father was taken, and now as an adult, her goal in life is to go and find her father. Little does she know that he's entwined with the evil Empire and is helping build the Death Star plans.
Oh, yeah.
First hour of the movie gone. More time to focus on the blind Jedi dude, the other dude. All of his scenes were cut out, except even the one where he gives that really cool line in the original trailer, and the line wasn't in the movie. There you go. More time for everything else. I just saved you an hour and a half of the fucking movie.
I agree with you. I think that if they had cut out some of that exposition, you could have had more time to develop the characters that we did get, because they were interesting. And you already did. I mean, they did their little half-assed. It wasn't an opening crawl, but they did a little title cards on Solo. So it's like, that was bullshit. I like whole ass it or don't do it. You know, have the crawl or don't. But yeah, I agree. A crawl. There's no reason not to throw a crawl up, as we've seen in every other Star Wars movie. There's no rule that says, oh, it's only for the saga films. No, it's a fucking
Lost Jedi movie. Nothing you were about to see matters much until you get to the last half hour. Exactly.
Well, but that's why I think it's, you know, it's a great point. All these characters are just gonna die anyway. Why spend all time with exposition that really doesn't mean anything until the very end? So why not get to more? The fun of this movie is K2S sarcasm, is the relationship between the Force sensitive guy and his companion, all these things that we really glossed over a lot of, which were fun. They built a good cast, they had good chemistry, and yet to the point where like you can't remember these characters' freaking names because they're so, you know, just thrown in, here you go. You didn't know about them, blah. And I agree. I think that movie would have been better if it would have started with
her like leaving to go find the team, and then like him telling her, the dude that raised her or something, like, or she could say, like, I don't know, at a bar, at a cantina, when she's meeting like Cassian, or somebody asks her something and she's very stoic and standoffish, and she gets into a bar fight, and that's how she meets. Because I've blocked the movie out of my mind. But if she just says, oh yeah, he doesn't agree, he wants me to stay safe, and he doesn't want me, because he like going after my dad is like a suicide mission, which could lead and foreshadow the end of the damn movie. And so she finds this team. It gives you time. It helps you learn about her and about the other characters. They go and try to save her dad. The shit happens. They find out more, so more than they were asking for, and then they go on the rest of the mission. It could have been so much better, and they just fucked it up.
Reasonable. Definitely.
Yeah, okay, yeah. If we would have cared about the characters more, their deaths would have meant so much more. Yeah, exactly.
Agreed. So whatever. Rogue One was 2 hours and 13 minutes. Plenty of time to do that. I agree. Time could have been used better. Time could have been better spent in that film. But overall, I didn't hate it.
That's why I like movies that have very, like, when you see somebody's like first movie that made them famous, and they had very small budgets and they had to work with very small budgets. So it's like you have to be very generous, or like you can't have stuff in there that doesn't need to be in there. That's why I love watching Drunk 3PO's reactions to the original Star Trek. He's like, wait, what just happened? Like, we're not even 5 minutes in and all this shit just happened. It's because every second counts.
They utilize every moment, and it's interesting, and they pack a lot in there. They pack a lot into an episode. They're very heady. That's why I get frustrated with things. Everyone lost their mind over Game of Thrones, you know, how great of a TV show it was and whatnot. From the very beginning, I never was that impressed. And it didn't even take me to the 8th season to be like, this is dog shit. It just took y'all to the 8th season to realize the whole damn show was dog shit. Because the only reason I followed it is I wanted to know what happened after, you know, to Jon Snow, because it ends with a cliffhanger in the books. And I wanted to know what happened to him moving along in the show, which is another reason why I got into watching it. It frustrated me so much once I got caught up to the books and beyond it, because now I'm not just like giving it half my attention, like, okay, these plot points I already know, you know, what are the differences? Gotcha. I'm actually sitting here wasting an hour of my life every fucking week to watch the show. And like, there's a 5-minute goddamn talking scene where all the exposition, all the information we needed to know comes out in the first 30 seconds. You're wasting 4.5 minutes of my life so I can watch these two characters circle each other and stare at each other and say the same thing 5 more times. Like, that's not good writing. It's not good filmmaking or TV show writing. A good show, you go back to an older Star Trek. You go back to even like not even that long ago. You watch a really good episode of a TV show. When you watch a really good show, a show that stands out, like The Boys is a great example too. Fucking so much happens in those episodes. We were watching the first episode again the other day, and I was like, holy shit, this is still the first episode. So much happens, and something happens every scene. You know, there's so much dog shit storytelling these days where nothing fucking happens. That's like acting 101, writing 101. When you're writing a scene, what happened? Why is this scene in this episode, in this movie? Why is it critically important? If it's not, get rid of it. As an actor, why am I, even if it seems like a regular conversation, regular fight, what is special or different about this moment that is not like every day before this and every day after? There's a reason we're telling the story now. And that urgency and that purpose, the point of storytelling gets so lost with these like overindulgent, you know, let me just show this person doing this thing and talking and doing that. And if I just show you a bunch of cool looking things, it'll take the place of substance, right? No, it fucking doesn't. The end. The end. That's all.
I'm going to drop this in the chat before I forget. If you guys are fans of EFAP, go take this poll for EFAP 100. It's just like all of this, like what's the best meme? What's your favorite new guest? Who's your favorite returning guest? Just all of the stuff that's like the fans of EFAP made. And so Mahler's going to go over it on EFAP 100. So if you guys are fans of EFAP, go take that poll and fill it out. I'm still not done with it because it's kind of long, but which makes sense because it's EFAP. But I wanted to get that in there before I forget, because it was one of the things that I wrote down.
Fair enough.
But I saw somebody talk about how Rogue One had to be rewritten. It was reshot because it was way too dark and it was violent. Like one of the opening scenes was supposed to be an intense war scene, like the opening of what's it called? Tom Hanks, Matt Damon, War.
Saving Private Ryan.
D-Day.
Saving Private Ryan.
Yes. Like at the beginning where it's like just them trying to get on the beach and everyone's dying around him.
I would have been about that.
That level of intensity.
Why not?
It was supposed to be a very dark war movie, but having to do with, you know, getting the Death Star plans and that, which would have been fucking great, but they said no, so they had to continuously reshoot it.
Which was stupid. They shouldn't have done that. Why not experiment? You know, it was Star for kids. What if you put out this R-rated Star Wars movie and go, this one is fucking not for kids? It's, guess what? It's not part of your Skywalker saga. The kiddies can watch this when they're older. You know, it's something to look forward to when they turn 13 or whatever. You know, make a fucking Star Wars movie for adult. That would have been fantastic. That would have been way better than what we got. So, it would have been. Someone said something in the chat about how they can watch Tyrion and Tywin talk for hours. See, you can, unless you know that there's only 2 more episodes left in the entire fucking series or in the season, and a lot of shit's got to happen in that season, and you just spent 30 minutes watching Tywin and Tyrion talk, and in the last 5 minutes, all the action happens, and a fucking dragon dies and shit like that. And you're like, well, where the fuck did that happen? Because you fucking watched Tyrion and Tywin talk to each other for half a fucking hour. The books, it's fine. The way the books will go on with that shit.
Well, are you talking about the death scene?
Just any scene. Someone just said like they disagree with what I had said because they could watch Tywin and Tyrion go on for hours and hours. The thing is, yeah, if the other material is also there in the book, sure, that's a beautiful thing about literature. You can fucking be George R.R. Martin and write the same list of the foods that they have at the same feast every fucking 5 pages. You can do that. You got time. You got infinite time to tell this story. I just personally
as compared to being on a TV like honestly, go back and watch TV shows from like the 50s, the 60s that didn't have very like big budgets and all the shit that they were able to go watch the original Star Trek and just look at that. It's like what 20 or excuse me, fuck, how many minutes? You go watch one, you go see how long it is, and then you go see how much stuff happens in that, and just it's like a mini movie.
Exactly.
Episode. And so much fucking shit happens. But what was I going to say? Which I was right before I started talking about that. What did you say at the beginning?
I was saying how.
Oh, Tyrion and Tywin. Okay, so the first time Game of Thrones started throwing me out, because there's some parts where it felt to me like just dragged because there's like characters. I'm like, yeah, fuck, I don't care. I don't care. I want to get Tyrion's my favorite, so I wanted to get to Tyrion. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I knew what was going to happen when the whole thing with him and Tywin went down. Yeah. And I remember what happened in the books. And as much as it hurt, I love the fact that he threw everything back in Jaime's face. Like, fuck you. And then that has so much to do with Jaime's character development in the next one, because he's never had any fault in, well, yeah, he knows that she's an evil bitch because he's kind of an asshole too. So he's like, yeah, we're both evil. We're both twins. We're peas in a pod in the grossest way possible. So that he like makes up for like Cersei's evil because he's not a perfect person too, which I love about the show is nobody in the show is a fucking angel. Nobody's perfect. Everyone has their flaws.
Everyone except good old Ned Stark.
When Tyrion says, fuck you, Cersei's fucking all these other dudes, fuck you, you're not like, bye. Dad's dead, fuck you, Jaime. So when I saw it at first, I'm like, oh my God, they actually had a moment, they hugged. I'm like, oh, but like it made me feel good in the moment. But later, I'm like, that ruins Jaime's character development.
It does. It absolutely ruins everything. I agree with you. And the moment was a great feel-good movie feel-good moment because it was hard to read in the books. But I agree 100%. It was so much more impactful to do it that way in the books. And that's what again.
Jaime is thinking, like he's questioning, it put that level of doubt in his mind, which would have actually made sense when he leaves Cersei in the show. Which if also, he had that doubt, if Tyrion, if they would have done it the way it happened in the books, it would have made sense, but it didn't.
The fact that he goes back to Cersei then pisses me off because it's like, that's one of those things that pisses me off, though, but I'm not going to say it's like bad or I don't like, because so much of Game of Thrones is building up these plot points that never pay off. I mean, they build up an entire character, that you think is going to come over to Westeros and fuck shit up, as might have a legitimate claim to the Targaryen throne and all that stuff, and then just
he's actually the other. And so they even touched on that with the they showed it. The dragons, they smell their hand, and that's when they don't kill them. Like even with Jon Snow and Drogon, you see Drogon's nostrils, and he smells Jon, and he knows that he's a Targaryen. They set that up with Tyrion going down and releasing the dragons. You see Viserion go up and smell him, and then back up because they know he's a fucking Targaryen. For those of you that did not read the books,
yes.
Tywin and the Mad King, King Aerys, were best friends, and then they had a spat, and he's just like, I'm the king, let me fuck your wife. And so he had to, which is what caused the rift. And dwarves run in the Targaryen bloodline because they're so inbred. And there was no way for Tywin to prove that Tyrion wasn't his kid because his wife died giving birth, so he was just stuck. And that added so much more to the hate. And it would have been so good.
Better. But that was one of the things. Yeah, it would have been. But I feel like a lot of those things. I feel like those were a lot of just details we didn't get, because that was, I think, the worst thing that HBO did was say, hey, Benioff and Weiss, tabula out, make as many episodes as you want, make as many seasons as you want, make them as long as you want, do whatever you want.
That's a fucking director, and that's somebody's dream.
That is.
They just said, "Fuck it, no, we're done."
Exactly.
Like, I would have said, "Okay, then fine. You guys are done. Get the fuck out. We're gonna go get other people."
Exactly. I'd be like, "Oh, you want to done?"
That's what they should have done.
Exactly. That's what they should have done. And the whole thing is, like we talked about with Tarantino earlier, when you operate under constraints. And this is what you can look at with Lucas too, going all the way back to the original Star Wars. When you operate under
graffiti,
when you operate under constraints, whether it's your reputation that's on the line, whether it's time constraints, whether it's budget constraints, whether it's story constraints because you're working within someone else's IP or picking up a story in the middle or something like that. When artists work with parameters, they create better work. That's something. It's like the same thing, as a writer. I sit down. and someone's like, write whatever you want. I'm going to sit there and stare at the fucking wall until I get something. And even then it's going to take me a long time, write whatever you want. Okay. I'm going to have to build it piece by piece by piece. The second someone tells me, if I get a prompt, like, here's your first sentence, here's a picture, here's your last sentence, I get a little thing like that, all of a sudden, boom, immediately I can craft an entire story like that with something like that. And the more constraints I have, the easier it actually is. Sometimes I wish someone would be like, hey, Jessi, write this story with these things, do this, done. It's one of these, I actually enjoy adapting work and doing stuff like that. Because you're like, here's your template. Oh, so much of this work has been done for you. And then you have your bounds. It's like with a kid. If you say color on a page, they'll scribble. If you give them lines, if you give them a coloring book and say, fill in the lines, eventually they'll figure out how to make the picture look nice by adding the colors to it. It's like that. Eventually, sure, they'll be able to draw whatever the fuck they want. And there are people who can do that. But the reality is, you draw whatever the fuck you want, you're still, most people, talented people, are still bringing their work to be reviewed. Peer-reviewed, reviewed by somebody, looked at before they put it out in the world. And when you lose that, when you give people these blank slates, when you give people too much power, you remove that review process, the work always suffers.
Well, and I hate to say this, but even look at, how well the movies were received, because I know there's some people that prefer the prequels to the originals. I prefer the originals to the prequels. And that doesn't take away my love for the prequels, because I do like the prequels.
Likewise.
But look at the difference between how well received the originals were as compared to the prequels, and look at the difference in constraints that they each had.
Exactly. I talk about that all the time. The prequels, the number one reason the prequels suffered is because Lucas didn't have anybody around him who knew how to say no to him. He was constantly surrounded by people. That's what you taught, like, that separates a good creative team from a real creative team, which is Lucas's original creative team, were peers, were people. He was nobody. He had no reputation. He had, he made one really good film and one really shit one, and had no, standing in the film. He was looking for people, reaching out to artists, to thinkers, to creators who were in many ways more established than him. You sought out people who could do a job he couldn't, to let them come in and do that. And a great team is when you do that, when you find people who are better at you than your weaknesses to complement them. And then when you get too big, what you have, and I think what you have a lot of in Hollywood now, because you've got a lot of bigwigs who don't want to relinquish that control. You hear all sorts of things, TV shows, the toxicity in writers' rooms, everyone just clamoring over themselves to try to please whoever the boss is, try to please the producers, try to please the networks. You have this yes man ideology in writing rooms. You have this whatever it takes to please you ideology and creativity. You don't have. And this cutthroat nature you hear a lot of times with these shows where it's I want my idea to be picked. I want my idea to be picked. You don't have that collaboration. We brought you in to do this thing, so you do this thing. Now this person to do that thing. We're going to put your two things together and make something that's better than the sum of its parts. You don't have that anymore. Everyone's too interested in just kissing ass to the person in charge. And the person in charge doesn't realize that all this ass kissing is not actually turning around viable products. It's not. It's a circle jerk. It's just self-indulgence, breeding more self-indulgence, and because again, the nature of the world today, the nature of information is you don't have to take in any of that negative feedback if you don't want to. Did your movie turn enough of a product that you got another job? Great. Go off and do it again somewhere else, and just keep running away from the feedback loop, because you never have to let it catch up to you.
If only. Okay, I know people have said that I've missed super chats. Not all of them have been popping up on StreamYards for whatever reason. It pops up at like the top, but then it doesn't show me all of them. So let me read a couple. Let's see. Where was I at? Let's see. Lost Jedi, thank you for the super chat. Tracking fobs are as bad as the Holdo maneuver. Yes, they both break the universe. They both break the science of the. Okay, at first when I saw the tracking fobs, I'm like, okay, the reason why these people, the bounty hunters, are going after them because they're criminals, right? Okay, so were they in some kind of prison, or they got tagged some way, and it's like in their bloodstream? And but then but nobody's ever seen the Baby Yoda, so how do they know that it exists to give them a fob? I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm with you. It's the kind of thing, but it seems like it seems like it's this weird thing where it's like oh yeah, every single person can just be tracked with these. What does everyone's born? Someone just comes to their house and registers them in a database. Like, there's a whole fucking galaxy. There's, planets that are closer, that are more on the grid and less on the grid. There's multiple different types of, there's local governance, planetary governance, as well as galactic governance. Who's policing all this shit? Who's dropping chips in every single fucking baby in the entire goddamn galaxy? I'm with you. Again, it makes sense if these people have criminal records and they've been tagged. Now you can track them via that. But this magical fob that can track anybody anywhere forever, like, because again, it's like, yeah, you had to tag him to get this fob that can trace him. Mm-hmm. Why didn't the person who tagged him just bring him in? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You're exactly right. It doesn't make any. It's just another. It's goes back to what I said before. JJ gets all. What if we had this thing? He puts these little things in that are convenient because they're just vessels to tell the story he wants to tell. They're convenient. He doesn't fucking think them through. He doesn't think how they actually work or how they actually would fit into the universe. He just fucking makes them up. It's like, okay, go with it. It's the laziest sci-fi, right? It's the stuff that like actual fantasy and sci-fi writers agonize over to try to make this shit make sense. Fob, F-O-B, someone said fog, fob. People do mental gymnastics to justify the science of their universes or justify the logic in their universes.
And if you read old school science fiction, that's all it is.
It's
like,
so
when you read John Carter. I just recently reread The Warlords of Mars, so that's why it's like on my mind, and that's why it's like, because I knew I heard that This Is the Way before, and then I was reading it, I'm like, that's dummy me. They ripped that off from even like, did you know that Superman was based on John Carter?
I did not know that, actually.
So in the first comics of Superman, they describe him as like leaping. So he's leaping because of Earth's gravity, which is John Carter. John Carter is from Earth. He's, Civil War veteran from Virginia, gets teleported to Mars, and because he's not used to the atmosphere, he can leap, and he's got super strength. And so Superman was actually influenced from John Carter.
Interesting.
And so the whole "This Is the Way" that's from that everyone's like now quoting everywhere. Oh, this is the way. I'm like, that's from John Carter. Like, and that's one of the things when I say Dave Filoni, come on. They're referencing things that are great, which is great. It's fine to take inspiration from something, but then like blatantly ripping it off.
Well, to straight up steal it and try to make it pass it off like, oh, I'm so clever. Look at this thing I started. Like, you just took it.
When you read John Carter, there is action in it, but it takes a long time to get there because the majority, even like books like Ringworld, when you read old school science fiction, all they're doing is explaining this new world because you don't know any of the rules. And so you don't really get down into it until the second book or even the third book because they spend so much of it. There's big action, but it takes a long time to get from action scenes because there's so much explanation.
I mean, look at Lord of the Rings too. I mean, that's fantasy.
Oh my god! Yeah.
You want lengthy description, exactly that, But as a result, it's not, the books aren't for everyone. They're very wordy. They're very descriptive. They're very flowery in their prose. But because of that, you have this clear roadmap, this clear template that now a Peter Jackson can take so many years later and transform into this Middle Earth that looks like what you want to see, which is something. Actually, one of the cool things they did with I thought a thing they did really well with the first two Harry Potter movies too, of like, that was something J.K. Rowling did well. She's not really a very prosy writer. People would always bitch about like, Stephenie Meyer can't write prose. She sucks. She wrote rudimentary prose that were adequate for teenagers. J.K. Rowling did the same thing, but she was really good with those details, with describing things.
J.K. Rowling it's very easy to read.
She's very easy to read, but it's very
fluent. There's like more stuff in the books, and I mean, I remember at least because I read, reading Twilight and reading Harry Potter. Yeah, Harry Potter came out when we were younger because Twilight came a little bit later. But as far as like, I feel like Stephenie Meyer is better at describing people than J.K. Rowling is. J.K. Rowling is very good at world building, but as far as people, I always had a heart. She's like, Harry Potter has dark hair and green eyes. Hermione has crazy hair. Oh, and she had big teeth, and that's something that they don't talk about is that she had kind of bucky teeth, but her parents. And so when she went to go get them fixed after being a cat, they're like, "Oh, your teeth are better," and she's like, "Yeah, I just told the lady to stop shrinking them a little bit later than I should."
Yeah,
but
yeah.
J.K. Rowling isn't I couldn't picture the characters as well as I could picture the characters in Twilight because Snape, he's tall, pale with greasy hair, and I'm like, okay, but how it's long, but how long? Stephenie Meyer is let me give you intense details on this vampire man.
Let me tell you exactly the color of his skin, what he's wearing,
how big his pores are.
You could give somebody a haircut based on the way she describes Edward's hair.
Yes.
No, I'm with you on that. She definitely does that better. Whereas, the Harry Potter characters were very two-dimensional, and I think that's it went into what kind of stories they told. Stephenie Meyer's is set on Earth, just basic vampires, etc. It's really about these characters and their relationship.
The misty forest, where Stephenie Meyer is this is the type of moss that grew on the forest in the dark forest, and the webbing of the spiders as they entered into the darkness. This is the Chamber of Secrets. This is Hogwarts. But so there's different types of, and it's not to say one is better than the other, even though we could probably mount to which one is more successful.
Yeah. That's one of the things too when you look at Harry Potter though is some of those the things that she got detailed on and got specific about were the oddities that were different. One of these always comes to mind. I was explaining this to Jeff because we just watched Goblet of Fire the other day. How one of the things that really disappointed me when they changed directors from 2 to 3 was getting rid of the faithful in Wizarding World things. How one of the things I loved were all the descriptions from the Quidditch World Cup about all the wizards who now were in this such a big area they couldn't be completely hidden, so they had to wear muggle clothes, but they had no idea how to dress themselves, so they're all wearing pajamas and bathrobes and shit like that. And those little details about how the magical world was so different from the muggle world and whatnot. So I was explaining that to Jeff because you really lose that watching the movie. You don't see any of that. That to me was
Peeves. You don't have Peeves in the movie.
No, that's true. I forgot about Peeves. Peeves was a great part even of the fucking computer game. I used to love the first computer game. Oh my god! And Peeves, you had to
Wait, has Jeff taken the Pottermore quiz yet?
Not yet.
Okay, we need because is Universal open?
It is not right now. No.
Okay, in Florida it's open, but we need to go to Universal and Jeff. We need to take Jeff to go get his. Hopefully he gets picked, but to get his damn wand.
We gotta get him, yes. We gotta figure out his wand. But yeah, I do want to, I have a hunch that he's either...
Jeff doesn't have to know anything about Harry Potter. We need to get him sorted so we can know how... I think he's a Ravenclaw.
He's either a Slytherin or a Ravenclaw.
I'd say more... Just the way that I know Jeff, I feel like he's a Ravenclaw.
That was my first impression too. Obviously, I know him in different ways. And
yes, Misty. Yes. Very different ways. Miss Slytherin over here.
But yeah, I think Jeff is somewhere between a Slytherin and a Ravenclaw. He's either a very intellectual Slytherin or a very ambitious Ravenclaw. So.
And no, I'm not. Sorry, never mind. I read that wrong in the chat. I'm a Gryffindor, everyone. If you didn't guess it, I'm a Gryffindor.
Of course, you frickin' are. I was so excited. My friend, she's basically my little sister. I didn't realize she was a Slytherin. It made me excited. Of course she is. Well, I practically raised this little girl. Of course she's a Slytherin. Oh,
dude, I just remember when I was there and everyone was, because my best friend is a Slytherin in real life, and everyone just a Gryffindor and a Slytherin are yeah, what's the problem? And I'm just I'm basically because even when we did the Marauders, I was always Sirius, with my friends, Sirius Black, and so my best friend was James, and then we all knew who fucking Wormtail was. It was right, spot fucking on that bitch. But whatchamacallit. But so I just remember I'm always the one Gryffindor with all Slytherins because all of my fucking friends are Slytherins and I'm the one Gryffindor because I'm just here's my thing. The thing about Slytherins is you guys are all about ambition, and I'm just I have ambitions, but there's other things in my life that's more important. you know.
Like being
And I'm
popular.
like the first,
I really love you.
with the whole bravery aspect of it. It's like I'm the first one to like go climb a mountain or to go jump out of an airplane.
That is true. You are very Gryffindory. You are
And
very
then, hello, literature devil. Why am I not surprised at all that you're a Slytherin?
Slytherins for life, for the win. For actually,
Rated. Gryffindors for life.
I used to think too. I was like, oh well, Slytherin's green. I don't wear a lot of green and whatnot. But I'm a huge Eagles fan, so all my green in my wardrobe comes from my Eagles shit. I'm like, perfect, Slytherin Eagles, brilliant.
I actually have this. I got this at Ollivanders in Harry Potter. I got picked because we were standing there. I'm in the Gryffindor. She's in the Slytherin. And then like that, they specifically said that, oh, Gryffindor and a Slytherin. She picked me. And I was going to get Sirius Black's wand. But then this is the one that picked me. And Peaches got it on tape. And so I'm like, well, I shouldn't say it on tape because it's not on tape. It's digital. But I got my wand and the whole room lit up. And I was like, this is my wand.
That's awesome. I want a... we do have a Ravenclaw in the chat. So hail Spirit Kitten.
There's some...
I don't know.
Some Ravenclaws out there.
I'm different. I'm the fucking Slytherin where like all my goddamn friends are Hufflepuffs. Not anymore. I'm actually diverse, but for a long time, all my fucking friends were fucking Hufflepuffs.
I usually don't get along with Hufflepuffs at all.
Oh my god, like all my friends in college, that's what it was. Every single goddamn one of my college friends was a goddamn Hufflepuff. They were great. They were awesome people. All super nerdy, all really fun, but they were just all fucking Hufflepuffs. Like clearly Hufflepuffs too. My best friend too, she was like, I always used to think I was a Ravenclaw, and then I did the Pottermore quiz that says I was a Hufflepuff. And then she like had this whole like existential crisis about it too, and then decided to embrace being a Hufflepuff. And I was like, I'd have rejected that shit and been a Ravenclaw.
I think the thing with me with Hufflepuffs is they're not... One of the things that I like about people, and this is probably why all of my friends are Slytherin, is I like it when people have ambition, and I don't like to surround myself with people that are okay settling. I like people that strive for more.
Likewise.
Which is why all of my friends are Slytherin. And so that's something that is a huge turnoff to me when people are not ambitious. And so that's why I think I don't have very many friends that are Hufflepuffs, and that's why the one friend that I told you that we all knew was like the Wormtail type person, she was a Hufflepuff, and I'm like,
Of course you are.
So fucking right. We didn't want to say it, but like, yeah, because I was like, one of my friends, it was like, she was very much like James, and my other friend was like Lupin because she had mood swings and shit. And then I'm always the oddball, so I was like serious. And then this other one, she's like, no, I'm like this one. And we're all like, bitch, you're fucking Wormtail.
But who would it be for us? Because I was always serious too. I was always very much the serious.
Oh, we're cut from the same stone. I don't think we would be in that, because also you got to think people are different in different friend groups.
That's
like,
true.
People play different roles. Like in some friend roles, I'm like the lead friend, you know, the one that's always doing that. And then other friend circles, I'm the one that just kind of sits back. And then the other ones, I'm different ones.
That's
but
fair.
I don't know. I feel like
I feel like you and I have more of like almost a Fred and George dynamic than anything else.
Oh, no, like, die! Everybody dies on me now.
Fucking Fred, that killed me. That was the worst one for me, honestly. Like, yeah, like it sucked. I thought it sucked that Tonks and Lupin both died and abandoned their newborn child and all that. That was stupid. That pissed me off. I get what she was going for though. But,
I do, but I didn't like it.
Fred, that one fucking killed me. That one killed me. No, I was like, it was terrible. And I didn't think they were going to do it. That one caught me by surprise too, because they cut off George's ear earlier in the beginning of that book too. So I was like, oh, okay, George didn't die. Cool, the twins are probably safe because they, almost killed George, but they fixed the curse so he didn't bleed out.
I read that shit and I was like, fuck you.
I was like, cool, George, the twins are fine. The twins are fine. And they fucking, I'd rather Ginny died. Fuck the not my daughter, you bitch is a great line.
I didn't like Ginny. I feel like I was the only person that didn't like Ginny.
I never liked Ginny. She was blah. I never liked that Harry ended up with her too, because it's like
I thought that was so even though it's so much better. And I sound like a broken record here. It's so much better in the books how they set up Ginny and Harry's like romance, because she always had a crush on him because he's like, oh, it's Harry Potter and he's my brother's my older brother's friend, and he's a celebrity in the wizarding world. But
yeah,
it was not done well in the movies, and they switched scenes around.
Yeah,
Like, the awkward shoelace tying scene in the movie. I was like, what the fuck is this? They have their first kiss because they win a Quidditch game, and he's so excited that he kisses her in front of everyone.
Exactly.
Like, come on.
The books, I mean, they took the time to build it in the books as this whole and really dive in. That's one of the things the movies lose so much by having to get to plot point. And again, talking back to books, movies. In the movies, you have the obligation to the plot to move the plot along. You lose a lot of that rich development, because the books are so fucking thick. You lose all of the indecision he has about, well, I like her, but it's Ron's little sister and all that stuff. That, and it's a really slow burn. Here it's like there's no hint of anything,
and then all of a sudden in one movie she goes from being like the little sister to let's use old school Hollywood romantic lighting anytime she's on screen, and
exactly.
It's like she's all illuminated and beautiful, and it's like
exactly. Oh, she went through puberty, now he's got a boner for her. Like, what? It's just fucking this slow build, I always forgot too, though, especially in the movies, because she looks so much younger, and it's just reading through the books, you don't have the visual rate. I always forget she's only a year younger. I always thought it's like his little sister. She's such a little kid and whatnot. He was kind of a little kid when they first met too, and he's only a year older, so it's not gross on that on that way. But she definitely it just came out of fucking nowhere. It's like it worked in the books to the point where by the time they actually got, because at first I was like, you kind of always thought Harry and Hermione would be the ones to get together or something like that. But as they
I thought that, and my mom called it in the first movie. She's like, Ron and her are gonna like each other. They like each other, and I was like, no, they don't, Mom.
It would be Hermione, but the way they build it in the book, they do it so well. I think she does that. We talked about the people versus the relationships. These basic people, but they have so many books to grow and develop that she's not your author who's sitting you down in one book and all of this character growth, all of this character development. It's like 1 point of growth per book. So and
it's little things, because you go back and you read it, like the thing with Hermione's teeth, how she had big bucky teeth that her parents that were dentists didn't want to fix because they liked it, and so when she gets it shrunk. And they comment on it. It's like little things. It's like, who noticed it first as compared to the other one,
Exactly. And then it's so each one builds something, with the relationships. The Goblet of Fire is really where they first hit puberty, and all of a sudden boys and girls become a thing.
And the ballroom and all of that.
The ball. And then his crush on Cho, which is then the whole fucking, it takes a whole fucking book for them, for him to actually go out with Cho. And then the entire part of that is dealing with the fallout from her dealing with the fallout from Cedric's death, him dealing with the fallout from Cedric's death. Takes that entire fucking book for him to go through that, his first relationship kind of in a big way, and grow enough to then be okay, Ginny. These things take time; they develop over time, And so when you drop them into the movie like that, it's just what? We didn't have any of this development. We didn't add any of this seed planting. Just turned around one day and all of a sudden, no, relationships. In the books, you're rooting for Ginny and Harry, you're rooting for Ron and Hermione, by the time it gets there, because it's been such a slow effing burn. It's like watching a TV show where you're like, when are these two characters going to fuck already? And they're going to, and they finally do. In the movies, it's just wait, what? Who's fucking who now?
It is just very forced, because I remember my mom and my dad didn't see the whole Ginny thing coming, because we were younger, so my parents had to take us to the movies still. Yeah, I couldn't drive myself to any of the Harry Potter movies. But actually, when did the last one come out? Maybe I could to the last one. What year did that one come out?
Part 2. It was, you probably would have been able to drive by then, because I was either in my last year of college, or I think so it's got to be, let me see. I'm sure I can.
Well, with the whole, the Ginny and Harry thing, because it's Half-Blood Prince where they do that, right? Where they kiss and all that. I just remember, and my mom said this about how she's because how I said the old Hollywood lighting, because they do that when you watch old school movies and you see the way the love interest female character, they just illuminate her in a different way, and it's ethereal, and they just come kind of like Arwen in Lord of the Rings.
Exactly.
You see her, she's the elf, and the lighting is different on her.
I call it the ingenue lighting.
Yeah, and so they do that to Jenny, and my mom straight up said she's not pretty enough for that. And my mom we were talking about it on the ride home, and she's just like, it would make sense like for Emma Watson to be done up like that because they could do that with her. And like my mom said, like when she does it in the ballroom scene and she's like got her hair done, she's in a dress, and they didn't even do that lighting on her because she
just watched that movie.
You know, she's
kind of
it's like the big reveal, like Cinderella moment. Oh, she's there in the dress and she's got her hair and her makeup done and she's like a woman now and the boys like her.
Yeah.
Whereas with Ginny, it's like the awkward when they're hiding it in the room and she's all lit differently. And my mom's like, I just remember my mom talking about this in the car ride, and she's like, yeah, my mom was like, she's cute, but she's not leading lady cute. And so they had to make up for that with that lighting. And then we talked about older movies, about how there are some women that are like old school Hollywood beauties, but when you look at them, they're not like the typical kind of beauty, but there's something about them that makes them more attractive to people. Like if they just saw them in a lineup, they wouldn't be considered, oh, that's a hot woman. But when they're the star, it makes them more attractive. Oh, yeah. And so I just remember having like my mom give us that like little lecture on the drive home, and I was like, okay.
There are some people that just radiate like that on their own, but there's others that require that.
That's why Emma Watson didn't need the light, because it was that Cinderella moment, and she's coming out, and she had that even smirk on her face. Whereas Ginny, they had to take the extra effort to like force that romance on screen.
It's kind of hard too, because it's like you cast this kid, you don't know how she's gonna grow up. Maybe she glows up, maybe she doesn't. By the time you get to that movie,
well, see, that's the thing. I've seen her in real life now, and I'm like, she looks 10 times better than as compared to on the movie with all the like the hours of hair. Well, I don't know. Obviously, it wasn't hours of hair and makeup, but I'm like, seeing her in real life, I was like, that's her. Yeah. She should have done her own damn makeup for the damn movie.
Right? Goddamn. I just want to say, I don't know if you've left already, but Macy Van Dusen did say his goodbyes, and he was saying, with his Hale House milestone earlier. So if you're still here, Macy, thank you for stopping in and watching. We always love seeing you. You're a great dude.
And I know that, people are like, a super chat leads into like an hour-long discussion. They're totally right, but I feel like every show is fun, but I feel like this one's like extra fun today.
This is my favorite show to do. We say
that about everyone. We're like, this is actually last week I felt so bad because I was dying. So this is like I'm not even kidding, guys. Well, I went to my P.O. box and I have this giant box, but I was laying on the floor with my microphone and I'm like, it's got a longer cord. So I'm like laying on the floor and I'm like,
hey, we have the same microphone. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're back alive because I missed you last week. Even though you were,
I'm glad too. I was fucking dying. I hate being sick
because it was such a fun. We had a lot of fun things to talk about too, and you kept.
And I'm just on the floor like.
That's too bad. It was fun.
And I was supposed to get a call from my dentist, and they haven't called me back. They always, oh yeah, we'll call you back. No call back. I need to get this shit fixed. Anyways, we'll move on to the next super chat. Macy Van Dusen. Oh, excuse me. That was not it. Anna's Pet Cricket. Shut the fuck up, you pet cricket. Thank you for the super chat, but you need to shut the fuck up when I'm doing the Jack show. I see. And you should make it like Jiminy Cricket or something. Like Photoshop Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder.
That would be funny. Would be funny.
Oh my god, do I have him behind me? I usually have him in my wall.
In my wall.
I could have sworn I had him.
I keep the Disney characters hidden in the wall.
I do. They're up there. You can only see them. I didn't plan this very well because when I did in my other setup before I moved, I was standing in every single one of my videos.
Star Bob dolls are all nailed to the ceiling.
Yeah,
but don't even ask where the DreamWorks dolls go. You don't want to know.
I have DreamWorks dolls.
I'm teasing. I'm just making fun of you.
It's Fievel?
Ah, that's cool. That's an awesome.
That's Fievel Goes West.
The Fievel Goes West. Fievel, the better movie.
I know. I love Fievel. I like Fievel Goes West better than American Tail.
It is better than American Tail. Just like Rescuers Down Under is better than The Rescuers.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll find it and I'll take a picture of Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder and I'll post that so you Cricket account can have it. But let's see. I see what you do to Peaches at night. Well, technically at night I'm awake and he's sleeping. So everything, it would have to be during the day. There you go, Cricket. When you're sleeping, so you don't see anything. Macy Van Dusen, thank you for the super chat. Support the matriarchy. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Macy. We love you. We feel excited by you.
Let's see. Bobby James, thank you for another super chat. Keep up the great work. Jess, email me, and I will send you that email. I won't read it out loud.
I did actually. I took a screenshot of that when it came up.
Okay. Maybe we can collaborate or whatever on something musically. Appreciate everything y'all do. P.S. Anna, that bottle is just about as big as you. Yeah, everyone like loses their shit when I show this.
You gotta bring that next time, either when we come down there or next time you come up. Make sure you bring it. We'll put it in Jeff's hands and see.
Yeah, it'll be a normal size. So I do very long streams, and I always have to like run in and refill it, and then constantly stop. So I got a gallon water bottle.
Nice.
So yeah, it holds a gallon. Some people were like, "What the fuck is that? A normal size? You are small. That's a normal size water bottle." I'm like, "No, it's a gallon." Maybe I should just go with it. Yes, it's a normal size water bottle.
You totally should. Thank you, Dead Snake 989.
Yeah, this holds like a liter, half a liter.
Half a liter. It should have a liter. Whatever. It's big in real life.
How much Mio's in there? An entire one, and then half of another one. Let's see. And then Raging Rhino. Hey, dude, what's up? And thank you for the pear fist pump. Little
that one.
Thank you.
Fist bump. Fist bump. I love that little pair.
Crispy Critters. Thank you for the super chat. Remember, they had to rewrite a lot of the movie. Yes. And I talked about that's when we went on the whole Rogue One thing. So I saw it and I mentioned it. I just didn't. Did I read the super chat? Maybe I did.
I don't know. You might have caught that or not. We did talk about it.
I just saw it in the chat, but I think we already talked on this. So you got your hour-long little rant about that, half an hour to 45-minute little rant.
We did definitely acknowledge the sentiment very, very much for a very long time.
Let's see. Jack Reacher, thank you for the Anna. You presenting your toys in hot outfits as a series? No. You can show toys and we can enjoy your amazing legs and curves. Title The Babe Racy. No, thank you. No, thank you at all. I mean, when I opened up all of the toys from like P.O. Box streams, I mean, I already did that and kind of showed them off. But as far as wearing hot outfits, here's the thing. There are plenty of girls that can do that and have done that and have built their platforms on doing that. More power to them. As for me, I'm not going to look like this forever, so I'm not going to build my channel off of this forever because it's not going to last. It's not a way. I have something in here, like in here, you know, it's not empty. There's stuff in here. I base my channel on that and how I feel about movies and TV shows and things, and not about what it looks on the outside. So I'm
with you 100%. Yeah. Nothing wrong with looking hot, wearing nice things, etc. But I'm with you 100%. I don't want part of my brand or my audience to be built on that because it's not what we're doing. It's not what we're trying to create and stuff like that.
It's fine. It's completely the girls that do that. You know, more power to you if you're confident enough and you're happy doing that. But you have to understand that yes, we're all humans. Doesn't matter how much they come. You know, all the technology that they come up with you know, fixing stuff like that, everyone's going to age.
Everyone ages.
And so when you build your entire platform off of one specific thing, that's only going to be viable for a certain amount of time. So either if you're planning on just doing it for that certain amount of time, saving and investing your money so that way you can retire once that other time comes, or you're smart enough to know how to make a transition from one thing to another. Yeah. But there's even a Twilight Zone episode about this where I think it's like the second episode of the Twilight Zone that ever aired where this woman was a famous actress and now she's old but she's obsessed with watching her old movies where she's young and beautiful. And her career, she doesn't want to take a role as a mother because she always knew herself as a leading lady.
All About Eve is a fantastic movie. That's sort of the general premise of that. It's a great classic film. If you've never seen it, you'd probably really enjoy it. Actually, if you've never seen All About Eve. But yeah, no, 100%. One of the other things too about doing stuff like that is there's a lot of great people. It doesn't bother me one bit when I get a comment with someone's, appreciating. People tell me I'm thick and stuff like that. I'm sure it doesn't bother Anna when she gets complimented her legs and her figure and stuff like that. The one problem though is that the more we choose to show, and the more we do that stuff. All you people are great and give us wonderful compliments, etc. But it invites the creeps.
It invites the negative connotation of certain things.
It invites negative connotations, it invites certain nasty things, and it invites some really creepy people and some really creepy comments. That stuff that's like, it changes the tenor of, you know, a channel. If we're on here and all of a sudden half of the comments scrolling through the chat are levels of you know, thirst that make us uncomfortable, it makes our job kind of icky. You know, it makes it feel gross to do it. No problem. Love, you know, the compliments are really sweet. It's fine. The moments where Anna gets up, you know, and happens to all of a sudden her butt cheeks, you know, getting memed everywhere. It's fun. It's funny, you know. But if Anna was taking...
That was an accident because I was wearing short shorts and I didn't pull them. Well, there's a skirt and I didn't pull it down because it's like 100 fucking degrees in here right now. I have a fan, a big fan, which you guys can't.
That is not true at all.
Off air or off screen, blowing on me because it's like a billion degrees in here. I had it back there, but I had to move it because it didn't look good in the camera.
Sketch Therapy makes a great point. I have Pornhub and hookers. Don't need that from Tubbers. Exactly. There's fortunately there are plenty of places you can go, and when we're famous,
there are plenty of platforms. And again, more power to them if somebody built their own platform and they're comfortable doing that. There's places for that.
Here's the thing: if that's what you want, just continue to build us up and our brands, because eventually we'll get famous enough that people will make porn parodies of us, and then you can watch the porn parodies, and it'll be great, and then everybody wins. Because we don't have to do any of that stuff, and we don't have to know about any of that stuff, but you guys get us doing the material that we like and makes us happy, and then you can go watch the porn parodies. So there you go.
At a certain point, it's like, at least to me, it would feel like when I feel bad because it's generalizing, and I don't mean to generalize, but, and you know, it's kind of a stereotype that people have, but it's like if a girl does that, and again, this isn't everyone, this is the stigma that even I think of, because I'm not perfect, I'm a fucking human, no one is perfect, but when I see that kind of stuff, I'm immediately, what I go to is like a sellout, and, you know, is doing things for money.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. You know, I very easily could just put on a bikini and start streaming and talking about Star Wars. I would still know what I'm talking about, but I guarantee you my audience wouldn't be there for me talking about Star Wars.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
That's not what I'm interested in.
Exactly. I know, you know, exactly. It goes back to the point of we love and appreciate all the compliments you give us, but we don't want to start attracting a portion of our audience that's only there for the looks, you know, and then it doesn't serve us. It doesn't make us feel good to know that that's to you know that that's the only reason we're being mad. And I'm with you 100%. You know, it may be unfair, but when I see a chick that's presenting content that is done to the nines and like tits hanging out, stuff like that, done up nicely, good makeup, you know, stuff like that, wearing a nice outfit is one thing, but the ones that are like popping out, spilling out everywhere, fake tans, that kind of stuff, I want to know what you're compensating for, you know, because to me it's like when you're so obsessed with drawing attention to those things, I'm like, what don't you have that you think that this somehow compensates for?
And then there's other people where it's like girls that know that it's easy money, so they do it because it's easy, and so I'm just like, okay, so they don't want, I get it, like sometimes, yeah, okay, you want to go for easy money, but then at my mind, I'm like, so you're lazy, then you would rather do something that's, and my friend did a really good video, and I'm not going to say anything because then I don't need my channel getting spammed and harassed and mass flagged by somebody that has a lot more internet clout than I do. Somebody that, you know, sits there and eats sushi and pays people $20,000 a month to edit her streams. And then, you know, I have a friend that calls out that kind of stuff, and then he gets spammed by her people. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. But the level of, for what they make, and then the production that is there, or the content that is there or not there. Yeah, that to me, I'm like, you have $20,000 to spend on somebody editing you eating sushi, but then I see somebody like, I didn't know much. I knew who Dr. Disrespect was, but I had never seen his streams or his videos. And watching his first live stream on YouTube, I was like, this is like a fucking movie. Like, he's got special effects. He's switching sets. This is, and he's got a team there with him doing all the sets and special effects. And I'm like, okay, I understand if you're spending $20,000 on that per stream and you're making $1 million per stream. I'm like, that makes sense. Sitting there eating sushi, going, Oh, it's so good. Yeah, but yeah. So that I do have, and I know it's bad. I know it's a stereotype, but that's kind of what I think of, and so I don't want to be thought of in that way as well. So I try to distance myself as much as possible.
I love how we went on this really, really long
Tangent
when it's like the person who sent the super chat.
With the super chat, they said,
yeah, sure.
Wear a sexy outfit and show off. That. I easily could. I'm not going.
Oh, sure. I think it's just funny because I'm pretty sure that like the original answer to that
was no.
Was just, the original just, no, not for us. He was probably like, cool, thanks. Got it. We're like, all, no, and this is why. In case you wanted to know, here is every because there are a lot. But that brings up a good point though, because it is something that we, everyone as a YouTuber has to think about, especially women, because it's reality. We're looked at differently. We're treated differently. It's what's real. Spoiler alert: men and women are different. Crazy how that works.
But here's the thing. Women, we have a stigma about us that we have to fight against. So do men, and people don't want to acknowledge that. Men are expected to be the providers and to be, successful and to do A, B, and C. But then you have movies and characters like the Joker. In the Joker, he's not, what's his face? Actor Joaquin Phoenix. He creeps me out, but I can see how people find him attractive. But ever since I saw him in Gladiator, I'm like, that dude's fucking creepy.
Yep.
But okay, so he's not worse looking.
He's not because of comedy.
He's a good-looking guy, but he's not successful. He's not all of the things that you think of like the perfect man that that society tells you. And then you have like. So men are fighting an uphill battle just as much as women, but nobody acknowledges that men are too. But so in this, like if me and Jessi were to put on a sexy outfit and show off our Star Wars toys, we're going to get looked at very differently. And you can hate it. You could say that's sexist, but guess what? It's the way that society is. Even though that me and Jessi don't even like that stigma, we do it too, because guess what? We're humans, and humans do that. No one is perfect.
Exactly. I don't want all the boys being like, people only watch your videos because you show your titties. Like, nope, I know just as much about Star Wars as you do, if not more. So, The end.
Yeah, okay, so there we go. There's that super chat. Let's see. Raging Rhino, thank you for the super chat. I still can't even go back to watch the OT or the prequels. They have done so much damage that it makes it hard to watch it. Hail, ladies in chat. I've heard a lot of people say that.
Yeah, I have gone back. Those movies are just too important to me to. I do get sad when I watch them. If I think of the prequels or the sequels and what happened and all that shit, I do get sad. But I actually like. What was it? What did we watch? And I was like, I need. Oh, it was. I think it was the night Balam was staying over, where he made me watch the fucking director and the Jedi, the freaking Rian Johnson documentary of the Last Jedi. Ugh. And so we put on like one of the prequels to like palate cleanse. That's what I use the prequels for, because I just can't. I hate that association so much. If I've seen anything from the sequels stuff, whether it's a clip or this or that, I'm just spending too much time in it. I can't go to the originals to palate cleanse. I'm like, these two aren't even in the same universe in my mind. I go to the prequels to palate cleanse. I throw on like one or two, and then I feel better about it, and then I can go back and watch, the originals again and feel good about those. The originals are just everything. And that's the thing is like people talk about Star Wars being dead, Star Wars being ruined. You cannot ruin those for me. Those three movies mean so much to me. That no matter what you do to them, no matter what, you can kill it with fire all you want. And yeah, the idea of Star Wars is very much dead. Its future, very much dead. The trilogy, the original trilogy, still very much alive, still very much a part of my life, still just as great as ever. So when you do get to that point, go back and watch it, because you'll find they're still there for you. Those movies are still there. Nothing about them has changed. They're still the same great pieces of cinema they've always have been.
Yeah, and so my perspective on it is I can look at it, and so I've before The Last Jedi and before the Star Wars sequel happened, I'd had things ruined for me already. I had Avatar: The Last Airbender, that terrible, terrible, terrible fucking movie that should not exist, that should not be allowed to exist. M. Night Shyamalan should not be allowed to ever make a movie again. I hate M. Night Shyamalan and all of his movies.
Have you ever seen
one? I'm like, get the fuck out.
You hate all of
And
his
he's like,
movies?
you guys just don't Western society doesn't understand me. Like, get the fuck off your high horse, you
Hold on.
dumbass.
Okay, that movie's dog shit, but you hate The Sixth Sense? You hate
It was
Unbreakable?
predictable.
You hate Unbreakable?
I didn't watch it.
You gotta watch Unbreakable. Did you see Split?
I heard it was very boring.
Unbreakable.
Okay, I've seen one scene and I walked out of the room because it didn't my mom and dad were watching it and I left and I was like, this is stupid.
Wait, from Split? From Split or Unbreakable?
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. It's not boring. It's excellent. Did you see Split?
No, but I know what it's about. I knew it was M. Night Shyamalan. I have no interest in watching
Beautiful triumph of acting on the part of James McAvoy. M. Night Shyamalan.
I've seen him act great in other movies. I don't need to watch
it. You never saw Signs?
Huh?
You never saw Signs?
I hated it.
What? How did you hate Signs?
Because why the fuck would aliens that get killed by water go to a planet that's 80% water, where basically it'd be like us going to a planet that rains acid? How stupid! Go to Mars. Go anywhere else.
Why would aliens invade in War of the Worlds if they were defeated by the Common Cold? It was just the War of the Worlds ending. He just borrowed that. He just lifted the War of the Worlds ending.
The aliens in War of the Worlds, they didn't know about the Common Cold. That was a mistake that they made. Aliens in fucking Signs. The planet is 80% water.
How are you so advanced that you can travel through the galaxy and shit, but you didn't think about germs? It's just as much of a plot hole for the Common Cold.
Maybe they haven't encountered anything like that, and so
maybe
that's
there's a resource they really needed from Earth.
Know what water is? There's
germs existed on Earth before it was germs are everywhere. How are they nation of? I do not buy that.
I guess maybe the Common Cold is something that only occurs that's on our planet.
Yeah, they have some.
Maybe they've encountered Common Cold. But it's other strains because it's an alien species, and so it didn't affect them in the same way. And they had vaccines and stuff, and it was kind of like us going over and giving, or not us.
They have vaccines.
Native Americans blinking for that smallpox. They didn't know that this is
going to be aware. The same way when we encounter rodents or something, we know they might carry disease. As an alien species, when you show up on another planet, you're going to be aware that they may carry diseases that you haven't been exposed to.
And maybe their society was like, "Fuck it, you guys are the grunts. Go in, and we don't care if you." I don't know. I can't answer for War of the Worlds. That isn't even comparable to.
Maybe there were resources on Earth that they really effing needed, and it was like a gas station stop on the way. They're like, we gotta pop down.
They landed there. They were doing
that to invade.
Go to a planet. Okay, but
to invade, which part of the premise?
This was M. Night Shyamalan not thinking it through. War of the Worlds, different time. They don't have the same technology when World of the Worlds came out.
The premise in the movie is this idea that aliens that just harvest new planets. They show up on the new planet, they use up all the resources, and they move on. They're not intending to settle here or live here on the oceans and shit. They're just popping into our planet.
It's the water.
Utilizing the resources.
No precautions at all. It was.
That's why they didn't land near water. But they had no precautions with the Common Cold. There's no reason.
Terrible movie. M. Night Shyamalan is a terrible director.
It's not a terrible movie. M. Night Shyamalan has made some very bad movies. He has also made some very good movies.
If Rian Johnson and M. Night Shyamalan were in a room, and I had a gun with 2 bullets, I'd shoot M. Night Shyamalan twice.
That's terrible. He's made some legitimately good movies.
No.
You may not like them, but once again, matter of opinion.
Like, it was my own personal damn opinion.
You are entitled to your opinion. Your opinion is also wrong.
No, it's not. Fuck that shit.
No.
Fuck that shit. Okay, I'll go with what is this? This account is actually named correctly for this. Okay, Voice of Judgment. You're both right on your own way, Anna and Jessi. Jessi's name is spelled with an I before the last E, by the way. Just reference for next time. Fuck. I hate M. Night Shyamalan. So with this tangent from the sequel trilogy, not being able to watch the originals, my heart has been broken. I watched that. I watched Aragon, which is a terrible adaptation to the books, but it ruined everything. Within the first 5 minutes, you couldn't make a sequel. The original Series of Unfortunate Events movie with Jim Carrey, it fucked it up so bad they couldn't make any more movies, because guess what? There's 13 books, and a lot of shit happens in those first 3 books that they didn't include, that they fucked up, so you couldn't make another movie. You couldn't finish it because it was fucked up in that movie, because they didn't take the time to learn about the source material. So I can't, Series of Unfortunate Events, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aragon, all fucking ruined. Then I watched Star Trek, JJ Star Trek, and I said, what the fuck? Those movies fucked up the Star Trek universe and the characters so much, but guess what? It doesn't hinder my enjoyment of the originals. It doesn't hinder my enjoyment of any of the shows or the movies, because that exists in its own plane. Disney Star Wars is not real. It's not real Star Wars. It's their bad fanfic, and they had a budget to where they could bring in the original actors to play these characters. Spaceballs is a Star Wars movie compared to sequel trilogy. But so I can go back and watch the originals and the prequels, because in my mind the sequels were just somebody that had it's like one that spoiled rich kid. If you guys ever watched Little House on the Prairie, Nellie Olsen is the epitome of Disney Star Wars and of Kathleen Kennedy and Disney. It's like she's the spoiled little rich girl that gets everything that she wants, and so she can go buy the best purebred horse. But guess what? Laura's still the one that wins the race because she trains with her horse and Nellie doesn't.
True story. True story. I just want to point out Dex Luthor says Anna doesn't like vegetables or blue eyes either. So
I don't.
Your opinions are all suspect. Your opinions are all suspect.
To each their own.
I always used to my ex. I would say all of his tastes in movies were suspect because he thought Prometheus was a good movie.
Oh God.
And I'm like, that's pretty much universally agreed upon as a terrible film.
As a big letdown. For
the Signs haters in the chat, by the way, it made $408 million on a $72 million budget. 86% of Google users like it, 6.7 out of 10 on IMDb, 74% on Rotten Tomatoes. So those of you saying it is universally known that Signs sucks, clearly not universally known. Maybe you think it needs to be. Maybe you need to tell the world that it sucks. You can go do that. But until you do, and until you convince the world that Signs sucks, sorry. She Pancake likes it too. Right, She Pancake? She Pancake likes it. He says it's good, so therefore it's good.
Yeah, see, I'm hoping that they fix it, but they really want to do whammon. And see, in all of the interviews, they really try to downplay Henry Cavill, which kind of pissed me off because I'm like, he is your star, and he is so terrified of getting Me Too'd or getting exiled from Hollywood that he's so fucking smart about keeping his mouth shut, but the way he does it is very gentleman-like. Like there's one interview, Jessi, where they didn't have enough chairs for everyone, so they made him stand up and stand behind the girls. And I'm like, you know that you have it was Henry Cavill and then the producer, the director chick that did The Witcher, and then they had one of the other. I think they had one more chair for like the girl that played Siri, and then Yennefer came in or something, and so they made Henry Cavill stand up and stand behind and I'm like, do you know what you made your A-list celebrity, the most famous person, like the only reason people are watching, well obviously it's The Witcher, but you're taking your A-list celebrity and you're making him stand up. You couldn't have another fucking chair brought in,
especially like look at his fame, look at his celebrity. I don't know any of these two actresses that played these other women that were on there. He probably has the power to ruin their entire careers like that. And you're going to be like, no, you go stand behind the chairs because you're a man.
She even does it. She was like trying to flirt with him, the girl, because who wouldn't? It's Henry Cavill. Well, but she's like, Henry, I'm going to have you stand up in a minute so that way. And I'm just like, he's very like gentlemanly about it. It's like, yeah, gentleman stands up, you let the lady sit down kind of thing. And I'm just like, oh, Henry Cavill, you could be more perfect. Doesn't even, could you imagine if they asked like, somebody like Clint Eastwood, like he would have been like bitch. Of course Clint Eastwood would stand to have a lady sit down, but there better be another fucking chair for him.
But you'd also hear, he'll stand up until the chair comes, but if no chair is forthcoming, you better fucking believe that station's gonna hear about it. That the interview is getting fucking fired, and he ain't never doing an interview for that, channel or anything ever again. So
well, that's the thing. The show it's called The Witcher, but it's about Yennefer and Ciri, which I get because they wanted to have it established in the beginning so that way they could have all of the characters be together and to move forward the story. I get the way that they did it because none of the other seasons are going to be the out of time. Did you watch The Witcher?
I haven't seen it yet, so no spoilers.
Okay, so you have no idea. Okay, so basically what they do, Jess, is because I
kind of don't want to know though, because I kind of want to go in.
So basically, it's just characters that you wouldn't meet until later, but they have different timelines.
Okay.
That would meet them all in the first season.
Gotcha. Makes
So
sense.
it's like Aragorn on his journey and Frodo and Sam on theirs, but
Makes
it's
sense.
different time, so that way you can see all of these characters at one time. I understand why they did it, but yeah, the show's supposed to, it's The Witcher, it's about Geralt of Rivia, and it wasn't about, he wasn't the main thing. He's like a secondary character in his own show, and Henry Cavill plays, he loves that character so much that he was like campaigning for that character the second he found out the show was going to be made. And I'm just like, good, more power to him. I'm more than happy to see more of him in this. But they made it all about a different character and took certain things away from other things to highlight other characters. And so I didn't necessarily like rewatchability, not so much. That one thing that this person is referencing, yeah, I didn't like that either.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a good first season if you don't know anything about it. Because I've looked into it more so since I watched it, and I watched it twice, in certain scenes more than twice. But you should watch it. Why haven't you watched it yet?
Time, honestly, it's been on our list for forever. And we just, for some reason, every time we're like, what do you want to watch? We never think to, I think we're just so invested in so many things. We keep putting on stuff. There's stuff we've seen before, or like stuff that we can just sort of have on in the background when we're doing other things. We haven't had the time to like sit down and invest in a new show. I really want to watch it, though. We both really want to watch it, actually.
Watch it.
Yeah, okay.
Watch it so we can talk about it.
Okay. Jesus. Will do.
Okay, let me read the next super chat. Oh, God, this is going to be a long discussion. Oh, wait. Okay. Excuse me. 2 more super chats, and then it'll be another long discussion. But yeah, that being said, yes, I can still watch the prequels and the originals.
All this to say, yes.
Literature Devil, thank you for the super chat, and I know I highlighted it when it popped up, but Slytherin for life.
Damn straight.
And I know I'm wearing green, but Gryffindor.
Slytherin.
Chris Stanley, thank you for the super chat, and it's a super sticker of a peach. Thank you.
Peach for peaches.
Bobby James, thank you for super chat. What do you think about Robert Bat and Bat for Bruce Wayne? And Anna, Christopher Reeves for Henry for Soups? Wait, what?
Christopher Reeves or Henry Cavill for Soups. Who do you prefer?
I'm sorry, I'm having.
Who do you prefer as Superman, Christopher Reeve or Henry Cavill?
Oh, sorry. I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking about the director guy, and I'm like, I don't think that's his name.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan. I saw Christopher, and I was like, Nolan, and I was like, you do. I'm like, is he talking about? Never mind. It's too much of a common damn name. Okay. I grew up with Christopher Reeves as Superman, so when I picture Superman in my mind, that's who I picture as Superman. Now, as a full-grown woman, I don't want to say that on here. Henry Cavill is a beautiful, beautiful specimen. All of the movies he's in as Superman, that's not Superman. Those are terrible, 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 terrible fucking movies. Zack Snyder is one of those directors that I think I don't like his vision at all. One thing I will give Zack Snyder credit, he knows how to cast beautiful men, aside from Ben Affleck, because Ben Affleck needs to wear a bag.
I like his 300, and I did actually really like Sucker Punch.
300!
Fucking love that movie. Fucking love that movie. Jeff hates it. Jeff can't stand that movie, but I absolutely adore it.
Well, I like history. So here's the thing, though, about 300. That's history. That happened. He just adapted the story. He is not responsible for the epicness of the story. Casting the beautiful men and making them wear those outfits. Hello. I was a kid when that movie came out.
That was I actually
I'm
like
all for the male anatomy and showing more of it.
My favorite. I do enjoy Gerard Butler, but my favorite guy in that is actually David Wenham. I really, really like David Wenham, just as an actor, as a dude, like just everything.
That was my introduction to. Oh my god, why am I blanking on his damn name? We'll fight in the shade. What's his face? Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender. He was great.
I was like, cut his hair off, and he did. And
he was yum. He was very yum. But I don't know. I love David Wenham's voice too. He was for people who don't know him, he was also Faramir. He's the guy with one eye who loses an eye.
He's the one that's narrating. He goes back and he's narrating.
He's the narrator. Yeah, so he's the narrator voice. And then he was the monk or the friar. Technically,
In Van Helsing.
Van Helsing. Technically, I'm only a friar, so I can swear all I want. Damn
You
it!
can't do that. You're a priest. And he's like, actually, I'm just a
Technically, I'm
friar.
only a friar.
Like, ooh.
Freaking love that character. And then, of course, he's Faramir from Lord of the Rings, so who I adore.
How is 300 racist?
Yeah, this is the new thing. Apparently, this is the
yeah, because they wouldn't let the Persians invade Greece. Oh my God,
it's so anti-gay.
Them.
All that shit is freaking straight from history. You go to Herodotus' history. He read straight in effing history. Yes, he brought over concubines and eunuchs and sex slaves. And that was what the Persian army got. And by the way, that was not unique to Persia. If the Greeks were invading the Persians, they would have brought their sex slaves, both male and female, as well. This is not like, this, exotic.
And children, you got to remember that. There's also... That's one thing that they don't touch on in movies is there are children sex slaves.
There are children, yes, there absolutely
well,
are.
They kind of did in Game of Thrones where he was like younger. And then they brought him in finally because they realized what he wanted.
That was skin crawl.
But there's nothing racist about that damn movie. It was very visually appealing once they got to a certain part. And did you know that they actually had sex in that movie? Like that sex scene was real.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I guess she talked about it in an interview
with her and the wife, him and the wife. I think I've actually heard that. I think I did actually hear that.
She was just like, yeah, and I was like, girl.
I'm like,
that's one day when you're going to work to get paid, and it's like, because like I feel like porn stars, they kind of get the short end of the stick because it's like it's not somebody to that caliber. But then you get her, and it's like, oh, you got to do that, and it's like that. I'm like,
hell yeah, we're like A+ to you.
Imagine getting paid millions of dollars to sleep with Gerald Butler. It's like,
no, but that would be excellent.
I'm so sorry for you. Smallest violin in the world for your problems.
Darn.
Like with Amy Adams having to be in the bathtub scene with Henry Cavill, I'm like, oh my God.
Your life sounds so
Millions
difficult.
of dollars and you'd be naked in a bathtub with naked Henry Cavill. Oh my God. Boo-hoo for you.
Exactly. Oh man.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I get it. It's like it's a very awkward thing to film a sex scene in a movie because you got like cameras and like rooms full of people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fact about it, though, on sets like that, so it takes a long time to change even a simple camera shot because you need to move all the cameras. Sometimes you need to redo the backdrop depending on where you're moving from and to, or move equipment out of the new shot. You got to change all the lights. There's a lot of stuff that happens between shots. So when they're setting up the shots for actors for sex scenes on big budget movies like that, there are stand-ins whose literal job is just to lie there in the sexy time position and or do the sexy time action for lighting and visual reference, just for the camera. The A-list actors sit off in their trailer. They're only needed when the camera's actually rolling. But there are
their face and stuff.
Exactly. But there are body doubles that don't even need. They're not like the body doubles like you think, where they actually have to look same size, shape, and whatnot. For stand-ins, these are literally just there to be lighting references. Like, just lie in this bed and pretend to bang. So
in Love Actually, how they're like standing in for the sex scene.
Yes. Oh my
it's
God.
Bilbo Baggins in a sex scene. Bilbo Baggins and Helen of Troy in a sex scene.
God. So awkward. But that's exactly what happens.
Just talking like casually. Oh yeah. And they're like, okay, like can you like touch her nipples? And then he's like, okay, let's make my hands warm. And it's like I was like, this is comedy genius, right?
Oh yeah. So freaking
But can you imagine that's your job? Oh, I have to go pretend to have sex in this awkward not sex scene.
That would be a weird ass job. Not what I want to do, I don't think.
But why are we talking about this? What was the chat? If I prefer Christopher Reeves to Henry Cavill.
Oh God, yeah, yes. Who your Superman is, and let him
Christopher Reeves is Superman in my mind. When I close my eyes and picture Superman, it's Christopher Reeves. And then I did watch Smallville, so and he was in that. But Henry Cavill is like the hunk that like if you're in a rom-com and he's the boyfriend that will dress up like Superman for you. And I just want to like run my thumb through his chin like a credit card. oh my god, I'm like, oh, he's so handsome, but those movies are terrible. Man of Steel is a shit. That's not a Superman movie, and you can get mad. I don't like Zack Snyder. I don't like his vision. I'm very happy for the Snyder fans that are getting their Snyder cut, because a lot of shit went down in that movie. So good for them. Good for him getting that, because what happened to him and why everything surrounding that situation just breaks my heart. I'm more than happy to see more Henry Cavill in the Superman costume.
Absolutely.
I'm ready for that. I'm gonna have those posters, and what if they make a cutout of him?
Oh my god, you're gonna own it. As for Bat-Pat, I do stand by my original opinions on Bat-Pat. Again, in a video posted right there in the chat, if you guys want to take a look. I was vehemently opposed to the casting of the Bat-Pat. I just don't see him in that role.
Yeah, I don't either.
And
we talked about that with the matriarchy, remember?
Yeah, and a lot of that was an unpopular opinion when I first put out my video last year when it was very first announced. I was just very adamantly against it, and took a lot of flack. People were like, "Give him a chance. You run over there, give me a chance." Blah, blah, blah. And I'm now, all this time later, I'm still feel pretty good about that take. I still feel, especially after all that shit came out about the exercising, I thought it was just so utterly disrespectful. It pissed me off. So, yeah.
Him not wanting to work out to be Batman. I get it. It's going to be more noir mystery type. And I'm like, good. I fucking love film noir. I like that kind of stuff. Do that. But guess what? The animated series did that. And guess what? Bruce Wayne was fucking yoked. And he did a good job of hiding it. He wears baggy clothing. You watch the original Batman the Animated Series episode where you see Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent, and it's the introduction, or like how Two-Face becomes Two-Face, and it introduces Poison Ivy as a Batman villain. You see Bruce Wayne out to dinner with Ivy and Harvey, and the way he wears like this baggy suit, and it makes him kind of look like he's kind of, got a little extra pounds on him, like a dad bod. But he does that to hide the fact that he's Batman, and that he's, he is slim and narrow, and that he's fucking strong because he's just
bulky as shit. Needs them muscles.
Robert Pattinson was good in Harry Potter. What?
I gotta run to pee real quick.
Go ahead. I'll give my little 2 cents. Robert Pattinson Batfleck. Okay, so I liked Robert Pattinson in Harry Potter. I liked him as Cedric Diggory a lot. And so when he got cast in Twilight, me being a little preteen, I was like, oh, okay, he's not really fit for Edward. He doesn't look like him. Like I said before, Stephenie Meyer, she might not be the best author, but the way that she describes people, it's like she's seen them. It's like she's describing somebody that's real. And when she wrote Twilight, she had in mind Henry Cavill, which would have made those movies significantly better. But in my mind, I don't see him as like I'd have to see him in that. I can see him being in a suit, Bruce Wayne. But here's the thing about Bruce Wayne and Batman. Anyone can put on the superhero Batman suit and go and fight. It's who plays a good Bruce Wayne. And I love The Dark Knight. It's one of my favorite movies, probably because it's a well done written. You have a hero's only as strong as their villain, and when you have one of the greatest villains of all time with one of the best portrayals of the Joker of all time, it's going to be a good fucking movie, unless the acting is terrible, which, what's her face, the Rachel chick, Maggie Gyllenhaal, that was a terrible recasting compared to Katie Holmes, which I'm still mad at Tom Cruise for not letting Katie Holmes be in that movie, because he's all whatever Tom Cruise is dealing with. But as far as him being Bruce Wayne and then him being Batman, if he's already not willing to work out to get in shape to be Batman, it's like, you got to understand, Batman is one of the essential members of the Justice League and one of the most popular characters, and in my opinion, one of the most well-written characters of all time. To be on par with Superman and Wonder Woman and all of these other superheroes that have superpowers, and to be the one that is one of the most essential ones because he's the smartest man on the freaking planet Earth, that's his mind. But guess what? He's also physically fit enough to be a superhero, to run and roll with the punches like characters like Superman and Wonder Woman. You gotta be in fucking shape. And if I'm looking at him and I'm like, me, a tiny little hobbit, if I'm more fucking yoked than the dude playing Batman, we got a serious fucking problem. Don't and you look at people like the guys in Marvel, and this is what pissed me off. I'm like, those guys work their ass off. Chris Hemsworth, what's his face? All the damn Chris's. Chris Evans, Chris Pratt. You go and look at people like Henry Cavill that go to the gym, that work their asses off because they are playing superheroes and they need to look like superheroes, and they're willing to do it. Heck, even Brie fucking Larson going and working out and pushing a Jeep. If Brie Larson's willing to fucking work out and she's just playing fucking Captain Marvel and you're going to be Batman and you're not willing to get your ass to the gym or even go and sit on the little yoga ball to play fucking Batman, get the fuck out of here. And somebody else that actually wants the role and is willing to put the time, energy, and effort to playing that character, let that other person come in because that's the person that deserves it. You don't want to do the basic things that are required to be that character, then you don't fucking deserve it. You don't deserve to get paid millions of dollars to play one of those most iconic roles of all time, one of the most coveted roles of all time. Go fuck yourself, Robert Pattinson.
Effing men to that. Caught the end of that. Agree 100%.
Okay, Jessi, you don't like having long hair. Okay, so what if you got the part of a role and they said, "Hey, it's not going to film for another year. Would you mind growing out your hair because the character we don't want to put a wig because your hair we're just going to dye it, we'll style it, we'll do it every day, but could you grow out your hair?" Yep. You don't like having long hair, but would you do it?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. You get cast in a superhero movie. Wouldn't you expect to work out?
Oh, absolutely. I would grow my hair for a role. I would shave my hair for a role. I would dye my hair for a role. Absolutely. It's part of what it is. It's part of what's asked of you, you know?
People in the world would give up like everything to be able to have the chance to play Batman. And even if they don't like the gym, even if that's not their thing at all, they would go and start doing it to be like Mark Hamill. Look, he doesn't want to go to the gym, and he even talked about it in that clip that I have where he's like, "You guys had me go to the gym like twice a week and work out and lose all this weight so I can turn around and take my hood off." Really? Exactly.
That's bullshit. I can understand that being utter bullshit. Yeah, total this.
There you go, Spirit. There you go. The fact that he's unwilling to do it, and if anything, you would think you'd be taking advantage of COVID, working out, Skyping with a person. And that's my thing. If even Brie fucking Larson is willing to do it,
right? If
and
she's
you're not going to do it as Batman, and you want me to take you're a serious actor, then be fucking serious about it.
Exactly.
And you know how much muscle he could have built up during this time, bulking up, taking these extra months with COVID, not filming and working out at home. Henry Cavill's doing it.
Because the other thing is he talks about too. He tries to make it, if you're sitting there working out doing shit during quarantine, you're part of the problem. No, you are a bigger part of the fucking problem. Because the whole thing is either he's not going to work out at all for the role, or what he's going to say is, "Oh, I'm on quarantine. It's not a big deal. We don't even know when shooting's going to happen." So what? When you find out when shooting is, you're just going to pop a bunch of steroids and go balls to the walls to bulk up right before shooting because that's so responsible. Because that's so much healthier. Part of the effing says over this part of the problem nonsense about working out's part. No, working out, maintaining a regular schedule and continuing to work out regularly, even when you're on quarantine, is actually a very healthy thing to do. That's one thing a lot of people we're talking about is saying if you can maintain a routine, if you can maintain a semblance of a schedule, you will have an easier time during lockdown, during these changes, during these things like that. So actually, exercise helps you sleep at night. It helps stabilize your mood. There is absolutely nothing fucking wrong with exercising in quarantine. So that's why it pissed me off so much. It was beyond just not being willing to do it, but him wanting to cast judgment and be disparaging towards people who were. It was like, wake the fuck up. Even if it's for a role, there is how do you sit here and try to justify disparaging exercise? Like, who are you? It just was dumb.
The entitlement of it really put a bad taste in my mouth because do you know how many people would are dying to have the chance that never will to play Batman? And you're just throwing that away. That's part of you don't want to be the workout guy. Okay, then be Alfred. Be Lucius Fox. Be another character.
Be a character that is not expected to be a fucking ninja. Literally any character.
Look at
He's
Christian
not a
Bale.
goddamn
Christian
ninja.
Bale, who literally like transforms his body for these roles. He wasn't like super big and bulky like Henry Cavill got or like Chris Hemsworth got to play these parts. He was toned. And obviously it's more, impactful when you get the suit on top of those toned muscles. But still, it's like...
But he looked like a man.
Yeah.
Robert Pattinson, for all that he wants to have his hangdog look and the scruff on his face and all that shit, looks like a boy trying to be a man. He has a very youthful face.
I'm like, if my tiny little hobbit, if I look like I can take him, like if I don't need to call a superhero to take, like I could hold my own. And again, I'm a hobbit. He's a full grown man. If I think I'm more strong than him, we got a fucking problem. That was the same issue I had with the Wonder Woman. I'm like, if I'm not going to call you to help me, if you're only going to hinder my whatever I need help from, you're not a superhero.
Exactly. And it's like, even, beyond even, any of the people any of the regular people like us who'd want to do that too, I'm sure there are tons of other actors in Hollywood that would love to play Batman. If you're not fucking interested, let someone else play the role. Let someone who is. Like, don't do this to the fans. Don't take this role and be like, oh, I guess it'll be an honor to play Batman. Oh, I guess I haven't done anything of note with my career. Nobody gives a shit about me anymore. It's time to make a splash and be Batman. I guess. Like, he was so, over being Edward in Twilight because of all the press and the fandoms and the this and the that. If that's not for him, if playing these big blockbuster roles isn't for him, then don't fucking do it. Don't sit here and be Batman just so you can roll your eyes at the role to try to remain relevant for another 10 years. Pick someone fucking else. Just give the role. Let someone else who wants to be there do it. To me, again, yeah. Like you said, the entitlement is just. It's very. It really rubs me the wrong way. That's what I don't like is when. Love your life, be an actor, be famous, have all your money, have all your shit. Is when actors lose sight of how lucky they are and how privileged they are as people. That it really rubbing the wrong way.
And I said that this was really smart in the beginning. I said for their marketing team to cast him because they keep trying to get the Twilight audience. Like that's what they tried to do with the Reylos, with that in Star Wars, and it destroyed the fucking. That shit is just a whole nother sick, twisted thing that we don't need to go down that rabbit hole even more than we already have. But they wanted the Twilight audience. I said for marketing reasons, all the psychos that love Twilight, that are like twihards, they're gonna eat this shit up that he's Batman. They're gonna buy all the merch. They're gonna do that. But his thing is that he wants to get as distance from Twilight as possible because he's a serious actor. And so he's done all these other movies to be a serious actor to show that he's like actually got ground to stand on that's not just Twilight, and the fact that he resents Twilight so much. And I'm like, okay, but you're going into this other mainstream IP and you're gonna you don't want to get typecasted, but I'm telling you right now, dude, they 100% cast you because they want that audience that you will bring with it. That is that nerddom that wants to consume this product. That is why you got cast for this, not because you're a serious actor, because they want the fan base.
Exactly. 100%. And it's not, and so the rest of us who actually enjoy these things and look forward to a Batman movie have to suffer for your fucking, so you can try to get, pinch out a few more dollars in the box office, hoping that you're going to appeal to, broaden your horizons and to appeal to new people. People always forget, broaden your horizons at what cost? Broaden your horizons, find your new audience, and lose your entire original audience in the process? That doesn't seem smart. Whatever. That's all I gotta say about it is whatever.
Okay, so let me, because we're going on over 4 hours and I have a stream.
Yeah, you have to be on another stream in like half an hour.
I do, yeah. So let me read these super chats. So thank you so much, everyone. I apologize that I've been like going like an hour for each super chat answer. Oh sweet Jesus, there's a lot. Okay, let's see. Macy Van Dusen, thank you for the super chat. Even I think you acknowledged us a little bit earlier. Meet God now, hail the matriarchy. Well, thank you, and it got the live long and prosper. So thank you so much. Crispy Critters, thank you for the super chat. You two are sounding like Reylos. What the fuck? When?
Crispy Critters got all uppity because we went on, but we were talking about Harry Potter for like 45 minutes, and he was like, "This isn't Star Wars." Blah. You know what? We'd have to be talking about Reylo to sound like Reylos. So, whatever name they have for Harry Potter fans, he's fine. I think now that he's been in the chat since then and does not appear to have his panties in a wad. So any longer, unless he appears to still be in the chat and no panties wadded. We can't sound like Raylos. Again, the single thing that defines a Raylo is shipping Raylo, and we don't. So we're
very much against Raylo.
We are very against Raylo. So in order to sound like Raylos, we'd have to be Raylos, and we're not. But we are fans of more things than Star Wars, and we do like talking about them.
Mm-hmm. Let me read these 3 super chats in a row, all from Andre Johnson. Thank you for this. Who are these 2 Karens streaming on YouTube? Laughing face, winking, tongue out face. What's up, you two? How you both doing? We're doing good. We've been having a really fun show today. So thank you for popping in. And then
your usual length. So
we are getting we've gone on 2 hours longer than we usually go.
Well, we went a little, I don't think we even did go short last week. I think we were going to, and then we ended up rounding out close to the 2 hours anyway.
I know, and I'm on the floor dying.
Oh God.
Let's see. Andre Johnson, thank you for the super chat. For these next 2, just know I have reported people being creeps on your Twitter. I just got someone suspended for it. We have your back. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. I disagree with the opinions going around that Anakin is a Mary Sue. Just something. What?
I have heard this. This is one of the counter arguments to, because it started out with people were like, well, if Rey's a Mary Sue, then Luke's a Mary Sue. No, he's obviously not. People that got shot down with obvious, the obvious ways to refute it, and so now they're just like, oh well, Luke's not a Mary Sue, but Anakin is. No, he's not. He's part of a prophecy. Like, it is very explained exactly directly in the story why he's so force sensitive, why he's so powerful, but he can't be a Mary Sue because the whole point of Mary Sue is that they can just do everything and they get everything. The whole arc of his character is that none of the shit that he wants works out. He wants to save his mom. He can't. He wants to make sure Padme doesn't die. He's responsible for killing her. He wants to become so, skilled in the ways of the dark side that he can stop people from dying. Doesn't succeed at that. Stops his fucking self from dying by turning into basically a robot man. Like, nothing. A Mary Sue is someone where everything just is super easy for them. Nothing works out for him. Nothing works out. The only thing that works out for him is that he gets to go train as a Jedi, which wasn't even a sure thing because, first of all, he has to abandon his mother in order to do it, which he's clearly conflicted about. He gets initially rejected. It's not until Qui-Gon gets brutally murdered in the face of this new Sith threat that they go, if you're the one who's going to bring balance to the Force, maybe we should take a risk and start training you. Like, nothing is easy for him. None of these things, in the first movie, things kind of happen to him because he's a child, and the other characters are the important characters that are the driving agents of the story. But beyond that, then, his whole thing, he's supposed to go protect Padme. It's this big mission of his, and he fucks it up by falling in love with her, and then fucks it up by going to another planet to murder a whole bunch of sand people while he fails to save his mother, and then goes to save his master and fucks that up too, and then goes to defend his master from the evil Count Dooku and fucks that up, gets his arm soundly chopped off. Like, I don't understand the basis of trying to argue that.
There's nothing about Anakin that makes him a Mary Sue, considering he's been training for over a decade.
Exactly. And I think the argument people that are trying to make, first of all, I think they just clearly don't understand a Mary Sue if they're trying to call him that. If they're trying to call him overpowered, exactly like you said.
That's the whole thing. The second we're introduced to him, it's like, oh, Qui-Gon, this is off the charts, even more than Obi-Wan says it, more than Master Yoda. Yoda. That he's stronger in the Force than other people.
Yeah, justified with the stupid midichlorians and all that shit. But he goes, like you said, and fucking trains. Just because we don't have 3 movies of him, doing his Jedi training, it is understood clearly by the fact that he shows up grown up with Obi-Wan as his master, being his apprentice in the next movie. What has happened in the past 10 fucking years? He has been at the Jedi Academy fucking training to be a fucking Jedi. Like, no, there's no overpoweredness there. It is, yeah.
Well, and also, I'm actually okay with the way that they did it. Like, oh yeah, he's been training for 10 years because it keeps that air of mystery about the Jedi and about the Force.
I don't need or want to see that minutia broken down. I
think the amount that they showed with Yoda in Dagobah, that was like when with the rocks, with running around with, and Yoda saying, "Feel it. You need to feel the Force. You need to feel the Force," and that aspect of it, and then trying to get the X-wing out of the swamp, and Luke can't do it, and then Yoda like says, "Size matter not. It's all about like how you think. It's mind versus."
Exactly. You get your Cliff Notes Jedi philosophy from Yoda in Empire, and that's really all you need, because the prequels really move away from that mystical element of the Force anyway, and more into the inner how Jedi operate and what they do. And I agree that it's better for not revealing that. That keeps some of that mystery that we lost by having George Lucas throw in the midichlorians and all that is preserved by not giving us too much of an inside look at Jedi training.
And then this one is right. Yeah, you can say Anakin is overconfident. That is true. 100%. And yeah, if you've been told since you were discovered that you're the chosen one and that Qui-Gon died because Obi-Wan almost left the Jedi Order and the Jedi had said no. And Qui-Gon is like his dying breath wasn't to say, Obi-Wan, you were a good student. It said, no, train Anakin. One. If you've been told from the beginning that you're the fucking chosen one, yeah, you are going to be a little cocky. But I got to finish these super chats, so I apologize, everyone, because I have another stream.
Just real quick though, that overconfidence is a flaw of his, not a So yes. Anyway.
Let's see. Charlie's London. Oh, hey Charlie's, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. Hey Anna, Gryffindor for life. Yes. Charlie's here, Gryffindor. A great show. However, it's bedtime here in the UK. Gotta go now, guys. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. Aw, thank you, Charlie's. I appreciate it. Thank you, and good night, Charlie's.
Hopefully you're sleeping well.
Yeah, you probably don't know who Charlie's is. I'll tell you about her later.
Yeah.
Jordan. I always see him on your channel.
Diambrini.
Diambrini. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to spend more time on it because I got to. Well, I guess I can spend all. Okay. I know it's off topic, but I really loved and enjoyed Hayden Christensen's performance as Anakin Skywalker and wish I could see more of him. Jess and Anna, what do you think of Hayden's performance as Anakin Skywalker? I didn't mind it. But we also, Jessi has talked about this. We were kind of young girls, and he was really cute.
Puberty, perfect timing, gorgeous. Oh my God. One of the rare instances too where I actually liked him better with the shorter hair than the longer. I usually like long-haired guys, but I actually really preferred his shorter-haired look. But anyway, maybe it's just because that's how he looked.
I liked his longer hair.
I think it's just how he looked when I fell for him. So
yeah,
but
I think it helped make him a little bit more I think he looks great in both movies. Yeah. I liked his action figure better, and that might be why I don't. I like his action figure better from Revenge of the Sith as compared to. I like his action figure too, but the one was better from Revenge of the Sith. But.
I don't love Hayden Christensen's acting as Anakin, but I also think that it is shit on more than it deserves. I think there's more there than we used to call him a plank, and I felt like that was pretty accurate. And then I saw Brie Larson, and I was like, oh, that's a plank. Hayden Christensen definitely struggles feeling organic with a lot of the romance and a lot of the tender moments, but he does anger really well. And I don't just mean anyone can scream and yell and throw things. He gets that depth with the real burning anger, the real heart of it, that tortured soul element, the women and the children when he does that, and the pain behind it, the actual intention behind it. So as
far as go ahead, finish and then I'll go.
I think the writing and the directing were worse than the acting. I do think given a better script and better director, someone who was better at working with actors, he could have done the liar thing, all the anger, any of this anger really, really, I thought really solid, but that's, weaker in Attack of the Clones, because it's much more romance. It's much more of this, these quieter moments. And
he's got to get Padme, where in the next movie, he's got Padme.
Exactly. He's just way too awkward in these attempts at romance. I would never want to see him in a chick flick. He's so fucking stiff and awkward in that scenario.
I've seen him in romantic roles outside of Star Wars.
Maybe it's just the directing. Maybe it's just the directing and writing in those scenes.
I think it's you have a guy that has never been in a relationship and has never flirted with a woman. And then, here's my thing. Real life is, aside from Jessi and Jeff, but even then, you guys had a very different more experience first off, and it was a very different circumstances. But when you have somebody that is, you know, knows what the rules are and does not want to break the rules, and then you have somebody that does know what the rules are and it's like, fuck them, I see what I want and I want it now, but does not know how to flirt and is not smooth. This is what I said the other day on the 10-hour stream on Nom's channel. I'm like, not every man is James Bond. Do you know how many times, like, we probably both can share stories of bad dates or bad times when people have attempted to hit on us and it was just, oh my God, kill me now. Like, I'm like, you know, that, the way he says, like, I don't like sand, and then, like, soft and smooth and touches her, I'm like, that is, like, high-level romance compared to some of the attempts that I've been on dates and, like,
Sure
guys and stuff.
He nails it on that one. And actually, it's funny thing, as you're talking about this, though, and as you're putting it out there like that, I'm, like, recontextualizing, like, he's only supposed to be, like, 19 in this movie.
Yeah, he's 19.
And when you think about it in that context, you're absolutely right. Someone who's, like,
no experience whatsoever.
Exactly. Who's in some ways going to be...
That was his first kiss. For God's sake.
Exactly. Who's going to be emotionally stunted in those ways because, you know, he's never been allowed to explore that, is going to be like this awkward 19-year-old who flirts like a 12-year-old because he's never fucking done it before. Mm-hmm. Recontextualizing that, it actually softens me to it a little better. And I also do think you can't pin all that blame on Hayden Christensen because the performance in Revenge of the Sith was so much stronger than Attack of the Clones.
Look at his eyes and his body language in that scene where he's like, I don't like sand, I like things that are, like, look at the way he looks at her.
Yeah.
Like, he acts with his eyes very, very well. And you can see that it's very clear he doesn't know what he's doing and he's trying. And so he's like, he sees what he wants, so he tries to save it and change the subject from the sand to the smooth.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, too, is when you look at it, it's kind of like the Keanu Reeves problem where, like, Keanu Reeves doesn't have a whole lot of modulation in his voice. He doesn't have this incredible vocal range. But if you turn the sound down, you watch his face, he's got all the expression, the emotions there, the choice there, all that stuff is there. I think sometimes Hayden Christensen just doesn't have that vocal animation that, you know, people look for. So, yeah, I'll give him a pass on that.
Yes. I didn't mind it as much as other people. Yeah, because especially we were kids. And then as you get older, it's like, oh shit, that's cringy. And then you actually start dating and you're like, actually, no, that's not as bad as some of the real life. Like, okay, that was Anakin's first fucking kiss. My first kiss was outside of my physics class. And the dude had braces and I was picturing, oh, a first kiss is supposed to be romantic and it's supposed to be this life-changing experience. And I was like, oh God, no, I never want to get kissed again after that, you know?
Mine was, we had this game called the Fib Finder that you would like say something and you would push the button. It would tell you if you were lying, not lying, or maybe. So we used it, and the guy I was dating, to be like, should we kiss now? And it said yes. So we kissed. And then I was grossed out.
So more romantic than my story.
But then I got really grossed out and broke up with him.
Same. That exact. I was like,
this is not keep kissing me, and I was like, that was weird. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Do we have any more super chats? Because you are
yes.
Out of the wire.
I know. I'm at my time. Robert Mendoza, thank you for super chat. If you haven't already seen Immortals, it's Henry Cavill as Theseus. 300.
No.
Trust me, I saw that movie.
Hate that movie so much. It's so bad.
It terrible fucking movie.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't follow any of the history. It's like where the 300 was so true to Herodotus' history. The Immortals makes jumbles up 1,000 different stories. The mythology is not right at all. None of it makes any sense. The story is terrible. It's awful. The only cool thing in it is the Brazen Bull and Henry Cavill. The end.
Yeah, I watched that movie once, and Henry Cavill dies.
That goes up for me as like my least is what I rate as like the worst movie ever made. Sorry.
It is one of the worst movies ever made.
That's like my number one.
No, and then the chick that, okay, I get it because I already saw this in The Scorpion King with The Rock, where the chick has the power to see the future, and if she loses her virginity, then she loses her powers. I'm like, all right, chick, you're gonna be a virgin forever. I don't know, maybe he can go down on you or something. Maybe he can get finger banged or something, but no sexy time. What does she do? She goes and fucks him. I'm like, I get it. He's Henry Cavill. I'm
pretty sure it was supposed to be Sam was the prophet involved in that story. That's not actually, that's like the news. Like her whole thing was she was a prophet, but no one believed her, and it was way more interesting.
But okay, yeah. So they stole Cassandra's story from Helen of fucking Troy. But okay, still, I feel the same way about Clash of the Titans remake. That was fucking terrible. Because Bella,
I heard it was terrible.
Huh?
I said I didn't hear it, but I just heard it was terrible.
Oh, don't fucking watch it. It's terrible.
I didn't see it, yeah.
So Bella had seen Clash of the Titans, the first one and the second remake, and they're both terrible. Then I showed her the original Clash of the Titans with the fucking clay. With the fucking claymation. That movie is so much better than the new Clash of the Titans. And she was like hooked. She's like, this is so cool. And she's like, Anna, where's the bird? Because you know Andromeda, when he puts on the helmet and he's invisible, he goes and sees her, and then the cage comes and like her spirit leaves her body and I'm like, they were doing that all the way back then, and the story is so fucking good. And she was mesmerized. And she's like, and I was like, yeah, you've seen this movie. Well, you haven't seen this one, but you saw one. And she's just like, she couldn't even recall it. And I'm like, Gabrielle, you know what the story is because I know you've seen the Clash of the Titan movie. Couldn't even remember that. And I told her there was other movies like that, like the Jason and the Argonauts one, but that one's not as good. But
I do like that one though.
It's
so cheesy, but it's so fun.
But
skeletons.
Even that is more true to the mythology.
It absolutely is. It tells a great story. It tells the story really well. Just special effects don't really hold up on that one. Skeleton army. Fucking love it.
Oh my god, the skeleton army.
Oh, man.
Okay, but yes, let's go because I am running out of time. Where was I?
You were at
yes, of course.
Bobby
I've seen
James.
Henry Cavill as a Greek god, and that was done terribly. Bobby James, thank you for the super chat. Think Robert and Bat could a good job, but agree with you both. Who's more forward sensitive, Luke or Anakin? Well, that's not fair because they both are. I feel like Luke might have it's either going to be enhanced or hindered because of Padme. So Anakin had a lot, but we don't know what the genes did once it was mixed with Padme. So
It's true.
I can't tell you the answer to that. I'm going to say that it was not as strong as Anakin, but it was utilized better with Luke. So that's my answer.
I feel the same. I feel like Anakin had more like raw, natural, untapped potential and stuff.
I know.
Don't worry, joke. We know. We're trying to wrap up here. Only got a couple more left. But I do think
super chats.
I do think Luke, even though he wasn't as naturally strong, was more incorruptible, which made.
And this is one of those arguments where it's like you could have the biggest army in the world, but who's smarter and who knows how to utilize their things that they're given. I'm blanking. I'm gonna pop this link in the chat, guys. This is the next stream I'm going on with Drunk in 10 fucking minutes.
So be there, bitches.
So go over there, get ready.
You have a couple minutes. Use the bathroom. Drink your drinks. Get a snack.
I know. I have an entire different setup because I got to set up my iPad and my like little table here.
Well, so we're almost done then.
Okay. Andre Johnson, thank you for the super chat. Anna, that water container is bigger than you. I know. We discussed it earlier.
I don't know if you were here when we said she'll have to bring it next time we see her, so that
it's
Jeff
only half a liter,
and it'll. And we'll see what it looks like in Jeff's house.
I'm not kidding when I say I'm a hobbit.
I like the slow.
That was a terrible side wink. Because I'm like, so I was like,
oh, figure out which way to go. I wonder who's taller, you or my tiny little 9-year-old student.
Probably the 9-year-old. Dan C, thank you for the super chat. Enjoy your stream. Got to go to bed here. It's really late. Thank you for the entertainment. Good night. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Let me update my super chats and see if I missed any.
I do think that was the last one.
That was the last one, but I think I might have missed some. So let me go back to the beginning and make sure because it's been bad about showing me all of them. Let's see. Okay.
I'll do a dance for you guys while she's finding.
Bobby Jane.
Jeff says I can't.
Read that one.
I think
read that one. That one.
That guy, it's a gallon.
Okay, yeah, I think I read all of them. If I'm wrong, let me know.
Don't be shy. You guys never are.
Okay.
You guys
So,
want to let us know when we're
I
live.
am about to go stream on Drunk 3PO's channel. We do our Star Trek watch party, and after it's done being live, Drunk makes these members only, so catch it live if you are not a member to Drunk 3PO's channel. Jessi, is there anything else you want to plug or shill before we go? Oh, next week it's going to be on Jessi's channel. Also, before Jessi goes and does her shilling, I re-upload these to my secondary channel. I had a really big problem with getting episode 11 uploaded because I would download it and it wouldn't, like the file wouldn't read. So I had to do all these weird things. It's up now. I uploaded it, or I let it go live once right when we started. So episode 11's up. Then I'll download episode 13 should be out tomorrow. And then this one will be up after those are. So yeah, so they're all there. All the links for it are actually in the description of this video if you want to go watch all the episodes in order, if there's any that you missed of the Matriarchy. And Jessi, take it away.
You know, mine do stay live on my channel. I have not yet made a secondary streaming channel yet, but I will one of these days. Otherwise, you know where to find me. I'm on Twitter at Jessi Milestone, but I'm on Instagram and YouTube as Mindless Entertainment. And follow at Shit Pancake on Twitter. That's my cat. He's going to have a channel starting very, very soon. So keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you follow him on Twitter so you know when his first video drops, because it'll be posted all over there. That's Shit Pancake. He's the cutest cat, not for kids. So check him out.
And next week we will be on Jessi's channel Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Fingers crossed. And until next time, everyone, have a great rest of your day, morning, evening. Go check me out over on Drunk 3PO's channel. I believe Jessi is going to do something either later today or tomorrow. Usually
tomorrow. Oh yeah. Oh right. Thirsty Thursday tomorrow night. It's Aussie August. We got the full Aussie takeover. We got Lyndon Hall, Lethal Lightning, Raging Rhino coming to Mindless Entertainment tomorrow night. So be there. I'm sure we will be having a blast. Making fun of Lethal Lightning, since that's what we promised we would do, and then letting him get his revenge against Raging Rhino. So,
and I will have a talk show. So
exactly. So come check us all out forever.
And until next time, everyone, thank you so much, Jessi, and may the force be with you, because we are really, really, really gonna need it. Bye, everyone.
I'll tell you where I thought I came in the forest, when the lightsaber goes like this and flies off. I said, "Oh, what a great entrance! Ah!" Rey caught it? She hasn't even been to Dagobah for training.